Yeah. You are in the show. Everyone can see and hear you.
We are live.
And we are live. Hello, bookworms. Always
Are
wanted
we?
to do that.
I don't see it yet. Hold on.
All right, we're not.
Now we're live.
Now we're live. All right, once more and with feeling. Hello, bookworms. And fans always wanted to do that. Thank you, Kristin, for letting me. This
course.
is the Taylor Swift Era's Deep Dive, episode 4. We are now going into Speak Now. For those of you who are just tuning in today to all of this lovely, delusional Swiftie madness, for the last few weeks now, Kristin and I and Alexa have been deep diving into all of the Taylor Swift eras, and we just wanted to sort of do a retrospective because Kristin is no one's ever really late to the party. You are always just on time, like wizards. So got that.
I arrived exactly when I meant to.
Exactly when they are meant to. Exactly. And so with sort of like this fandom that's nice and sort of like fresh and revived, and because Alexa and I have been Taylor Swift fans for 800 years now,
I doubt that's changing anytime
that's
soon.
not, it's only just getting worse. It's just getting worse. Yeah,
It's
it's a terminal thing. And so having gathered together here every for every era, we've done sort of like an opening, we've done the debut album, we've done Fearless, and now Miss Swift's third studio album, Speak Now, is up for grabs. So it's going to be great. It's going to be fun. There's going to be lots of sort of like, and again, the way I love how these conversations are going is it's sort of, we look sort of both at the songs, but not just, but the sort of like the real life events that sort of inspired them. Not necessarily because that's the only reason she wrote them, but because there's just something about seeing an artist create something that you love and sort of like watch it in real time. It's the greatest reality TV experience you'd ever sort of like, want or know if you're a music fan. So on that note, we'd like to open up this segment of the deep dive with Taylor Swift news.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift news. There's really only one real news.
Major news,
worthy
item here. Shadow any other news.
Exactly.
Indeed, yeah. So as I mentioned sort of like earlier in our little green room, we can leave all of the where's Taylor and Travis like gallivanting off to now to the pundits and the critics and all of the good stuff. It's just Tortured Poets, up, down, left, right, front, and center. Tortured Poets department dropped, I want to say, it's been what,
a fortnight ago.
Oh, wow! What timing?
Kristin
Impeccable timing.
Kristin coming, like she's the wizard of this entire thing.
That's literally so funny because that's the second thing today where it's like it worked out so perfectly.
Oh, it's so good.
Because I don't know if you remember the exact date, Kristin, but Macky will probably bring this up later. But do you remember when she announced she was releasing, like what date she was dropping Speak Now TV last year? It was exactly this week also.
That's right.
So I was like, wow, our timing for this live show is actually
perfect.
You bet. And we'll get into the exact dates in that thing.
But anyway, back to Tortured.
So we need to give Tortured Poets literally exactly like 5 minutes max, because this is going to become the Tortured Poet. Tortured Poet is going to...
I'm not ready for that.
It's going to hijack this entire thing if we do not give ourselves until like 8:25.
Okay.
So just hard stop and go, look. All right. So Kristin, with the gorgeous, amazing hair today. What initial thoughts that's not just screaming and gibberish, because
that's like so hard to do and share 5 minutes for, but to keep it short, I feel like it has become my entire personality. I'm so deeply in love, deeply obsessed. I have just been like agonizing over each and every word of this brilliant album. Like, while I would say, like, so as much as like I love it, it's not a favorite album for me, but I think that it's like by far the best lyrics that she has ever written. I think like every time I listen to something, I like notice something new. Like I just texted you guys last night because I was like, there are so many references in here. And like, I was not like, looking anything up. It's just that like it consumes my every waking thought. And all of a sudden I was like,
casual.
I have to text them.
That's if you look at the dictionary definition of casual, it'll just be all of us.
That's us.
And
just
Kristin,
sitting there talking.
Just the Tortured Poets.
That sounds about right.
Chill. is a good word for that. No,
I
no.
think so too.
So it's so funny because everyone that we know that loves Taylor Swift has just like this is a kind of like it's a no skip kind of an album technically.
Yeah.
Who you're talking to.
At first, because you're just sort of like upset, and then eventually sort of like you start to pick out like your favorites and you start living in them forever. So so I'm at that phase where I have where I'm done with the no skip phase,
Okay.
and now Tortured Poets itself is my only personality. Like that's just my whole like life now. Like just the
Yeah.
actual
The song or like
the
album?
song, interestingly
song,
enough,
right?
because
Okay.
and it's so rare because I can't remember too many Taylor Swift albums where the title song
Yeah.
is actually my thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is my
that's
favorite
true.
of the album.
That's true. That's true.
This one actually is. So I'm like,
Ah.
that's interesting.
Huh.
Because even Midnights doesn't actually have
No, it doesn't
a
have
song
Midnights, no.
Midnights. It's just
No.
Midnights. So
It's all vibes.
yeah, and yet as
Yeah.
I feel, I'll end my bit with this. I feel like Tortured Poets Apartment is the day after Midnights. It's
Yeah.
whatever happened at midnight, it is now the rest of the frigging week. And everything
Midnight is when the Tortured Poets Department was formed.
Exactly, right.
That's
And
probably true.
and interesting enough with that correlation of like Tortured Poets is my like song and its title thing. With Midnights, every song that has the word Midnights is part of my top 5 of all time.
That's fair. That's fair.
So
I got it. I got it. In my case, I have so many Tortured Poets thoughts, but I'm trying to like summarize it. Okay, couple of things. The first time I listened to it, because there's 2 parts, right? So the first time we had listened to it, I think I was like, oh, I love part 2 more. But like the more I've listened to it since, I'm like, no, that's a lie. I love part 1 more. And it's just interesting to see how that transformed. Which is not to say that part 2 isn't brilliant, mind you. It's just like, I think it's like the way you get to listen to it over and over again. I feel like there's more repeatability in the first half. That being said, my one description of Tortured Poets is that the 2 halves are like fraternal twins. They're basically the same origin. They just express it very differently, which I find super interesting. I'm excited to talk about that when we get to TTPD. And then the other thing was, my only comment actually was like, this is the most unhinged Taylor Swift album because it has the most intrusive thoughts. Because it is the most like, weirdly enough, despite everything she's ever done being very personal, like this one feels the most personal because it's like those kind of thoughts that would be so private, right?
Yeah.
Like you like keep these things to yourself and like don't really say anything. But she's just laying it all out there for the world, and she's like, "Bye, I'm out." She's like, "You do whatever you want with this album."
I feel like funnily enough, this one reminded me the most of early Taylor when she wasn't scared about putting everything out there. So it's like she's, obviously matured and changed so much as an artist, but I feel like this is the most early Taylor Swift album in a long time.
Agreed.
Oh my gosh. No, that's a great take.
It's like stripped down Taylor, basically.
No.
But with, sonic dressing.
Just these 5 minutes alone is telling me that Tortured Poets, when we get into that, is going to be so fun. I don't even get to the actual songs right away because there's just so much, just like as a whole, her growth as an artist. It's so good.
You know what bonus points it is too? I think this is the first time we've gotten to experience it with Kristin, where like we get to talk about it right away. So I think that extra special too, just because like it's fun because we get to dissect it like live. You know what I mean? Like we're actually talking about it actively.
Yeah.
And there's only so few people that we sort of like dissect these things with because there's not that people who have this level of fandom and who
don't care about you repeating things. You know,
and which is lovely because that's a great sort of bring it full circle to this entire endeavor. I mean, we're here because of the things that we love.
Yeah.
And all of that energy is so great. We just have to put it on the internet. So that's how that works.
So you can permanently return to it.
Oh,
look, we kept it.
And we did.
Exactly 825.
Right? We
see that?
pat on the back and clap.
Wow.
Clap
That's shocking
being
for us.
responsible adults. No, that's just good. That's just a decent moderation. So I hear.
Okay,
I'm not good at it, but here we go.
Just to go over for a second, I also just want to say that I love the Fortnite video so much.
Yeah, can't wait to talk about that too. I have so many things to say.
Post Malone, leading man. Who knew?
Yeah.
Hey.
And I love that you actually brought back the actors from Dead Poets Society.
Yeah, me too.
Brilliant.
It's so good. So yeah, no. More on that when she's
way later.
by the time she's
months away.
Ugh, it's so annoying. But yeah, so
She
while
releases another album, what are we gonna do? Like,
it's in the meantime, that's what we're just in the meantime, we're just gonna, like find there's a kidney that needs to be sold. It doesn't have to be ours. That way we can find some way into the last leg of the tour when all the music's out. Oh boy, what a
Mhm.
great mindy kind of thing. I wouldn't be surprised if it went all the way to even early next year.
yeah,
Yeah.
Just
who knows?
because then she can take a bloody break. You know what I mean? Like then that would make sense.
I mean,
Yeah.
So yeah, in which case, nice little segue from Taylor Swift news. She's going to tour again soon.
yes,
Kristen, you
Nice.
gave that fun little soundbite where it's funny too. You mentioned earlier, it's sort of like in the green room where she sort of like declined the Met Gala because she had to prepare for her shows.
Mhm.
And I had seen actually articles pop up like on and off for the last few days. Like she's going to the Met Gala, she's not going to the Met, she's going, she's not going, and she's like, she's totally not going. So it's this whole thing where I'm just like, Met Gala, girl, you got time. She doesn't, which good because
she's busy.
It's not a
Yeah.
it's not a little. I say little 1.5 hour show, like 1.5 hours is little. It's not 1.5 hour is not
God,
little.
you know, we could totally spend an entire show analyzing that too, and we probably will.
Do we?
Yeah.
Which now food for thought, and I will write that in my notes here. Do we do
I think we have that in our notes.
Really?
to do a deep
We
dive
definitely
into.
do.
just
Yeah.
tour?
Yeah, just the tour, because there's so
Oh,
much to talk about.
There is.
Like between like the surprise
Look,
songs
if
to like
we're
the
gonna-
people who showed up. To,
Listen, if we're gonna be here for an average of about 2 to 3 to 4 hours anyway, we might as well just do a running commentary,
Yeah.
oh,
For sure.
that would be fun too. Actually,
right?
That would
Like
be
a
really
reaction, like a reaction
it's
video.
almost a reaction to the
Yeah.
tour. That
Anyway,
actually would be fun.
so
Anyway,
we'll figure
that's
out the
not
logistics
point.
of that because that's gonna be like
Yeah.
5 minutes. We're gonna talk over ourselves. 'Cause
Not the point.
not
'cause
the
that-
point. Not the point.
I mean, I think we're just following her directive.
We
She
are
did
one-
say speak now, so like,
so
Yeah.
and so we shall. All right. So, as perfunctory of these things, it is now my honor to do a little fact check, fact find exposition on the many awesome things about the Speak Now era and the album itself, of course. So, without further ado, let's start with some accolades, right? So,
Oh, yeah.
Speak Now was released October 25th, 2010.
original speak now,
Which
right?
is the original Speak Now. That was the first sort of like run of the album, and which is interesting because the Taylor's version was released July 7th, 2023.
Mhm.
The Speak Now, when it first came out, went platinum in 1 week. I did some research because I'd always wanted to know what platinum meant, and platinum actually means you sell 1 million copies.
Wow.
So the first week it sold 1,050,000 copies. I know I was one of those people who purchased it
Same,
globally.
probably.
All right. It stayed 6 weeks at number 1 on the Billboard Top 200.
Nice.
It went double platinum in Australia, triple platinum in Canada and New Zealand,
Of course it did.
and was basically rated overall 6 times platinum by the Recording Industry Association of America.
Unsurprised.
And that was then, right? Like that was
Yeah.
that was OG sort
Oh,
of
yeah,
like
yeah.
Speak Now, that sort of when it came
I'm
out.
sure now it's like
Yeah.
And while it did not necessarily win quite as many awards as Fearless did, overall across, I want to say 26 musical institutions that give out awards, Speak Now won a whopping 56
That's
awards.
still a lot.
And of course there's somewhere where you're like, who are these people? And then there were some were like, oh, the Grammys, you recognize them. So it's again not quite as sweeping as Fearless was, but Mean kind of bagged quite a few
I find that so
Grammys.
interesting.
Interestingly enough, it was Mean out of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Won country song and female, and she won female artist for that year for the Grammys. In the American Music Awards, she won favorite country female artist. Interestingly enough, both years,
So 2011,
2011 and 2010, just sort of back to back Taylor. So that was always fun. She won country album for Speak Now at the American Music Awards, and and of course Artist of the Year. Billboard, she won Woman of the Year in 2012.
Okay.
Sort of like leading all the way up to sort of like Red. However, for the actual sort of like Women in Music award, she won that as well. So it's I had to research because there's Woman of the Year and there's Women in Music.
Oh.
So I'm just so that was a weird little thing where I'm like, all right, Billboard, you give as many awards as you can.
Gotcha.
Women need all the recognition. Period. Full stop. And she won Top Country Artist, Top 200 Artist, and that's and weirdly enough, Billboard gives out an awards for tours, like live shows, and Speak Now, the tour won for like promotion.
Oh,
Are we surprised
no,
that
not
even
really.
then
No.
Ms. Swift is winning awards for how she has marketed, and we know
No.
how hands-on she sort of is with these kinds of things. So really fun. So surprised that that she won the other awards.
No,
Not
it's
too
interesting
much.
though, because it's still very country focused, right? When this was starting to be her like slight shift over to, like, you could tell she was slightly shifting over,
Yeah.
but it's still very like all the awards that are noticing her are all like country things,
Right, because Speak Now,
outside the person.
we'll get to some of my favorite country tracks. Like I literally have one of my notes here in one of her songs, and you will find out which that is.
I'm
Where I'm like,
excited.
this is why
don't
I
even
love
know.
country.
I
You
don't
will
even
laugh. You will laugh when I reveal which song that is.
I'm sure.
like this is like there's one song on this album where I'm just like, this is everything I love about country music and Taylor Swift combined. Anyway,
I'm also like
Wow.
random. I'm also like surprised that it's Mean. You know what I mean? Of all, like, I'm surprised. Like, we'll talk about Mean, I'm sure, in detail when we get to the song. But like, I didn't realize that it was the one that was like nominated for things and actually won.
Right, and we'll get into that when we do get to Mean. But there's something about a show of strength, I feel, amidst adversity.
And it's clever.
Oh yeah, no, it's sort of,
We'll get to Mean when we get to Mean.
Yeah, not Taylor launching her own anti-bullying campaign by herself
Apparently.
without launching an anti-bullying campaign.
It's like, please don't bully me.
Seriously. One other fun
Yes, please.
thing to note, you mentioned how it sold over 1 million copies in the first week.
Yep.
That actually made her the first female artist to achieve this twice, which is kind of cool.
That's wild.
There you go.
That's wild. And she just keeps breaking her own record. So you know what?
Yeah,
it's like she's her own competition.
Which, you know what? That's probably why she's so, at this point, why her success is so where it is.
You know
like,
what?
if you just focus on your own thing and compete with yourself, you're fine.
Yeah, like literally there's something, I mean, staying in your lane has been sort of like, you can use that as both like an insult or like a dress down or like an encouragement. But there's wisdom in that, because you can't control anyone else.
Yeah.
But you can do,
and
work
like,
on
also in return, nobody will control what you're doing, because it'll be all on you if you're just focusing on your lane.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In which case we will revisit this Taylor beating herself and her own records when we go to Tortured Poets, because guess what?
Actually,
she is breaking her own records
every album
constantly.
She broke the actual records that other people have set. It's ridiculous
it's
how
great.
she's just
But
doing these things. Anyway.
The one exception is Alexa's favorite with Lover.
And that has a lot to do with timing, I think. But anyway,
I adore Lover. All right, so just rounding up our little bits and pieces for sort of like the general sort of like era and Speak Now in itself.
Okay.
So it's a fun little tidbit. Speak Now, the first time around, was announced in her Nashville apartment on Ustream.
Oh my god, Ustream.
July 2010. Right.
Okay.
And that was literally the apartment referenced in Never Grow Up.
Oh yeah, I figured.
So that's her new apartment. And then she announces Taylor's version of Speak Now, also in Nashville. So there's a nice little, which was, and here's the date, May 5th. That's tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we're doing this.
So our timing is like
perfect.
Our timing is so impeccable.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that it was May 5th. That's amazing.
Right? I realized that this morning, like it was that exact week, because I remembered exactly where I was when I heard it. Because I remember it was nighttime. I was in the Bahamas. It was nighttime, and like it was concert time, and like yay! And
of course, and this you have to understand. This is the era where everyone is like
surprise
looking
song,
at everyone's
surprise
like. People are still doing that, by the way, but we never left. But people are like, "What's the surprise song? What's going on?" And then, two things happened. So I was still awake, so I'm like, scroll. And then I remember getting my cousin texts the group. She's like, "Oh no, Rach is gonna cry," because Rachel's favorite, like one of her favorite songs, my sister Rachel, one of her favorite songs is Sparks Fly. Yeah.
And like my cousin's like, Rachel's gonna cry. And I was like, Taylor... what do you mean she's gonna cry? And then she went, and Taylor Nation went live.
Yeah, Taylor Nation went live.
Taylor Nation went live. And then it was Sparks Fly. And it was funny because like we had two separate hotel beds. And like me being under the covers, like I'm just very low volume because I'm like, and then I still hear from the other bed.
You just cry.
I'm just like, I understand because it's your favorite. Like, the love Rach has for Speak Now is so deep. So it was just like her like sobbing her eyes out, and we were like in the Bahamas, like it's like completely different place, and she's still like, "Oh my god, speak
Yeah.
now."
My recent Roman Empire is that like your speak now eras are really your new zodiac. Like that's all that is.
You mean your Taylor eras?
Yeah, your Taylor eras are the new zodiac for Swifties at the very least.
Yeah.
Because if you're, and even then we could totally, it's like that person's a reputation with a like
With a side no rising,
right,
rising.
you're right, with a lover
Yeah.
rising. It's like leather all week and then suddenly a pop of pastels. Like it's a whole thing.
But I love it. That's actually one of my favorite
Right.
memories
So
of Speak Now.
so Rachel like just lost it.
But yeah,
completely.
so our timing, as usual, between like
Synchronicity.
it being a fortnight since Tortured Poets
Ugh.
and us also like
We should
finding out
pretend that
this-
we absolutely did that on purpose.
yeah,
no,
we totally did.
100% did.
The
Like,
universe according to Taylor Swift. We're
I
just
said
here.
we should
We're
move
falling
it
in
to
line.
this week. So
Yep.
that makes it on purpose.
Oh yes, technically. All right, we're gonna
That's
pretend we did that on
purpose.
purpose. Anyway, moving on.
All right, right. So any last little tidbits here? All right, now so let's look at so now we sort of like branch out of like news and let's look at Taylor's life roughly hereabouts. I kind of sort of want to reposition sort of like inspirations and like
Mhm.
TV appearances and all that kind of thing. This is just her life,
Yeah.
And so right.
Oh yeah, that's a good way of looking.
So I want to start with and Kristin, you can maybe enlighten us on some of this and lead us a little bit further. So let's start with TV and media, sort of like what was Taylor sort of like doing in and around like in movies and whatever, who she been collaborating with. So I know like this was the Lorax era, right? Like this is
I love that movie.
like hereabouts, yeah. And so I saw clips of her in the booth like doing the thing, and I'm like, it's Taylor Swift.
Do you remember what her character looks like? Because I swear
With
it
the
looks like
curly
Taylor
hair
Swift.
and the
No, she doesn't have. I don't think she
Does
has
she- did she
curly
have
hair. But it's
Tell
like
me you didn't watch the Lorax without telling me.
the character is kind of like long and lean, also
Yeah.
in the movie, and I'm just like, oh my.
In my head, it's just like it's cute Taylor. Like that's
Well, to be
just-
fair, I didn't actually watch it when it came out. I don't know if you watched it when it came out, Kristin. Like, did you watch it like when
I
it came
think
out?
I did. I didn't watch it again now, but I think I saw it in theaters actually.
You're the only one then, because I watched it like much later, and I remember I think I streamed it. That's how I watched.
I watched some clips to like refresh my memory.
no, she's
Her character is
her
basically
character.
her.
It's her. No, and that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. It's like it's Taylor's like pretend Taylor persona. Like and it's gorgeous. I love it.
I know,
It's
I love it. I
Yeah.
actually enjoyed that movie. It made me cry.
just very
I
excited.
literally had exactly that in my notes. And like Audrey seems really in line with Taylor's real life personality of like being a dreamer, wanting something better and going on an adventure. Like there's nothing like Taylor.
They could not have. That's like Robert Downey Jr. playing Iron Man. You can't get a better character
Mhm.
because
Yeah.
she's just like and acting is about sincerity, right? So
Yeah.
of course it worked perfectly. That's
I
her.
know.
I
It was so
also I watched some of her like press interviews for
Yes,
it.
please.
And one of my favorite things that she said was that when she was asked to be in the Lorax, she said yes immediately because Dr. Seuss was her first introduction to poetry. And
Aw.
she loved how like it was so satisfying to find a rhyme like in a story. And she said that she loved that like his stories are like really fun, but they also have like a moral value and like payoff as you keep reading, and like that you can go into it, have a great time, but then afterward you're left thinking about, like in particularly in the Lorax, like you can think about how like what you need to do to make the world a better place in the future.
Yeah,
Gorgeous.
I love that. That's so her.
Yeah.
All right, thank
Early
you.
origin stories.
Early origin stories. Any other
tidbits on the
tidbits?
Lorax.
No, not the well, yeah, but
Or on TV.
or on TV or
Oh,
on
I
like
think Kristin has
movies.
one.
I do. So the only other TV one that I have is one that Andrew and I just so happened to watch very recently. We did a rewatch of New Girl, and Taylor had a cameo on the episode, and it's so funny that this took place during the Speak Now era because the scene that she's in is at a wedding. Like Cece is having an arranged marriage with someone else, and then like kind of in the middle of the wedding decides that they don't want to get married. And then he's like, I'm in love with my other girlfriend. And then Taylor stands up and she's like, I love you too so much. And then they run off together out of the church, which is just like the song Speak Now. Even though she wasn't the one that interrupted it, like I was just like, this is perfect.
I want a campaign for more Taylor Swift in bit parts,
Mhm.
playing all the characters she's ever written about. Because I
Oh my gosh, that would be so
swear,
cool.
the reason why she's so effective is because I feel like she's just pulling a character that she's written a song about, or that's 100% the Speak Now girl. Like she's just me, pick me. Like
Yeah.
just I don't know.
That's true.
I don't know when Ellen Pompeo's like pick me timeline was next to Speak Now, but it's
have no
literally
idea.
the same energy. For those of
Yeah.
you who watch Grey's Anatomy,
Anatomy.
I don't, but I
I
admire the
also
show.
don't watch all of it.
Me
But yeah,
neither.
before being
Stresses me out too
a
much.
pygmy girl has become what it is now, Ellen Pompeo was the first. So I'm saying she did what she had to do. Anyway, on that note, any other TV? I think we can start moving on to like
I don't think so, but you can move to collabs because it's kind
collaborations.
of connected to like
Yeah,
TV and media.
yeah, definitely
I guess.
TV and media
Or
because
at least one of them is. Sorry.
yeah, for sure, because
Yeah.
this was also the era that the Hunger Games.
Listen, the Hunger Games still hit.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. The Hunger Games is, and again, that we can do I could do a whole show on just like the Hunger Games and how,
Yeah.
it's not, sometimes it's a great idea to have like to maybe not involve the original writers, but that's rare. I love that there was involvement with the actual author for this, and Taylor wrote a song.
Yeah, she has
for it.
two actually.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I think only one is on the official soundtrack, and that's Safe and Sound,
Yeah.
the one that she collaborates with the Civil War, which is actually one of my favorite collaborations she's ever done. Because it's
So
like,
beautiful.
it's such a lovely song. It's so sad. Like, it also
Mhm.
makes me sad. It's very melancholy, but like, it suits the Hunger Games as a series and as a film series and a book series so much that I'm just like, I love how it sounds. I love like it's a little bit more folksy, which I love.
No, and I feel like I almost feel like she'd actually read the books and maybe enjoyed them, because
I wouldn't be
there's a
surprised.
song that Katniss sings in the books and of course in the movies where it's this sort of like a very folk song, very sort of like local.
That's how it sounds.
It's like a local, like it's a localized cultural sort of like song, and so for her to create something in that spirit and then bring that sort of like modern spin to make it more accessible, just such a goal.
The Civil War is also
And
such a good such
So
a good
good.
such a great
person to be collaborating, or group to be collaborating.
It also it actually won a Grammy in 2015 for Best Visual Media.
There you go.
Oh, the video of that too is also very
The video. Oh my gosh, I
very
love like
very folksy.
the whole like just like there's something so like romantic about being in a long flowy white dress, like walking barefoot in a forest. Like
It's very folklore.
I was about to say it's kind of a
Yeah.
folklore, even more foreshadowing in a
very
sense. where
much
it's like,
so.
what if I did more of this? And she did. It was great.
It's wild to me.
I like wish that I could pull something like that off, but I would definitely be like, I need to wear shoes. I don't want my feet in dirt.
I would be like, my feet are gonna get cuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure they sort of like make sure the area is nice before they shoot. Otherwise,
Yeah, but like I just the pebbles, like anything you can randomly set, like you don't know what's been there.
Yeah,
No.
for sure.
But
I mean, granted, in nature, I think you'd be fine.
Yeah. I think her voice sounds so pretty in this song.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I absolutely agree. It actually is early folklore. Now that I think about it, it feels like a folklore song.
Right? It's prehistoric folk. It's like evolutionary.
Yeah.
That it becomes or like the seeds of folklore we could already see were in her. And it's sort of
absolutely.
something.
The other song that's Hunger Games related is actually not on the soundtrack, but it's on I think it's like Songs from District 12 album, where they like compiled songs from different artists, and it's called Eyes Open.
Yeah.
Completely different atmosphere from
Yeah.
Safe and Sound, because Safe and Sound is very like slow and melancholy. Eyes Open is a little bit more, there's a little bit more defiance in it.
Yeah.
And I like it because it also suits the lyrics, especially also suits like the vibe of the Hunger Games. It's like you have to keep your eyes open now because we're in this world and it's cruel and it's difficult, and like I don't know, there's something weirdly, it's like it's both weirdly optimistic but also like sitting someone down and being like, this is our reality. Like, you know what I mean? You have to recognize this is our reality now, which I also really liked. That one I heard like much later, because I think that album came out a little bit later too.
Yeah.
Still love it, and that one is just her, and I still love it.
I
Obviously.
mean,
Are we
Me
surprised?
too. This one won a Teen Choice Award.
Oh, unsurprised. That
Yeah.
one I would not be surprised that it won a Teen Choice Award.
There you
Yeah,
go.
I think she's also very good at coming up with songs that fit the movies that she's going to be on the soundtrack of.
Yeah.
I must say,
Mhm.
like now it's more common, I think, for people to just use her songs that exist.
Yeah.
For movie soundtracks, which we will
Yeah.
talk about later. But this era when she's like, I will collaborate with someone or I will write a song for the movie. I'm like, wow, your song really suits the movie. Like,
Yeah.
you actually wrote something that matches it perfect, and I'm not surprised.
And the thing about, I feel like that's just sort of like a credit to how good a songwriter she is, that she's sort of like it's not about my style and it's got to have my stamp. It's more like, what does this need and what can my strength sort of like bring to it, which makes her one of the.
It's so unselfish because it's like it doesn't need to be a me song.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
so
Like
good.
it's like it needs to be a song that suits this.
Which is lovely too, and we'll see it in a bit, because that's what her collaborators bring to her.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
And
Yeah.
that's super cool.
It really is.
So it's like so she ends up collaborating with a bunch of like-minded folks where they're like, your album will make it work. And it's so good. It's so good when it's like that. So.
And then I think there's only one more collab, right?
Yep.
It's
It's
one with
both of
B.O.B..
us. Yep. Both of us.
I wanted to forget about that one.
How did we feel about that?
It's funny because I remember hearing it on the radio a lot back in that era, because I used to take not the bus. I used to drive around a lot with the family I lived in New Jersey, and it would often come on the radio then. But funnily enough, this is actually one of the collabs where I don't find it super memorable because I don't even listen to it that often. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, I can remember her part in it, but I actually don't remember the B.O.B. part in it, which is interesting.
I think Andrew said this best. He walked in yesterday while I was listening to it, and he was like, this sounds like two completely different songs that shouldn't be together. And they really do. Like, they're just so different.
Yeah, I actually have no idea what the history is behind it or how they ended up collaborating. So if you know anything, Kristin, I would be.
It's like an anti-mashup, right? Like it's two songs, but then it's the one thing, and it's that's the first time you hear both songs, and you're like, all right, together, cool, and then we move on with our lives.
It's just so interesting. Like, it's one of those collabs where I'm like, this is not something I would have expected at all.
Yeah,
but it makes sense because Taylor appreciates all kinds of music.
Yeah, no,
anyway.
and that's sort of what people sort of like underestimate, is that I feel like nobody like we were having a conversation about Elton John last night, and how Elton John has like a TBR, but instead of like books, it's vinyls, right, of every new record that's ever come out, and he sort of like listens to them, shuffles them out when he's done with them, replaces them with a new batch, etc., and everything goes down his like basement, whatever storage. Taylor, I feel, is just as, if not as widely, like read. She listens to all the genres and loves them.
It's really interesting
that she would stop Post Malone in the middle of a hallway and say, that bridge that you wrote.
I know.
And he's like, what? Right? Yeah. So
I just love her.
She's just following the vibes, and it's so good. And so whatever this collab was,
well, apparently it was her idea.
Yeah.
There you go.
She visited like his record label
and said hi,
and was like, and you know what it was? Because this was probably the era right after Airplanes had come out. Like their other song, the one that's actually really well, the one that I actually know. Which I'm like, yeah, and apparently it's a song about racism and bullying. That's what I can see right now. Anyway,
there you go.
Yeah, because it would make sense actually, because she was friends with Haley now at this time, and Airplane was a collaboration he did with Haley.
Yep.
So totally makes sense in my mind.
Interesting.
Apparently there's a music video, but I do not remember it.
I have two other like collabs that are not songs, that are just like random tidbits.
Oh,
please, yeah.
The first one being that during this era, Taylor also released a line of greeting cards with American greetings.
I bought one of those, and I probably still have it somewhere.
I might know what your second collab would be, but we'll find out.
This is the one that when you open it, it plays some of her songs, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I still have one.
The designs were really cute.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. No, it's Taylor.
I got it as a birthday card, I think, actually. One of my friends sent it to me.
Yeah, that's lovely.
So I feel like it was this year. But I totally forgot about that as I mentioned it. I kind of wish you would do it again.
Yeah.
It would be so
I would totally buy them. I would use them in my bullet journal.
I would just use them for myself. Like, sorry, nobody else is getting this as a present. Anyway, what's
the second one? She collaborated with Elizabeth Arden and released the Wonderstruck perfume.
Oh,
and
oh my
Enchanted
god,
by
I
Wonders.
totally forgot about that.
No,
I'm still mad.
that is 100% in my notes. It is, oh my god. So it retailed at the time for like 40-ish,
Mhm.
$46-ish,
Which is
right?
about standard.
Now whatever bottles remain, whether it's $400 up.
Of
just
course.
Yeah,
everywhere.
it's really hard to find now.
Cute.
The bottles are cute.
The
You
bottles
gotta-
are so
Yeah.
you
cute.
gotta- like it has the little, and like
It
the
has
bottles.
charms, right?
Yeah, the bottle has like the little charms. I think it was a bird, it was a cage, and like a key. I
Yeah,
think.
probably.
And gorgeous little.
It's so pretty.
The ad for it was really cute too.
Oh yes, that's right. There used to be a running commercial for it. Oh my god, I totally forgot about that also.
And plus, I mean, come on, Wonderstruck. Yeah, I would
It's
wear.
perfect.
Oh my god, I can 100%.
Like-
I'm pretty sure at some point my Tumblr I changed it to be Wonderstruck.
Yeah.
Like the name of it was Wonderstruck.
Oh,
It's just how she was able to use that word.
It's such a good.
thanks, Adam,
And-
from Mountain City.
Oh my god, can we just?
We're gonna get to that.
We're gonna get to that in a bit. So speaking of Adam, right?
Oh god.
As we know, there's a lot of musicians always write about love.
Mhm.
Anyway, love is a thing.
Mhm.
And Taylor was linked to a few people in this area.
Oh,
They have served as
perfect
inspiration.
segue.
Again, I kind of want to preface this because there's a lot of people who are like kind of gross about this, right?
Mm.
About who she's dating, blah 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 blah. And we obviously have never sort of like been of that mindset, but there's something to be said about taking. I feel, especially now, Taylor takes a moment, an aspect of an interaction, like with
Yeah,
Adam.
she can go like
She'll-
down to like very like
It's
minute levels of
right.
interaction.
and it's funny
Yeah.
because as a novel writer, you're gonna, as and thinking in books, you're gonna want the whole story, and that's how you think. But with Taylor, she takes just one moment, one
It's so
word, one aspect, and that then she builds an entire song and story out of it.
She
So
really does.
so like, did she really mean absolutely everything she sung about Adam in Enchanted? We don't necessarily know, but it's definitely about him.
Yeah.
And which
We'll get to
means
that soon.
whatever happened with the people that she was sort of dating,
Yeah.
inspired whatever songs that we love now, but doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily have to be about the whole thing. So
Yeah, that's actually the perfect way to put it because I feel like people take it too literally sometimes.
Yeah,
like that
it's
every
like-
single thing in the song actually happened, and I'm like,
yeah,
don't
and
think
people
so.
are badgering were at the time and probably still now badgering Maggie Gyllenhaal for the scarf. So
Oh,
you
yeah.
know what? Maggie Gyllenhaal is legit on record going, people have been asking me about the scarf. I have no idea what it is
She's
or
like,
where
"What
it was. I didn't even know what it meant until somebody had to explain it to me. So and again, different clown cars, different delusions, whatever. Here
Delusions.
it should be so I believe in the era of 2010 up to the release of Red.
okay,
And a little bit before, obviously, after Fearless. Taylor was really only just dating Jake Gyllenhaal.
Macky's research has led to us seeing that there's only 2 people apparently
Yeah.
that are really significant at this time.
Yeah,
Okay.
because sort of like my cutoff point is like everybody that she sort of like dated all the way up to
Mhm.
like what is
With the
it?
exception of John Mayer, since
With
we
the exception of John
technically
Mayer,
talked
she's-
about him,
Right.
still part of this era as well.
So and the release of Fearless, the
Mhm.
release of Speaking Out, Moving On. So Jake actually was they were first spotted together in October 2010, and then it was about the January 2011 kind of breakup. So it
Very
was,
holiday.
So it was a very holiday. It
a
was
very holiday time.
It was a very fall sort of like, and how depressing is that to like lose somebody over like the holidays, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
and the news pundits were like, it was abrupt or whatever. Interestingly enough, though, Gwyneth Paltrow is
Yeah.
on record saying that it was at a dinner party in London that these two had sort of like met
Interesting.
when she was married to Chris
Interesting.
Martin at the time, which sort of made sense. And so
Interesting.
that's a
Oh,
weird,
Gwyneth Paltrow could be at her show. Anyway,
right?
sorry.
It's such a weird.
That's a weird.
It's such a
connection.
weird
I did not
connection
know that.
that's how that
Yeah.
worked. But
how
yeah,
I
do
thought that
feel
was
about
cool too.
how do I feel about Jake Gyllenhaal? Actually, when that news broke, I remember being like, Jake Gyllenhaal? Okay. I'm like, all right. I'm like,
well,
I think at that point I had become desensitized to the age gap because I'm like, she already had the John Mayer rumors, and I was just like, okay.
I mean, anything
like, all
following
right.
John Mayer is going to be like, all right, that's. I
And
mean,
like, I'll be honest, I feel like there were some photos I remember seeing back in the day, like media photos. I'm like, oh, kind of cute. I think I
they were
also
really cute
it was
ones.
like autumn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it was him, and like you had like
it was
that
fall,
vibe, right?
right?
So I'm
Yeah.
like, it was hard not to find it cute because it felt a little bit more like watching like a Nora Ephron romance movie. You know, that's kind of how the vibe was.
There
You
are
know?
like there are some media photos, like you said, from like their walk in the city or like in Brooklyn or something. And I was so tempted to include those in the fashion part, but I was like, I feel like even though like we're talking about Jake Gyllenhaal now, like that is a red photo.
Yeah. Yes. It's hard because like there's like a murky area for me between this and red because like there's a lot of like overlap. But otherwise, in terms of their relationship, yeah, I knew it. Like it was one of those things where like I saw it and I was like, oh, it's cute. I'm like, it's not gonna work out though. Just because I'm like, there's a difference in experience, a difference in age, difference in circumstance, and I'm like that makes it difficult already. And I feel like it's a pattern that's happened for her quite often, where it's like when she and someone else who are creative are in a relationship, if their way of being creative or their creative thinking is very similar or along the same lines, they tend to end up not ending up together. And I'm like, my only other comment about Jake Gyllenhaal is I'd be like, I like that he was just like, well, she got inspired and she wrote this song, and
he's been
like
pretty,
he's just like
he's been chill
it's
about
fine.
it.
You know what I mean? Like
he has a healthy understanding that it's probably like he's not gonna say it out loud, but he's like, it's not all about me. You know what I mean?
I mean, like I'm sure there were some parts that hit personally, but like I don't recall or I've never seen like him saying something about it negatively versus John Mayer who was just like I took it personally.
He totally
this.
Like, I don't deserve any. I'm like, it's creative inspiration, my dude.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's and the scarf, obviously. Iconic.
Just to also note, I really like their first public time that they were seen together was actually backstage at an SNL taping, and Emma Stone was hosting. They were both friends with Emma, so they went to support her, which I thought was really cute. And I think we might come back to Emma Stone a little bit later.
Oh, we 100% will.
Oh, can we side note about SNL? Like, this has nothing to do with it now, but I thought this was funny because one of our friends was like, guess who's going to be on SNL together?
Oh my God.
Jake Gyllenhaal, right?
Oh, that's
Sabrina
right.
Carpenter.
Jake Gyllenhaal and Sabrina Carpenter already on SNL.
I was like, yeah.
Like, the only thing that can make that better is if Taylor just randomly showed up, because I feel like that was
really funny.
That'd be hilarious. But here's the thing: I know Sabrina Carpenter from Girl Meets World.
Yeah.
And I kind of know that
like she could model.
I kind of know that she's kind of cheeky in real life, probably cheekier than her actual character.
Like,
so for her to like be in the same room as Jake Gyllenhaal after touring with Taylor and going, "Sup, Gyllenhaal?"
Yeah.
I would pay to see just for her to just sort of go, yo,
the
like
song
just
that she sang that there's a recording of her when she was young was From Speak Now, right?
She had a couple of she had several covers.
The one that she got to perform with Taylor was From Speak Now.
No, I think it was White Horse. Was
it? Yeah.
It was White Horse.
But it was just funny because I'm just like, this is an interesting era for her to interact with Jake Gyllenhaal.
I know
but I think it'll all be.
And she grew up around all of that stuff too. So for her to be in the same room as Jake, I want to be in the same room just to creep and go.
Just be like, what are we?
I just don't know what she's like.
But anyway,
I
thought that was
that's
funny.
its own thing. So yeah, so that's
Jake Gyllenhaal.
The only other there was a huge break. So they added that. So that ended in about 2011. So which makes complete sense if it was that heartbreaking. Yeah, maybe just take some time. Connor Kennedy was the sort of like the next more public.
Okay, you know what's funny about the Connor Kennedy thing? Well, not funny. It's all in my mind. I always associate him with Red because, which we will get to when we talk about Red. But I didn't realize he was actually pre-Red. Like, actually pre-Red.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think that's the first time she dated someone who's like American, who's famous. But like not for being,
but not for like a non artist celebrity.
Yeah,
right.
Which I thought was so interesting.
So I mentioned earlier that there was like something really funny that I wanted to talk about. So I didn't know about this relationship until like you put him on our shared spreadsheet or whatever, and I was like, she dated Connor Kennedy. I had no idea. So I watched news clips from around the time that it happened. And on one of them, they were like, Taylor Swift has been dating Connor Kennedy and people have been calling them Taco. that true? I was like, what?
No.
Look, we deal with terrible ship names on a daily
To be
basis.
fair, I don't think I've ever heard that. But
In
then
the book
again, I wasn't
world.
really like on Taylor Swift social media. Like,
Just
but that sounds
I
about
was
right.
hysterical laughing.
What is happening? I don't.
That was like the funniest thing. And then from what I saw, she actually was introduced to him by his grandmother Ethel.
Yes.
Because that's
Which is
that's
really
that
cute.
was
That will be
inspiration.
a red thing eventually.
Because that's a red thing, yeah.
Once again, summer
Um, She went to like a premiere of a movie about Ethel with Ethel and Caroline Kennedy.
Yeah.
Saw. And then Taylor also talked about Ethel in a Vogue interview.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
because
yeah.
because Ethel was sort of like a primary sort of like inspiration for at least one of the songs on Red, and you know, and we know how sort of like Taylor sort of like loves. Well, I say loves, like I know her, and that's
She
her intent.
loves
But she's
stories about people's past.
she loves story about people's lives, and then now because of that, because of Last American Dynasty, there's
Yeah,
this
that's what I was
deep
thinking.
early America, like you
Yeah,
know,
very
early
early
industrial
American,
early industrial age Americana.
Yeah. No, I
Sort
agree.
of like glamorous lifestyle, you know,
Mhm.
very West
Also,
Coast.
this was like kind of like the complete opposite of Jake and John, because Taylor was 22 and Connor was 18.
18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
It
went
was the
like,
opposite direction.
which
Yeah.
also makes me think of Tortured Poets Society department, where she says like, you know, then she went back to eating kids cereal.
Oh, no.
I mean,
Girl, you have been in there and you know exactly. I agree.
this falls into that pattern again of like her romance is up until this point. It's funny because it's like it goes from being summer romances to being like autumn winter romances, and then they'll go back to summer romance, and then it's an autumn winter. It's like it's a very interesting pattern. She'll break it eventually. Like we're gonna get to a point where she actually breaks it because she stays with someone longer than a year, but we haven't gotten there.
No, we haven't.
It's gonna be a while.
And plus, like at this point in time, she's like what, in her earliest 20s.
Yeah.
Exploratory phase.
Yeah, who wasn't like just trying to figure out their way at that time. So for these sort of like pivotal sort of like moments to sort of like trigger the sort of like the next wave of songs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh yeah, and it's a good wave.
Yeah, it's lovely because whatever moments that she ended up sort of like the aspects that she ended up sort of like grasping and going, this is something I want to explore.
Yeah.
Her artistry sort of goes through, and I love how in recent interviews and a lot of interviews she's just like, people minimize her songwriting to like it's a trick. It's not. It's a skill, and she has been doing it since she was a child, a literal child. And so for her to take that excellence and go, look, I'm gonna do two things. I'm gonna make something I think is great, and I'm gonna process my feelings. And it's going to be cathartic and therapeutic and beautiful at the same time. And you know what? Speak Now is exactly that. And so, unless, Kristin, you have any other dating timeline things, because you just found out about Connor, any other tidbits? I can't get taco out of my head now. Thanks, by the way.
You're welcome.
Never gonna.
I still think it's so funny.
It's like, why?
Because I do want to move on, and we did.
I'm excited.
I do have two. This is like unconfirmed, but it was also rumored that she had maybe dated Corey Monteith during this time too.
Yes,
Really?
that's right. There's like this very like, it's hard to find. I mean, they were friends at the very least.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't also be surprised if they had actually like tried dating.
Got it.
And it turned into the Lucas Till thing again, where it's like,
yeah, we're
we're
good.
fine.
Yeah.
We're okay.
Yeah, because what I want to do before we sort of like deep dive into the actual sort of like song, I do want to touch on the tour.
We have to.
Yeah.
I have so many stories about this.
Because on the one hand, for anybody that, you know, again, Taylor Swift gets criticized for the dumbest things. I find that nobody should, like, it's the weirdest thing. But this is clear indication that she has been like wanting to be collaborative and do these live shows with friends from day one. It's just with 1989 it became sort of like a runway ramp kind of situation, but she has like Speak Now was
The first, I think, where she did the
yeah, was
collabs and
peppered
stuff, right?
with like so many guest stars.
I mean, outside of it, also be fantastic production wise.
Ugh.
Like it's literally like a mini Broadway show almost.
So let's do this. Let's talk about the people that she invited to this thing,
Mhm.
and then let's talk about the thing in itself, because
Okay,
honestly,
that works for me.
there's a life story there that I have to share. So,
We'll get there.
of the many special guests, I have actually said about, I want to say top 12.
Oh,
right?
I like that you have a top. I don't even have a top.
I have a top 12
a
because
top-
there are just way too many. And here's the thing,
I have a top 2.
because she had guests internationally and sort of like locally
Yeah.
here in the
Oh,
States
you
as
have
well.
to tell yours then.
Right?
Your one, your actual guess later.
Yeah, so I'll tell about my guess when I get to my bit. But yeah, so first on the list and first on the tour, Justin Bieber.
Which I find hilarious considering.
When
Yeah.
they were still-
This was, I'm gonna laugh because my reference, I was gonna say this is Baby Bieber, and then what did they sing together?
Baby.
Maybe.
So Baby Biebs was singing Baby, and it was cute actually.
Yeah, this is
It
also
was-
the era she and Selena had just become friends too. Like,
Right.
they were closer
Yeah.
friends. Now.
Exactly. So hold that thought on the Biebs. Other notable folks. So Jason Mraz singing
Yeah.
"I'm Yours,"
That's a good one.
perfect. Nicki Minaj, super bass,
Unsurprised.
wonderful. Tal Beckman, she's so high.
Oh yeah, that was a fun one to see.
Interestingly enough, I would feel, again, we talked about Taylor sort of like diverse, sort of like listening.
Oh yeah.
I say diverse, but really she's just like one of us. Like she just listens to everyone everybody
Yeah.
listens to, and that's what makes it.
The variety of people she invited to like just randomly show up
Yeah,
was so
check,
interesting.
check this out. Haley
Yeah.
Williams.
This
that's
is
what you
one of
get.
my favorites, and I'm so
Me
mad I
too.
didn't get
Already the start of such a beautiful, like, I would argue that Haley is one of the friendships that she's had sort of like in the background
Oh,
that
yeah,
has
for a
stayed
long
strong.
time.
It's just understated.
That's probably why that
Yeah.
Haley has been around so long, and Selena, because like they're just there.
They're just there, yeah. Like they're not always in the media the way, like you would say Blake Lively is always in the media with Taylor, but it's just
Yeah.
been a steady kind of thing.
Mm,
Tim McGraw,
of course, that
Mhm.
feels like it makes sense.
yeah, and they sang just to see you smile. Usher.
Listen, this was the era.
This is
Let's
the
go.
yeah era. Anybody there isn't anybody over the age of 32 that doesn't that does not know yeah by Usher.
Yeah.
People enter their wedding receptions to yeah by
Mm,
Usher
True.
after a certain age. So
Yeah.
that's how it is. My personal favorite, Sean Colvin,
Sunny came home, right?
sings Sunny Came. I am a child of Little Fair, for
Mm.
those of you who are also above a certain age. And I still live there. So that's always wonderful. Flo Rida was on.
Yep. Right round, right?
Right round. Because why the hell not? Right?
See, it's such a weird, like not weird, just such a good variety.
Right? And
Yeah.
so, and it's all over the place. And then she sort of like brings it back home a little bit with John Resnick from the Goo Goo Dolls. So for those of you who may or may not necessarily know, City of Angels, which is a huge hit. Iris was that
Mhm.
song.
Of course, you
That
Yeah.
was
No
wonderful.
precedent in that one.
Like they ran Iris to the ground, playing
Yeah.
it up, down, it's day and night. Everybody loved it. I personally
I
am
get
more
triggered.
of a fan.
I get triggered when I hear it. I'm just like,
I know. And City of Angels was just shocked. I'm like, what happened? That's not what I signed up for.
Yeah.
Anyway, trauma aside to that particular song,
I love the last two
I adore that.
in the States.
So I told you guys keep note of Biebs because Selena was actually the second
One
to
of
the
her,
last
yeah.
guest on her second to the last show.
For who? It was like early Selena too. So
And this
Disney
was early
Selena.
Selena, and she and they did Who Says,
Yeah, which I love.
which is obviously lovely.
Which
and I think,
I will come back to that in a second because I also have something to say
so
about that.
I will say this from personal experience: there is nothing quite like performing with best buds. There's nothing like it, especially because chances are, if you're performing anyway, then you share the same level of like excellence and quality and the things that you like and stuff. So, for Taylor and Selena to be on the same stage,
I know. It makes me
Ugh,
so
beautiful.
happy. And like
Yeah.
they're friends now.
which leads us to the last performer on her night, which I
Which
think
I feel
is,
like would have been
is the
iconic
end
for
of
you.
an. I feel like that was the end of a critical era in Taylor's life, where she was like, "I think I made it now, guys. I can go home." In a certain sense, you know, there are those things where you're like, you know what? If nothing else happens after this, we're good.
Mm.
I feel like this is maybe not for her, but for her dad, because James
Mm.
Taylor, of which of James Taylor
Yeah.
fame, and I think I
Yeah.
believe she's named after James Taylor.
Yes.
Yeah.
She performed Fire and Rain with him.
Which like
Uh,
I can't even
Wow.
imagine how she must have felt. It would have been like
and James Taylor is a native of the East Coast. He has a house in Martha's Vineyard. It's all very like it's
it
just
feels very right.
it screams up down
Yeah.
left and right Taylor zeitgeist. that he would fit into that because he's a legend in his own. I have grown up on James Taylor's music,
And so is Taylor. Oh,
so it's
look at that.
and Taylor, like at a Billboard, when she had received Billboard, to just tie it back to the end, when Taylor received Billboard Woman of the Year, she was talking about her dad reacting to James Taylor, and how the people's parents in the audience were sobbing like full tilt. And how her dad was just like, he just got us through it. You just don't know. He just got us through it. He just got us through so much. And here's the thing. Now Taylor knows what it's like to have people
have that feeling
about her.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good recap. How
that's a good
segue. Her dad as a James Taylor fan, named his daughter Taylor, sees daughter grow up to be the country sort of like folk singer,
and then
singing with that dude. How he's like, this man got us through so much, and Taylor now
that's so lovely. That's lovely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's gotten us through so much. So that cycle has sort of like recapitulated, and I
love that.
I love that for her and for us as fans.
Yeah.
That's
one random guest that you actually didn't mention, which is just funny because it'll just tie into like an early. B.O.B. actually was also a guest.
There you go. So
and they sang Airplanes, which I find so funny.
Which now leads to other. If there were other people I missed, please like jump in. And who are your like worthy?
I forgot to look up guests. I like watched a full recording of the tour, so I saw it. But I forgot to look up guests, so I'm just like absorbing. Like, wow.
There you go.
Which I think means we can move on to tour.
Yeah.
I do have a comment, and it kind of has to do with Selena Gomez.
Please.
Okay, so one of the things about this tour that I really love, which I did when I watched the Eras tour the first time, is the arm lyrics thing. Because this is the tour where like every stop she had like arm lyrics. And they're not all lyrics. Some of them are quotes. But like the reason I bring Selena Gomez up is one of them was a Selena Gomez lyric, and the line is from Who Says specifically, and the line is like you've got every right to a beautiful life, which is one of my favorite. But the other two quotes I want to mention is there's an Ed Sheeran one because this is around the time when they started becoming friends, and it's from Lego House.
Oh, what does it say?
It's that if things go right, we can frame it and put you on a wall. That's what she wrote. And then she had a James Taylor one, which was, wherever I am, I'll come running to see you again.
Oh my God.
Which I'm like, okay, I love this era.
Okay, here's the thing before we segue to the actual tour itself. All right. This era was particularly mired in a lot of like mental health issues for me. Which means a lot of this stuff is buried. But now that we're sort of like bringing the good stuff back up, because short-term memory and mental illness sort of like just don't go hand in hand. I just suddenly remember that Taylor Swift is everything I ever wanted to be if I ever wanted to choose like a life as a performer. Like literally everything she did during the Speak Now tour is if anybody asked like me at that age, it's like if you wanted to be like a successful artist, of all the artists in all the world, all the rock stars, U2, everybody who I love, adore, whatever, who would you want to be? I would actually say Taylor Swift. Just for those little things about the quotes and singing with people and of the things that she sung about. So Speak Now was sort of super magical for me because that was the time that sort of Alexa had moved to the States. So I was left to my Swiftiness all by myself. There was nobody else to sort of like feed me music. So I was absorbing Taylor's music like on my own, like as sort of like a fan. And so when the album comes out, I am blown away.
Yeah.
And then we find out she's touring. Oh my God.
Yeah. And it's a world tour now.
And it's a world tour.
It's not just like
So picture this. I'm going to try to channel my Sophia Petrillo, like my best. Picture this. Manila. 2000 and whatever that was.
12, I think?
Anyway.
Whatever.
So Alexa's out. I get a random text that says, "Oh, Rachel 2011. Rachel can't make it to the concert because she has to like go to prom, and Mel can't go to the concert because she has to chaperone." So our roomie Yana right now and our cousin Carmela were like, I'd say in my head they were like tiny children. Apparently they were in high school.
Yeah, they were.
But they were like so they had an extra ticket and they had nobody to go with. Can you go?
They had no chaperone.
They had no chaperone. And I'm like, is it and that was a time when it wasn't completely suspect for like a grown like dude to it wasn't like that. It didn't raise too many flags. Plus this is family, so it's fine. But it's still weird, right? Like, what's a grown-ass dude doing at a Taylor Swift concert?
That's not weird.
Well, yeah, well, you know, I have the self-awareness to I should think that's weird. You know what I mean? Like people should tell me it's fine. I should like as the way I present.
Sure.
You want to raise every single bit of caution. So, you know, and so there they are, and we're piled up in the car, and I'm like, oh my God, speak down to her. Oh, this is crazy. What am I gonna do? This is terrible. And then I'm the whole time I'm thinking, like, is it fine? Like, you know, and of course, you know, so they were there, and they were like, they had like 13.
They had the 13.
They had the 13 thing. I was wearing this. Like, that's all. Like, it's just I'm here for a good time, not a long time. And and I kid you not, halfway through the show, I'm like, is this fine? Because I have never heard so many screaming children in my entire life.
I mean,
there has never been a time, even here, like I've never heard that many in a tiny arena. And 5 seats away from me, there was this dude older than me, full on dancing with a digital camera out, just vibing. And I'm like, all right, we're good. I'm fine. This is
That's
okay.
amazing. That's like before people were doing like TikTok or Reels or anything, like videos of yourself.
This was before the Philippines had like 3G. Like there was no way you could stream anything or upload anything at this point in time.
And nobody really carried smartphones then.
And
wow, this guy was ahead of the times.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah, he was totally just like. Of course, it was digital camera, right? So he's probably gonna download it that night.
Oh God!
And have load it to his multiplier, his MySpace, whatever that was. I was at the I don't know him. I did not make friends with him because it's me. I don't make friends with people. But yeah, so there. So Kristin, you obviously watched sort of like the show. Let's you want to like kick us off and go. All right, how was your experience?
Sure. So one thing that was interesting about the like each stop that she took, it said that she actually covered a song from a local artist on each stop, which I thought was pretty nice.
That's great.
Like, talk about making somebody's town feel special. Like, she just has a knack for doing that. I loved that she is still using actors. Like, her tours are basically like a Broadway production, and I think that Speak Now was like so elevated just from Fearless, and it's not even like they were that far apart, and like the production quality was just so much better. She also did the tea parties again, which is really, again, just a really nice Taylor touch.
What a time.
Showing appreciation for her fans. So I kind of wrote down some like stream of consciousness thoughts as I was watching it.
I can't wait for it.
One of the things that just struck me the most is that I love how obvious it is that Taylor like genuinely thrives when she's performing. Like, there's just no doubt that she was born to do this. You can just see like the joy in her eyes and her face. Like, it's almost like you can tell that she feels like, I can't believe that I'm doing this. Meanwhile, she's done it so many times already. So I think that like humbleness, it just makes her relatable. And then I was like, what is this chimney sweep dance solo? Like, what's happening here?
You know what? Let's talk about that just a little bit, please. Continue.
So like that thing happens. Then she pops up with an outfit change, and I was like, oh, this has to be Mean. But then she sang our song, and I was like, oh, what a pleasant surprise. I just wasn't even thinking that at all. So yeah, I was like, I mean, then she did sing Mean right afterward. But I was like, I was surprised that she was able to take me by surprise in that moment, because I was like ready for Mean. Because she also like pulled out a banjo.
She did.
And then I am obsessed with the wedding scene for Speak Now. That was so good. Like, I feel like that song just tells such an amazing story. We'll get into that later. I love that song so much. So I don't want to say too much about it now. But the whole like scene, like you see the girl get it in the wedding dress, and she's obviously like
Yep.
high maintenance, and she's not being the nicest to her bridesmaids. So good. And then Taylor with her friends like up in the top, like talking. I just loved it. And then I loved like what?
Cool.
Those costumes.
Oh, so good. And then at the end, like, you know, when they finally do leave the church together, I love how she took that moment to like run through the crowd and to connect physically with her fans.
I love
you know,
that
we've
she's still there.
said in past ones, that's just like her. Like she loves that physical connection. And it wasn't the only time that she did it during the show either. So like you can tell that she just like, again, genuinely enjoys it, and I love it. And then, oh my God, the fireworks during Dear John. I was like, oh, that's
Every
much guys.
night.
Wow. And the ballet intro for Enchanted.
Yes. Oh, that's actually one of my favorite parts of the entire.
So beautiful. And then having said all of that, my favorite set of the concert is actually the set for Haunted.
Me too. Oh my God. Wait, listen, Haunted and that tour.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite performances I've ever seen her do.
Oh man.
I love it. I love it so much.
It was so beautiful. I was like stunned silence, like just watching.
I love Haunted.
And then my favorite outfit, I love her last outfit, the black sequin dress with the crystal guitar. That's my favorite look of the show. And then I also thought like just the stage production from Fearless of Love Story to Love Story in Speak Now was like you can't even compare.
Nope. Nope. My God.
This makes me want to watch it again.
It's so good.
The staging. So here's the thing, right? That was the height of like my divorce from theater. It was a bad breakup, and it's like we didn't know if we were ever going to be friends again. It was a whole kind of thing. So for me to see these elements, sort of like, was such a joy because I love the art form to this day. Like, there's one of my favorite art forms of all time is still going to be theater, and so for Taylor to take all of those elements and go full like speed. And so intelligently, like the way she used the lights to change backdrops, how her backdrop, like it's the walls of a tower, it's the cake, it's everything. It's such brilliant staging.
Yeah.
And with such a smaller stage, right? So seeing anything that's just like the Eras Tour is just what happens when you give her even more money. Like that's all that.
Actually,
it's like, oh, we have this much money, we're gonna like step on the floor and the whole stage is gonna crack.
That's true.
Like,
yeah, I think she's always had that theatrical performance sensibility, right? Like it's so clear watching every single tour, like starting from Fearless onwards. Even probably if we found like really early clips of her performing, there is something there. It's both a persona and also just part of who she is, because she knows you're paying to see her, right? And in the gratitude that she has for getting to do the thing she loves and to share it with people who love it just as much as she does, she's like, I think as a person who's also a fan girl, like that's just part of her personality. I feel like she's also like, what can I do that would be really cool? Like, what would surprise people, or what would make it feel like I made this worth their time. I made this like an experience versus just like, like there's nothing wrong with like a straight up concert either, right? Like there are some artists like you could literally sit down and they could just literally have a guitar and be them, like, and then perform and like worth it, like worth whatever you paid. And then there are people like Taylor who are like a different breed, where it's like, I'll do that, but on top of that, let me add some extras for you, because I think she just knows that it's a very experiential thing. And she wants you to have an experience, not just like a show. It's like, we'll do it. We'll be in it together. Like, I will take you into this.
Like an experience. She wants you to have the best experience and to feel like he has given you the most magical night of your life.
That's how it always feels.
Well, here's the deal, right? For an album that has a song as gorgeous and ephemeral as Enchanted, you better be telling a story on stage. You know what I mean?
Well, that's so
it just doesn't make sense for like a nice little mirror ball to come down and like some, half-baked, you know what I mean? Like, and here's the deal. I am so spoiled by Taylor Swift shows,
Yeah.
specifically the Eras Tour and specifically Speak Now for that matter. That I full on went to a Dua Lipa concert and I'm like, where's the story? I thought this would happen in a club. And I'm why am I expecting a story? And I could almost feel like if I had a conversation with Dua Lipa, Dua would probably look at me and she's like, dude, it's just the vibes, man. Just go with it. Like, I don't, what do you mean?
But like I said, there are some musical artists, I think, like, you're there for like their music, their vibe.
Yeah,
Cool.
exactly.
Taylor's like, you are there for the experience.
There's an experience. It's a journey. And I don't know that she ever wants to perform outside of that context.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Eras Tour alone is like 16 shows.
It's why I can't imagine her touring certain albums, because I'm like, it would either be a super, super expensive or it just wouldn't capture the intimacy that she wants.
Tortured Poets, I swear to God, Tortured Poets is going to have the same set as Prima Facie, where it's just like a library and a room and a typewriter.
I'm about to say something like random. So I don't know how well versed you guys are in the 1975. I'm not very well versed either. However,
I know more
they did
now.
they did this like tour where the whole set was like a house, right? And like it was like different parts of the house and they would like move around the house. I'm like, that's the energy that the Tortured Poets would probably have, where it's like, we'll move from this to this and this to this and this to this and tell the whole story. It's like performance art, basically, on top of being a performance.
And there's going to be a typewriter. Like that's all. That's all that I know.
It'll start with the typewriter.
It has to start with the typewriter.
With the abandoned typewriter.
Can you imagine?
In the room.
And here's the thing. Here's my theater roots coming back, and it's like the show starts, like the curtain drops, somebody leaves a typewriter on stage and exits.
Yeah.
Right? And then the band and Taylor come on.
Yeah, I see what I mean. Anyway, point being, I fully believe, like, you know, every single show tour that she has ever put on, she really plans it on that scale, where it's like storytelling, not just with her songs, but also with the staging and with like everything, the dancers, the extras that she has to come in, even her outfits. Like there's a point looking the way they do. I'm just like, okay, I'm here for
like, I think it's really fun that I don't know if it will continue with the rest of the eras, but in the Fearless tour, we get to see her like throw the chair, and in this one we get to see her like beating up the bell. So it also feels like she takes a moment to like get out aggression during every show, which is kind of like fun to watch.
I think so.
Every kind of
remember.
Like aggressive, like it's just pick like there's Angry Taylor, right? Angry Taylor is just as fun as Wine Taylor. So you know what?
Rep is just a lot of that.
Let's just go for it. I want to see it happen. Let's see what she has for us.
Yeah, this tour is so fun. It's so fun.
Yeah,
it's just like so fun.
All right. Any other thoughts on the from your end before I sort of like close us out for like the tour itself?
Are you going to mention the fact that this is the tour that has an album, like a
live
live album?
Yeah, there's a live album,
which I guess is the best way to like seg us out. Yeah, there's a version of Speak Now. I think the cover's red, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
So what they did was they sort of like photoshopped like the purple dress
into a red
dress. Or rumor has it was actually a red dress,
and they photoshopped
it. Yeah,
right.
That I did know.
So they did a version of it with live performances.
Yep.
Right. Which I also bought at the time because why not?
Yeah, of course.
And I think there's like 3 live tracks that they include that I love. Like, well, I love one of them the most.
No, fair.
And I enjoy the other 2 a lot, but there's one that I love in particular.
So let's start from like ascending order of like, okay, that was a choice.
Okay.
So she did I Want You Back. And I don't know if you saw that in your sort of like
deep dive clips.
Yeah. No,
but that was a bold choice because she did an acoustic version of the Jackson 5's I Want You Back.
Yeah.
And so what should have been like a peppy little "Oh baby give me what," it's which is sort of a nice little pop tune that you can sort of like tappy tap to. It was sort of like a earnest sort of like guitar like plea. I'm like, what's so sad?
It. Yeah.
Bold choice. It's not necessarily in the musical like sphere that I gravitate towards, but it sounded so earnest and you feel so bad. Oh baby give me. Yeah, she Taylorized it. So that was the thing. Speaking of Taylorizing things, Betty Davis Eyes.
Yes, the vocals on that one is good.
The vocals on that was pretty good.
Yeah.
And I love the way she sang that. And this was a time, and this was after a period of time in criticism where people were really sort of like laying into Taylor's like sort of like bad vocals, blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
And so for her to sort of like nail this cover and sort of like go outside of the comfort range of the songs that she's written,
Mhm.
Because arguably, and I don't do this for myself because I hate myself. You want to write songs that you can reach.
Yeah.
You want to write songs
That's
that
true,
you can
that's
do. And so for her to like nail these covers, outside of her discography is just
Mhm.
lovely.
My favorite. This one's my favorite. This
Last but
one
certainly
track.
not least,
This is the one I saw.
Yeah, drop, because this is the one I think that's in the tour that you can find on
Yeah.
YouTube. Drops of Jupiter. Okay, first of all, I really love that song in general, but then to find out that Taylor was doing it during her tour, like covering it, I was like, and she sings it so nicely, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
I love that song.
And so I have here are my two
I
notes.
have nothing to say about that, by the way.
Here are my two notes for that. So first of all, Tail and the Curly Bangs,
Mm.
gorgeous. Like this
Mhm.
is like, so like Fearless was like this, just this beautiful blonde, sort of like flowy locks of hair and whatever. Here it is more like close crop, works great with the tiny gloves. And so love that look. But then she's doing that thing where she is just listening to a bajillion people scream.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it is the exact same face she makes when she gets to the piano
Mhm.
at the Eras tour and she starts playing her
Yeah.
piano bits, and she's just like listening. And here's my theory about that, because again, we're all delusional and we think Taylor's our friend.
She is our friend.
I feel like, and as a songwriter, it's sort of like myself, you're so caught up in just shaping something into, bringing something to form.
Mhm.
And you are well aware that it is not for everybody. Like people will criticize you for things.
Oh, yeah.
And you never. So for Taylor to always have that, I feel like she has a sense of self-awareness.
Yeah.
That's why it baffles her every time that people are still yelling her name out, because she knows for a fact that doesn't happen to everyone.
Yeah.
And that could go away like that, which it did at one point.
Yeah.
And and I'll say this from now until forever for everybody that says, "Oh, she's such a fake person. She's just cruising on like whatever privilege." Yo, it is hard to fake that kind of manic enthusiasm.
Yeah.
And that, like, I almost feel like she's not like what's cool to other people. She's like, I almost feel like she's that dude who's like alien. You know what I mean? Just like, those memes where there's like stuff in the back and there's like lines to like different theories, and he's just she's like, there's gonna be like a projector, and then somebody's gonna there's fireworks,
and someone suggests something like smoke machine. Yes.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
you know what I mean? Like that's the energy.
Of course, as she got older, I feel like she's calmed down a bit about it, but not the thing.
I think she's just gotten better at like hyper focusing on specifics.
So now she's more like, I need 700,000 umbrellas. I'm sorry, just
pastel suits.
Like, how many umbrellas do you need? Yes.
Right. See.
Yeah. Just all of it. Just all. Like she's just not now. She's just more like, because she's like, I'm the boss. I don't like people have tried to tell me not to do things, and everything they told me not to do has worked brilliantly. So. And that's her thing, which now wants me to sort of like close this out. She literally dead ass started the tour. I don't know if this is captured in the videos that you saw.
I don't remember if this is the one.
And I'm sonically keyed to like my favorite songs. And at the time, Sparks Fly was still one of my all-time favorites.
I was about to say, like,
I hear the Sparks Fly riff come out. The guitar's semi-growly. It's perfect. And then I'm like, how is she? Are you going to start the song with Sparks Fly? Oh, what a great way to. And then but the curtain is still up.
Mm-hmm.
That's
you hear drop everything now, and the curtain falls at drop everything. I am hyperventilating at this point in time.
You're still hyperventilating. It's been like over 10 years, and you're still there.
It's. I would argue that next to the Eras tour, this is my favorite concert of her all time.
Yeah,
I could see that. I like how she also started by reading like the album intro, because Speak Now, I think more than any other album, really feels like a story. Like you have to listen to the full thing. Like it tells you everything. So like I like that she gave that introduction, like, thank you for coming. This is what you're about to see play out.
Ugh.
Yeah. No, I love that.
Right. So all the way to the last number of the show. And the emotion is high. Everybody does not want her to leave, but we know it's time. It's a good place to end. And she just says good night. And then she jumps off the stage. She just stage dives into the back. And it's a pretty high thing. Everyone's played long. I'm like, those were bleachers type high. Like that's not a small drop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so for her to like, I'm like, I think at that moment I'm like, I want to be this person when I grow up. That's who I want to be. I know I'm
Yeah.
older, but that's
Yeah.
everything I want
Yep.
to be.
Yep.
And what a triumph! And so I want to segue a little bit now too. So before we go into the sort of like dissecting the songs, I sort of want to
And talking
frame
about our feelings about that album,
and
because
talk
I
about
don't think
feelings.
we've actually specifically done that yet.
No, agreed. And I want to frame this body of work
Yeah.
in the light of this. So this is in the light of, so think of the meteoric rise from Fearless, right? She
From
is
Taylor.
on a high.
Yep.
Everybody seems to love her, and then the minute she gets like awarded for it, Kanye happens, and then people start criticizing her voice. People start criticizing, is she, does she have co-writers? She didn't do that all on her own.
Yeah.
Right? People started throwing rocks at things that shine. And so as a young Taylor, right? And here's the thing. She didn't have the voice that she has now.
No.
So when people ask her about like if you look at old interviews of Taylor about Speak Now, she's just basically going, oh, these were songs that I'd written at like 3 a.m. in the morning, and there was no co-writer, and so she was still sort of like trying to play the sort of like good little person who's going to stay within the lines.
Yep.
But underneath all of that, she was she was doing her best to start mirroring her detractors. She was like, look, you think I can't sing? You think I can't write by myself? You think I'm a fake doing all of this stuff? Fine.
Yeah.
Let's respond to that. And so the solution was to sort of begin to write by herself, work on her vocals, and then tour constantly. Like, there's a lot of stuff that she says in hindsight now, where she is just like, I'm going to. And in her recent interview, I think when she won, what is it, Woman of the Decade, she starts talking about how behind the scenes, I began to become a mirror for my detractors. Right, so I will do everything I can to say to prove to you that I can do the thing that you say I can't.
Yeah.
And so, and so Reputation Taylor was born behind the scenes.
Already.
The seeds. She had not hatched yet from her egg of
incubation period.
It was from her snaky little egg until finally the creature emerges. But on that note, there was I'll end with this, and then you guys can say what you guys think. But
just think, okay.
Because the biggest inspiration was that she had actually, and I lost my train of thought. Where are my notes here? Yeah.
Is this where you were at?
Yeah. So yeah.
I mean, you're saying we can react to the inspiration.
The inspirations, yeah. Like, what did you guys read about her? Like,
I mean, I honestly, most of what I read was very similar to yours, and I think in a lot of ways, I thought, in hindsight, and maybe not even at the time consciously, but like in hindsight, it was really, it was both impulsive but very brave of her to do that. You know what I mean? To be like, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I am gonna respond to this the way I know how, which is like processing my feelings through songs, and then dropping this album. And it's interesting because I'll talk more about this when we talk about like the album as a whole, like in general, and like how we felt about that. But yeah, I love that theme, that Speak Now theme, kind of permeates the whole album. Yeah. Like whether it is a good kind of speak now or a not so great situation that you have to speak now about.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll talk a little more about how I feel about the album in a bit, because I feel like that makes more sense to talk about, like, not inspiration wise. But yeah, most of what I know is also mirrored by what Macky already mentioned. And, there were just a lot of people saying a lot of things. And that definitely has something to do with like her being young and being so successful and being female. Like, it's almost the same energy that still happens to date with her, but also in similar things that are like woman led. Yeah. Romance gets the same sort of rap where it's like, this can't possibly be that successful or that good. And it's like, it gets dismissed as something that's not, has like no substance. Trick or a fluke. It has no substance. It's fake. It's an entire, like, made up thing that will crumble if I pull,
as opposed to it's the results
and it's just like
of the merit of somebody working really hard doing the thing.
Exactly. That's the thing. For anyone who's like in her fan base, like we know, like we can see it so clearly.
We were there.
Like we were there already. And like even in hindsight now, when we look back, we're like, yeah, from Fearless to this, it was already quite the leap, Yeah. And like it kept going after that. But it's just interesting that, people talk and throw rocks at things that shine.
Yeah, they do.
Love
So
to.
it's just it's an interesting era for her because it's the first time she's starting to find the beginnings of her voice. I want to say
Yeah.
like even more so,
Yeah.
like she's down on that, you know.
Yep.
Mhm.
And again, this is like the young adult Taylor era when everyone is in there like we're exploring who we are and trying to figure that out. And in her
Yeah.
case, it's interesting because like there is a core Taylor personality wise, and then there's all these musical things that she wants to explore,
Mhm.
and they're still her. They're just different parts of her, which is
Yeah.
what I think a lot of people outside of her fan base think about too often. Because I'm like,
Mhm.
it's not that she's not that person or she never was that person or she's faking being that person. It's like this is one part.
Yeah.
Like this is not all of it. It's one part. It's like
Right.
Tortured Poets. Like this is why I'm like, this is not her entire personality right now, even though it's ours, you know?
Yeah.
Like this is
Yeah.
like part of who she is. But she's also, based on her shorts, for instance, she's still like, you know, I'm cozy. I'm at home. I like doing these different hobbies. Like I'm like
Yeah.
complete contrast to what Tortured Poets is, you know?
Yeah.
So I think this is the beginning of when she's really like, let me show more of myself, but I'm only going to show you this one part right now, you know? Anyway, what do you think, Kristen? Like inspiration wise, how did you find anything else that you feel like we need to?
I read like what she said her direct inspiration was. I don't know if you're going to touch on that too.
I think you should do it.
But she basically said that like, you know, the album was inspired by Speak Now or Forever Hold Your Peace. It's your last
Yep.
chance for protest.
Yeah.
She said that people hesitate in real life so often instead of bursting into churches like they do in movies for fear of saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. And she instead has begun to fear letting that moment pass without saying anything. So she said that these songs are like open letters made up of things that she didn't say in the moment. And each is written with a specific person in mind, and it's telling them what she meant to tell them in person. So just like encouraging people to speak now. And I like that she did say, like, you know, even though I'm saying that you should say what's on your mind, if you're really feeling something, you also don't want to be mean and you don't want to look back and regret what you said. So speak now, but speak now kindly.
Beautiful.
Yes, I love that. That's actually very her.
That was actually also the point that I lost. Thank you for finding it.
There you go.
It's letters. All the songs are letters. Letters to peoples.
There
All
we
right.
go.
And
We're
on
back.
that note,
Album time.
album time. Okay, but before that, now it might be a good time to also maybe take a short bathroom
wait.
break.
One more thing. Can I just say? Sorry.
Yes.
Looking at my notes. So I would say like the one good thing that Scott Borchetta actually did is that early on, Taylor had wanted this album to be called Enchanted, but Scott didn't like it, and he told her that this album isn't fairy tales and castles, and she's being more mature, and she needs to think about that. And he thought that it should be called Speak Now, and that's
I'll give
how
him
they
some
landed
credit.
on Speak Now.
He can have credit for that.
All right, no, he can take that one. That one was fine. And Speak Now makes infinitely more sense.
Yeah,
Because it's not
Enchanted would have no. I mean, like I love Enchanted, but
Enchanted's like the one song that was magical. Like
no, that's a lie. You're forgetting Long Live.
no,
Yeah.
like it's magical.
Oh, In Love. Yeah.
It was the one magical in love, like
Yes,
romance story.
that's
Because Long
true.
Live is more than just like it's
Well, we're gonna get to all of that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, time for a tiny break.
A tiny break. So we will
Well, we're doing very well on time, I must say.
I know.
Yeah, we are. I had a feeling this one would be shorter.
Yeah. Despite the fact that it's entitled Speak Now and we've been chatting about so many things.
Yeah.
So we're gonna give ourselves how many minutes?
I don't know. How many do you think is a good 10? 5?
I don't
Kristen,
really
you wanna
need
do
that. I don't really need that much time, so I'm good with whatever you guys want.
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay. That
Okay.
works.
Sounds
All right.
good.
Okay.
All righty. So you guys can enjoy this.
Have fun with that.
That's so good. Shall we?
Time to resume. Oh, why do I not hear anything?
Is Kristin on mute?
Are we on mute?
Are we on
No,
mute?
I'm on mute.
For a second, I was like, who's on mute?
There
right
we
now?
go.
I still think it was funny to see the speak now.
That was great. That's arguably my
Oh, look who's here.
Hey Rach.
That's
Good
like
morning.
the perfect set of emojis.
We were totally talking about you the entire time. Like
I
literally.
feel like I haven't gone a show without mentioning one of them.
That's true.
It's okay. The next show is Mel's.
Well,
'cause-
you guys have all like shared it for so long, so it makes sense.
So here's the thing, right? We this is the only family I know that does a full-on listening party across like continents, where when
Oh
a
my
Taylor
God.
Swift
We're about to
album
get into that.
drops,
Yeah, we did that for Speak Now.
we did that for Speak Now. We just
And
like,
in fairness, that was probably the most iconic one because we were all together. Everyone was present for that one, like physically present in the room.
And that was arguably the best, and we'll get into that. The best listening party this family has ever
Oh, you
had.
mean because of the tears that were shed?
Just so many tears, so many tears. Anyway,
That was so funny though. I just remember that you and Rachel instant. It was like
we'll tell the hilarious story of that when we get to the Taylor's version.
Yeah.
But for now, we take ourselves back to 2010 when this album dropped and the world went crazy, and the song "Mine" was the first song on the album.
Oh, I thought we were going to talk about general thoughts on the album first, like
general thoughts on the album first. Yes,
like overall.
Yes,
and like your feelings if you listen to the original versus the Taylor's, because there's definitely a difference between those two things. Oh, anyway, I guess I will do it first. Yeah. This is like, for me, this is still pretty early on in my Taylor fandom life, because like Fearless was really the era where I had gotten super into her music and, you know, become a real fan of her. I like that this one, much like all the other albums, still carries like the same Taylor Swift vibes, which is like storytelling, literary references, you know. I like that this one feels more like an anthology than Fearless did, because Fearless is weird. Well, not weirdly. Fearless is a little bit more cohesive for me somehow. Like, I don't know what it is about Fearless, but everything just kind of sounds like it belongs to the same story or same series. Whereas like with Speak Now, it feels like an anthology because it is, like you guys said, letters to different people. And that comes across very clearly sonically. It comes across very clearly in terms of like the like lyrics and the music. I think it's like, it's like early folklore. I don't know why it keeps coming back to folklore for me, where it's like she's telling stories with every song again. And it's not one story and it's not 1 year. It's like, it is 1 year, but like, you know, it's like different kinds of stories and different perspectives. She's a lot cheekier in this album and a lot more blatant about her sass and her commentary on other people's actions.
She comes out swinging. How's that?
Yeah. I was trying to be diplomatic, but sure.
No. It's just facts.
It is really impressive that, again, she's like involved in the writing of every song. Some of them she wrote by herself.
All of them, right?
All of them. Well, I don't know. Did she write all of them herself, or were there some?
The original drop. All of it
right.
herself,
the original 16, I want to say, tracks.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That was all her.
All good. And
to
then
make a point.
Singing wise, this album has always been interesting to me because it's such a challenge to sing for me.
It's a hard album
because I'm like, there's so many words and the tempo so fast and you're like just trying to keep up with everything. So I really find it impressive watching the tour because I'm like, you're singing all of these songs back to back to back and there's so many words and you're dancing and you're running around on this. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot. And I'm like, good for you. Like you definitely proved those detractors wrong. It's interesting too because like hearing the Taylor's version of it, it always feels super significant to get her version as an adult because a lot of the ways her voice has changed since, a lot of the, I guess, new sensibility she adds to the nuances of the tracks because, you know, you're older, you've had years go by since that initial event happened and maybe other things are informing those events. Like, you know, there are certain people maybe you feel more strongly about. Maybe there are others where you're kind of like, like this was a situation and I can now separate myself from it, you know? So it's so beautiful. Some of the songs that I didn't, and we'll get to that, some of the tracks that weren't necessarily my favorite originally, listening to them on Taylor's version, I'm like, it just hits different. Yep. It just hits different. And then the ones that already hit once, just like sucker punch, like KO'd me. You know what I mean? Yep. Basically overall vibes. Like I really love the Taylor's version of this album. Like, especially because I also love all the vault tracks, which we will also get to.
Yes.
It's so good. It's so good. I know this for Kristin is probably one of the ones that she listened to right after she got back into the fandom again, right? Because Midnights was sort of where you were like, I'm deep diving into this, and then I think was the next one that came out, right?
Yeah, so 1989 was like when I started being a casual Taylor fan, and Midnights is when I started becoming an insane Taylor fan.
Sure. Yeah.
So Speak Now Taylor's version is the first album that I was like really, really excited, like looking forward to the release of. And I think that might also be like why this one holds a special place in my heart. This is one of my favorite albums of hers, which I hadn't expected because I tend to like her newer stuff. But like going back has been such a gratifying experience. And like I loved Speak Now before we went and did Debut and Fearless. So I was also like really excited to get to this show.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have like similar feelings to you. I feel like this album is more pop country, and this is like really like where we're kind of seeing a transition in her music. And I also feel like it's a much more mature album. I think she is very honest, very raw, very unfiltered. And I think that she has the space to do that because she is the sole writer.
Yes.
And that like when I was writing this, it made me feel the way that I felt listening to Tortured Poets, how I'm like, she's so honest and so just telling us everything. I feel it's funny that you said that. So like, while I agree that I do feel like this is an anthology, I actually feel like this album is a cohesive story, and I feel like you have to listen to it from beginning to end. Like it's hard to just listen to one song. I feel like you need the whole like picture. And I would say like for me, like because we always relate things to books. For me, like this is Taylor's like coming of age album.
Yes, that's how it feels for me too.
I like that.
So yeah, I love it so much.
No, yeah, I mean it's now it's in like she's starting to tell like college like
it's
level.
like the post high school it's going into college.
Yeah, this is post high school into college, moving out,
everything.
yeah, all that kind of good stuff. No,
Yeah.
I feel like for me, like as and yes, absolutely agree with everything. The only thing I have to add to like what everybody says here is that what I've noticed is that based on the journey, right, all of the fame and then the accolades and then the terrible relationship like endings that happened prior, plus the criticisms and the whatever. This is like Speak Now feels, especially with the tour, feels like a moment. It's like the return of the Queen.
Yeah.
It's like she goes through that entire cycle of just how terrible things are, and then she finds her center in a personal sort of like album that is airing out all of the things that sort of she went through. The fact that she was able
to, because royalty is associated with purple.
I mean, it's so good, right? And you know, to the point where even at this point in time, and this is the proper response at the time was to sort of like go easy on her or on Kanye, right? And sort of like go, look, I like at the time it didn't feel as malicious as what it had become. It just felt like a misplaced sort of like thing at her expense. So for her to respond with kindness and write about that, even sort of like an open letter, you know, so for her to sort of like, for me, like one of the notes that I like writing here is that this is Taylor finding her center and a perfect sense of balance that'll allow her the strength for her next big leap. Like this is her grounding herself and going, look, this is all the stuff that happened to me that I lost along the way. This is how we regain all of that and I become me again. And which ties perfectly with your thing about her going, this is her, you know, coming of age.
Yeah.
And this is her.
Yeah, that actually is true.
This is her coming to grips with, oh, this is what adulthood is like. Crap. All right. In response, I shall write all the songs myself, sing better than I ever have, and get the stamina to do the best show anybody has ever seen on this planet. Beating all of my old records and not giving a crap what anybody thinks. And she did. Oh my God.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So there. So shall we then move on?
My favorite part of our shows.
To the dissection. All right. So by raise your. I almost want to do this like raise your hand if you were personally victimized by mine.
Me. Oh my god.
That means you're going first. All right, here you go.
So rude.
So please tell us, show us in the lyrics where it hurt you.
Okay.
Where does it hurt in the lyrics? Point to the lyrics that murdered you on the spot.
Okay,
So
hold
we
on.
can-
I have to take out my notes.
So we
for
can
that
take it to court and like put it in lyric jail for being destructive. And
one. I mean, let's be
mean.
real. Like, there's no actual literary tie in this one, but I swear to you, it gives me love story energy.
oh,
Just like a modern day version of it.
it's
Yeah.
love story. It's love story in like contemporary American college.
I mean, like, okay, my two favorite lines of the song, and this was actually a little hard for me because I really love the song in general. It was one of the ones where I'm like the entire song, but like the two lines that always stand out to me are like, "I was a flight risk with the fear of falling, wondering why we bother with love if it never lasts." And you made a rebel of a careless man's careful daughter.
Come on,
You are the best
Those
thing that's
are
ever been.
literally the exact two
And
lyrics that I have picked out too.
Come on,
Because it's like just those two lyrics. That's the whole story. It's the entire
Yeah.
story. It's bookended in that song, and it's just so clever because it's so clever. And then what the thing is, it doesn't only sound good and it doesn't only have great lyrics. The music video adding context to it.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, girl, please don't. Like it's enough. I'm gonna be. I'm already decimated. This is not helping. I'm like, oh my god.
So I'll just say two things, and then Kristin, you can close this out unless Alexa wants to like rant more because you showed.
Oh, we have a lot of stuff. I have.
I
Do
feel
you
like, yeah,
notes
I feel
on
like
mine?
a good amount written for this one.
Clearly.
This is going to be a short one. All right, let's see how
Okay, you can go first then.
No. I just
Kristin
want to
can
interject two things. The one thing I want to interject is a lot of parent issues, a lot of parental issues here. A lot of so obviously the
we'll
dad.
come back to that in a
So
second.
obviously the dad, like
Yeah.
it's getting such a clear picture of these two people were screwed up. I don't want that to happen to us. It's so specific.
Yep.
And here's the
Yeah.
thing: so many people sort of like grow up thinking, yeah, not this, what I
Yeah,
mean, just
yeah.
anything but that, and sort of we're so formed by that kind of thing. So for her to like call that out so well, I'm like, girl, don't. Why are you in my house? Get out of my house. Like it's a whole thing. And then there's a word in the Filipino language that translates across several dialects called the word is kilig. There's no real English translation.
Yeah, it's really
for it
hard to
because
actually
because depending on the context you use it, it's anything from butterflies in the stomach to
very
like
giddy, like warm fuzzy
giddy, warm,
feelings.
fuzzy to very oh my god, like just like I'm about to
mean
do
a lot of
something. I'm
things.
about to do and say something very inappropriate because you're so awesome. You know what I mean? Like it's any one of those things. That last POV, I call it a pseudo POV change because she starts quoting him when you said it's a Taylor Swift it's a songwriting hat trick where you just change the lyrics of the last chorus to bring the story home. She changes POV by quoting him, and he goes, "You are the best thing that's ever."
Not me getting emotional.
like just like.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to dry heave and throw up or just like cry from just how
I'm just like cheering now.
just oh my god, like no, we're dead like
I'm
that.
already dead.
There's
We're
just
only
something
in the
so
first
visceral just to say how we were loved when we were children. It just how she had to work for it. No, I'm kidding. We love our parents, but there's just something about like being just like that kind of hopeless romantic where you're like, oh, he does love her. Like, it's just a whole
so hard. Okay.
right. It's
Yeah.
so bad. Like and I say raise your hand if you've been personally
I'm like I'm
victimized.
already tearing.
I've been personally victimized by this last chorus. So you know
That's
what?
fair.
Yeah,
and
like
it's so funny
to
because
the
haven't
like
even.
this is like I have like it's you know what I mean. Like that's you can't manufacture that.
Mhm.
Trust me, I was in theater.
Mhm.
You can't just you can't unless you have a. So there's
Yeah.
something so beautiful about that last
Yeah,
song.
I
Anyway,
really
so-
love mine. Can you tell?
So that's it for me. We'll go back to you, and this one's probably going to close it up. But Kristin, please.
No, I'm sure Kristin probably has the
Where's
same
your
notes. I'm
rant?
gonna guess.
Let's go. Let's
she
see
probably
how
has the same
let's
notes.
see how the notes go like line up.
Oh gosh, so I have a lot. Okay. So agreed. Love the progression of the story. Love how she starts guarded but comes around and allows herself to feel love. This one feels more mature and more grounded in reality than like previous romanticized versions of love, but it still holds
Oh,
on
yeah.
to the hope of it all.
Yeah,
Um,
Ugh,
love this.
Good
I
old
think
man.
like also like I like that we like right off the bat see Taylor maturing. She's talking about having a drawer of things at this guy's place,
Yeah,
which is
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
like a subtle way of shedding like that innocent image. Like she's not flat out saying like what's going on, but she's probably sleeping over if she has a drawer there.
Yeah,
um
it's not an emergency bag.
yeah. For this is the first single from the album. And a bootleg version of the single was released online. So this single actually dropped 12 days earlier than it was supposed to, so that fans wouldn't have to listen to the low quality MP3 that leaked. Which Taylor's very like particular, obviously, about her music. It's her lifeblood, and she doesn't want someone to experience something in the way that she doesn't intend it to be experienced.
Yeah.
I think so. This one is like about her tendency to run from love. Let's see. So this was around the time that Taylor's parents got divorced, which is likely why she was having these kinds of feelings. And she said the song is about meeting someone and hoping that they could convince you that love will work out. And Taylor told Rolling Stone that the song was sparked by nostalgia about a boy that she had a crush on who put his arm around her by the water. And it's about what it would actually be like if she let her guard down. And she later said that he emailed her the day that the song was released. And she said that she felt good knowing that she'd been direct enough and that he knew that it was about him.
Wow.
Yeah, isn't that cool? This song won for Video of the Year at the 2011 CMT Awards, and there is also speculation that this song could have been about Corey Monteith or Lucas Till. And also interesting, this is Taylor's only song that was covered on Glee.
Interesting.
Didn't know that part, but
yeah. And then the liner note, the code was Toby.
Yeah.
And that was the actor in the music video. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, so first thing that I noticed about the music video is that I have only listened to Speak Now, Taylor's version, so there was a clear difference in the vocals from what I was used to hearing on the album to what was the music video.
Yep.
But I love the premise of her like seeing the whole future work out, like right in front of her eyes after meeting this waiter. I love that it was filmed in Portland, Maine, which is a place that I like to visit. It was co-directed by Roman White, who did You Belong With Me in 15. And the reason that she picked Toby Hemingway as the male lead is she said that she loved his movie Feast of Love, but what really made her pick him is that in his movie The Covenant, the first time that he appears on screen, he's wearing a sweatshirt with the number 13 on it, which is obviously Taylor's lucky number.
Yeah. That and you're like, bet.
I love that.
Yeah. I love this song.
I love the video too. I just like the storytelling in it. It's also I think it's the first one that she co-directed or directed or got really directly involved with that. I think, if I remember correctly. But I love the aesthetic of the video too. Like just the whole look of it, from like her in the cafe to like her daydreaming this entire life, which, by the way, first appearance of Taylor as a mom in this video again. Which was so wholesome. But the the two other things I low-key love about it are like, I love the photos hanging in the woods and like just walking through them.
That is by far my favorite.
I love that so much. I love it.
And again, I also white dress in the woods, but totally different vibe than the other video.
Yeah, but still white dress in the woods.
Yeah.
I actually love all her clothes in this one too. Like every single outfit she wears in that video, I'm like, I would wear that. I probably have worn that.
Yeah.
I've definitely had it in my closet at some point. I'm like, this all seems oddly familiar.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I love it. And like that video is, again, this album actually has some of my favorite music videos from her, because like most of them complete bangers. I love it. The only other thing I know is that the person who plays the younger version of herself is Jacqueline Jarrett. She is the daughter of a professional wrestler. And I think another one of that girl's friends is also in the video.
Like Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah. I like how you actually know this.
Who
he is, because I don't.
Like my age, at the time, we went through a when it was still called the WWF.
Yeah.
We went
That's
through,
fair. That's fair.
I just can't remember for the life of me what Jeff Jarrett's wrestling name was.
I'm sure it'll come to you at some point.
Eh.
The only other thing I want to mention about this song is like we in Fearless specifically, we were picking up on like motifs, right? Like words that repeat, themes that repeat.
Yeah.
And this one, the only one that really stands out to me is the 2:30 a.m. because once again, we're in between the hours of 1 to 3 in the morning. I'm like, this is just gonna keep running until midnight, my dude.
Oh my God.
Does it say what it is?
No, yeah, please keep going.
But yeah, and of course it's like the small town energy because that's a Taylor thing too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really mind. Like it legitimately every time I hear that beginning, that I just have to hear the first couple notes and I'm like,
it's usually
it's like a deer in headlights moment, right? It's like
yeah, I can tune out and dissociate up until that last chorus. When that last chorus hits, I am dead.
Complete opposite.
I don't even need to hear the rest of it because I know what the rest of it is. So, it's terrible. But yeah, no.
Love mine. Love it.
So can you imagine like? So this is a time where there's no streaming, and I didn't have any. So I get the album for the first time. I start playing mine, and I'm like, oh, what is this? Just first song out the gate. I'm like, what? So yeah, so that was my experience. Shall we move on to the next thing? That
Sorry, I'm already laughing because of what it is. It's really rude of her to put them back to back.
It's
I'm just
so rude.
Say.
It's like there's only so much a heart can take, right? So we're gonna go Sparks Fly. Kristin, do you feel like you want to kick this off?
Sure. So the first thing that struck me about the song is that we immediately have more allusions to rain.
Yes.
And that is also one of my favorite lyrics. The way you move is like a full-on rainstorm and I'm a house of cards. Perfection. I really love this song as well. This song, I think it's so cool. So Taylor had performed this song and her fans really loved it. She said, I think that when she had her 13-hour meet and greet that turned into a 15-hour meet and greet, people kept asking her like about this song because they loved it that much. So she said that, you know, if people kept asking about it, she felt like she had to listen to the fans, and that's why she put it on this album. This one is also, again, more mature. She talks about being touched and being better than he imagined she would be.
Yep.
And my other favorite lyric is, I'm captivated by you, baby, like a fireworks show. And then also, because I had three, I couldn't pick between the three of them. My other favorite lyric is, give me something that'll haunt me when you're not around.
Yes.
Amazing. So as I said, first performed back in 2008, and the chorus stayed the same, but she actually changed some of the verses. And one of the most notable changes is that she changed the eye color from brown to green. People think that it was written about Jake Owen, who was a country music star that she performed with in Portland in an empty-ish bar.
Right.
Yeah.
Hidden,
and
because that's the
lyric. Yeah, and then the liner note is Portland, Oregon.
Yes, that's that, which would kind of make sense as to why people would theorize like
Right.
that being like you said so many of my favorite lines. I'm just like, yes, same.
Yeah,
same.
I was like, I can't pick like all three of these.
You know, I actually really love that it comes back to back with mine, because there's also a line in the song where it's like, I'm on my guard for the rest of the world, but with you, I know it's no good. And they just, it connects.
Being guarded in the first three songs on this album.
Right? It's like, it's so perfectly tied to that. And I really love it. It's funny because like my reaction to the song is like, I know it's a crowd favorite. You know what I mean? Like, not just because personally I know enough people who are like, oh my God, but like, I know, like it is the song that if you hear it, it's also very iconic. The beginning, it's like just hearing that beginning riff, you're like, you're like, excuse me, my attention has been caught.
No,
Thank you.
I love that so much.
Again, motifs, rain, fireworks, haunting, electricity. These are like things that will pop up in some of her other songs. One of the other lines I really like is I'll run my fingers through your hair and watch the lights go wild. Just keep on keeping your eyes on me. It's just wrong enough to make it feel right. And I'm like, You know what? I'm here for whatever love story this is.
But doesn't this scream YA romance?
It
though?
does.
Yeah,
Like-
exactly.
Your romance. Let's go.
Because like Taylor's like earlier songs kind of almost felt like the borderline of like middle grade romance and like the
Yeah, it's very like younger teen.
yeah,
romance.
and
Like your first love.
and then the youngest side of like the
Yeah.
YA spectrum. Here we're like all the dials all the way to the right.
Yeah, you're like seniors in high
Yeah.
school or like
Yeah.
freshmen. In
It's
college.
Like
also
it's like
the earlier stuff was like, in my opinion, more like romanticized of like, this is my idea of love from movies. And this album feels more like these are now experiences that I've had, so I can convey them more realistically.
yeah, it's so much more grounded in reality.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good way. of
Without losing the magic.
Yes. The only other thing I will say about this is like the music video is basically just tour footage, right? That's compiled.
Yeah.
And you see her singing Sparks Fly. I was like, the only thing I have to say about this is like, I'm still mad I wasn't at this tour. That's literally it. My only reaction to this video is like, couldn't be there, so.
You
I
should.
love that it had like a kind of like a compilation of all of the times that she was performing in the rain too. That was beautiful.
Not a
Truly,
stranger to
truly.
performing in the rain. That one, no,
Mhm.
so good. So
So,
good.
how are you doing?
Oh, you know, I already told everybody. Like, I already
You
like
dropped everything
my
now,
out of
sorry.
body experience when I'm like she's gonna drop the curtain when she sings. And she did. She totally dropped.
I just love that
everything.
like you just went incoherent
Yeah,
there
no,
for like
because
a few
that's
seconds.
because that's the only way I know how to communicate that without filtering it to a clinical. I really like the experience. Like that's there's no in between really. So the only thing I will say about this is that I feel like Taylor's. So I feel like there are two kinds of Taylor Swift songs
Okay.
that you can do. There are the full specific stories where you're like, oh, this is a story. There's
Okay.
names, there's people.
Mhm.
You can't call them tropes or templates
Sure.
because August is a person. You know what I mean? Like she's real, and she was hoping for the, she was
Living
there
for the hope
she
of
was
it
living
all.
for the hope of it all.
Yeah.
As opposed to Sparks Fly could be anyone.
I love that. It's like self-insert.
I'm calling these
Yeah.
story trope templates
Oh, I love that.
because
Yes.
because they've
Yes.
just compared to her story trope templates from Debut and Fearless, these have become more potent because, like Kristin said, there's a maturity to it. It's more grounded in reality, and it doesn't scrimp on.
I really like that.
Yeah, it's a story. Which means you can insert people, characters, ship anybody you want. Sparks Fly could be about your favorite ship today with just
Yeah.
the right amount of information. So
Mhm.
as a story trope template, it's arguably one of my favorites. Sonically, this is the start of like grunge, like this is the grungiest, country pop you'll ever get from Taylor before full on grunge.
We're about to get
we'll go against it. And I'm living for it. So that's my deal with Sparks Fly. I feel like this is a story trope template that could, like, one alternate universe goes to mine
yeah.
because you guarded. So I like that.
Yeah. I like your other note though, the very first one, because that's actually such an interesting note.
And then, as I mentioned,
I'm cheating basically by looking at it.
no,
But I really want him to say this one because I didn't think of it, and it's actually.
And I mentioned this like maybe a couple of shows ago, but so Taylor likes to, I feel as an artist, likes to revisit ideas because she's a wordsmith. That's what she does. She loves words. So it's really something, right? You see that lyric in Fearless.
In the bridge.
In the bridge.
Yeah, it's really. Oh.
Yeah,
I'm just like,
right.
I love this
So
note so
because
much.
I feel like as a songwriter, you fixate on ideas.
Yeah.
You can build an entire, or you want to build an entire song on just the one line, like "Speak Now and Forever Hold Your Peace." So
Yeah.
I feel like Taylor is saying, "Oh, that's really something. It's really something." You're so wordless about. And with Fearless, it's that kind of like magic of, oh my God, we're driving. It's really something. Now it's like you. What's the lead into Sparks? You touch me once.
And it's
So
really something.
notice how it's grown up, where it's
Yeah.
the first, it's flawless.
Now it's like
really
you
something.
touch me once.
It's still contact, but it's like the kiss. Here it's like you touch me once. Like, where did he touch, girl?
Name, this is very unspecific. Tell us.
And she's like, I'm not gonna tell you, but it was something. and we know what that is. That's gorgeous. It's real. It's visceral. It's it's crazy. And so for her to like allude to that,
I just really love that. I love that.
and yet it's still magical.
Yeah.
It
Her
doesn't,
metaphors in this one are
it
so.
doesn't lose the magic of
So
it really so it was something, because there is magic in all these forms.
Yeah.
She's just alluding to different kinds of magic. So
Yeah.
it was fun.
I think you should do the next one because
okay, so Kristin, unless you had anything else, so
Nope.
you mentioned the connection between being guarded in this, because I feel like this story trope template could have been like point A, and
Yeah.
one universe would have been mine.
uh-huh.
The
Mhm.
other universe could have been she stayed guarded,
Mhm.
and it's December, which is
Let's
the next
go.
song. Because while we all know this was obviously inspired by
He
Tay,
got one of the nicest songs, I will tell you right
He
now.
did. And he's
Inspired
one
by
of the
Tay.
only people who has like confirmed that it's about
Yeah.
him. Because why wouldn't he?
Warn me.
Flattering
good.
song.
And Taylor, and I remember this. Taylor, she says this spiel. She goes. When she plays the tour, she does it on the piano. First time I ever saw her play on the piano. I'm like, oh my god, it's Taylor on the piano. What's happening? And so there, my little thing, dude with the camera over there too, right? And then she begins to say that sometimes people do like terrible things to you, and you have to forgive them. But then there are times when you're the one who's probably done something hurtful, and so it would be like if I was going to say something to that person, and I'm like, oh, is she publicly apologizing? And so there's a lot of that meta thing going on for it. And so
Yeah.
she's very, very upfront about I was less than kind. I was not good to
She said that in interviews too.
Yeah.
Like,
And so this is about that. And
it's an
so,
apology song, basically.
Yeah, it's an apology. And so with lines like you gave me roses and I left them there to die. What it's like, this is a class in accountability, I find, where it's not just like sorry you feel, it's not a sorry you feel that way. It's like, no, I did this. And this is
sorry to like jump in here, but again, roses. Tortured Poets Department, Clara Bow, she was picked like a rose, and once you pick a rose, it dies. That reminded me of this lyric.
Yeah. Oh, so good. So good. There you go. I love that. Now this is like way into the future. It's
still there.
It's so good. It's
you know what line hurts just as much as the roses line?
God.
The one where she goes, you gave me all your love and all I gave you was goodbye. I'm like,
Yeah.
excuse me, that really makes me so sad.
And there's no like, because I did this, because there was no justification at all of why she did. It's like, you know what? This is what I did. What a beautiful, beautiful way to.
It's a really beautiful apology song, to be honest, because it's like it's honoring it.
Yeah,
but at the same time, I'm owning up to the fact like it was me. Like,
there's no excuses. There's no because no. It's like, no, I did this.
Yeah, and like there's a sincere regret there, like because she's like, now I'm getting older and I know better. I'm like, I shouldn't have done it that way.
Right. It's again like showing maturity that she is, taking accountability for her part and everything.
Yeah, I really love that. Before we talk about the music video, just random motifs. Birthday is mentioned in this one, which comes up a lot in other songs in the future. She talks about birthdays. In September. Those are also other things that will eventually get mentioned in other places.
Speaking of September, so she says like, wait, let me find the exact
lyric. Yeah, go for it.
Where is it? Okay. And how you held me in your arms that September night, the first time you ever saw me cry. The VMAs with Kanye was in September. Yeah.
Yep.
You know what I appreciate about that, by the way, side note, is you know how like Taylor Lautner later on, he was like, he also wishes that he could have reacted better. To like that whole, because he like in his mind he was like, oh, I guess this is part of the show.
Yeah, like,
and to be fair, he was young too, so like he probably was like overwhelmed, equally overwhelmed. But I was like, I thought that was nice that he was also like, he owned up to that too. Like, I wish I could have done something or done something different. Which I'm like, you two wholesome people, just be wholesome to each other. That's fine. I'm happy for you.
Also, before we like move on to the music video, I felt like I had like a epiphany moment listening to this in certain lyrics, and I want to see if you guys ever like picked this out too, because I just like kind of stumbled about this. So in most of Taylor's songs so far that we've gone through on Debut and Fearless, Taylor is always like, the guy is always in the driver's seat in the songs. Like we have in our song, she's sitting in the passenger seat. In Picture to Burn, he won't let her drive the car. Like, the man is always there. And then in this song, she says she's watching him laughing from the passenger side, which could be interpreted as he, she's
He's
on the passenger
driving.
side watching him laugh. But I feel like it can also be interpreted as she's in the driver's seat of this relationship and he's watching him there.
That
I don't
is
know. I was
good.
like, I wonder if anyone else has like, I mean, I'm sure other people have like thought of this, but
No,
I just,
I love
was
that.
No,
thinking, like,
I
on
personally
repeat,
thought-
and it just like came to me.
No, I love that.
No headcanon.
I love that.
That's
I'm headcanoning that now
yeah,
too.
that's my headcanon.
Like I love that. I did not think of it, but I love that perspective. Now I'm just never going to hear that part and not think of it that way.
I mean,
Yay.
she
I
in the driver's
also
seat.
kind of feel like this one is like already like kind of referential to mine. Because she says like she wishes that she realized when she had him, and then and like being a flight risk and whatever, and then in this one, she ended it. Like you said, it's like the other timeline.
Yeah,
The
it's an alternate
alternate
universe,
timeline.
right?
Yeah.
It's an alternate universe, right? Her
But
tiny little if then.
can we just talk about the music video now for a second?
Yes,
You know what I
thought of this too.
really love about that video? I love that the director was like, we are going to run with this cold, wintry, melancholy theme. Like, because it suits the song so perfectly, because
Absolutely.
obviously direct allusions, right? But I just love that the feeling of the video is the exact feeling of the song too.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so, I don't know. It's very cinematic. It's very like, it's a little different from how she does the other videos. I don't know. There's something about the way it's colored for me.
Yeah.
Makes it feel more like nostalgia, but in the nice light. Because there's like, you can color things where it's nostalgia and it's kind of like raw, which happens in another video later on. But like this video, it's like, it's very dreamy. Like there's a really dreamlike quality to the way that it's portrayed. And I'm just like, I am in love with the fact that they were like, we're going to keep going with this imagery. Like we're going to stick it with the melancholy winter vibes.
Yeah, it's despair, but pretty. Like it's
pretty much. That's literally, it's like, and then like, I like the parallel symbolisms because there's like two storylines. Well, like two POVs running, right? There's the guy's POV and then there's Taylor's POV. And like you see certain elements like showing up in each of their parts. And I'm like, oh, like the bags and the letter.
I feel like there's so much. Well, I felt like there was like good symbolism. And then I also feel like the fashion tells a story because, this guy is left out in the cold. He's outside walking in the cold. He's all bundled up. He's hurt. He's protecting himself with all of these layers. And Taylor, on the other hand, is pretty bare. She's like wearing tank tops. She's kind of revealing her regrets. So I feel like that's like symbolic. And then also just like when it starts snowing inside.
Oh my God, that was such a good moment in that video.
So beautiful. But it kind of like, it reminds me of like, it made me think of like Taylor being in a snow globe, like stuck in this moment in time that she kind of wishes she would have handled differently. And I just thought it was like,
I love that. I love that perspective.
You know what? Everything we love about Taylor now was around even then.
It was.
Yeah.
No, it's also symbolism behind you.
Isn't that such a wildly consistent narrative?
Very, very.
That is so hard to fake because I feel like she's just like the same fangirl she's always been. Again, manic.
She's just
snow globes.
She's honing her skills at it.
I mean, she's obviously she's like the knife is infinitely sharper, but she's been shanking the rest of us since time immemorial.
It's a miracle we're still here.
I don't even know how we're still alive in that sense, but yeah. Anyway,
also notable, it was directed by Johan Lemeone, who directed Katy Perry's Teenage Dream video, and the male lead is Guntar's Asmanis, who is a male model. But I don't really know anything else about him.
Yeah, same.
Oh, and then also one of my favorite things is when she was in Michigan on the Speak Now tour, she changed the line in the song to so this is for the boy in Michigan, which is where Taylor Lautner is from.
Oh, I think I remember something like that. Yes.
Did it just
oh my God.
into your
Yeah, no, yeah. Because like at the time, it's just you sort of like going just like, she changed it, and then
yeah.
No.
And the code on the song is K.
No, we love it. We love a queen who takes responsibility and accountability.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. Speaking of takes responsibility.
I'm gonna take.
I feel like Kristin should take this one.
I
She
feel.
said it's
I feel
one of her
so. I
favorites.
feel the same way too.
This
So,
is one of my favorites.
Yeah, so I feel like we're gonna roll right into it. So
Yeah,
you can
we
tell
want
us.
to toss the ball back to you.
Yeah.
Oh, speak now. Okay.
I feel like you'll have a lot.
Let's go,
for us.
Kristin.
I feel like this song is just so much fun. I feel like this song is everyone like living out a fantasy that they've had at some point in their life. My favorite lyric is horrified looks from everyone in the room, but I'm only looking at you. There's rumors that the song was written about Hayley Williams from Paramore because she had
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I forgot about
she she reached out to her ex-boyfriend who was also a former member of Paramore, and she had wanted to get back together with him. And when she like called to reach out, she found out that he was getting married, and she actually did attend his wedding. And Taylor has said that the song was written about a friend who wanted to get back together with an ex, and then reached out and found out that he was getting married. And she said that she said like what she said to her after, whoever told her that this happened. She said, "Well, are you going to speak now?" And her friend said, "Well, was like what?" And she's like, like speak now or forever hold your peace. I'll go with you. And then she said she just had this vision of like bursting into a church, and the whole thing. She had a dream about it where she was interrupting her own ex's wedding, and then that was the inspiration for the song.
I love that so much.
She also said that she felt like she thinks that the song is a clear depiction of good versus evil, with the girl that he's marrying being evil and she's the good one. Yeah. I just think this is like the most fun song. It's also the image that we put up while we were away, which is one of my favorite.
Yeah, I love that.
For those of you watching, thank you for the likes. We see the little thumbs up stuff, but we hope you enjoyed the Speak Now graphic as much as we do.
Yeah. It's so much fun.
And I would wear a cardigan with that on.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah. So it's funny because this is actually not one of my favorite songs on this album. It's one I actually skip a lot. And it's not because
oh my god.
I do find it this is the one time Kristin and I have actually not coincided on a song.
Interesting. Okay.
I do find it boppy, and I do enjoy the fact that this is like one of the earliest appearances of like Taylor being sassy. Like it's just like baby sassy Taylor, right? And I like the story of it. But like generally I'm like I have to be in like a very certain mood to listen to it. And like when I do listen to it though, it's like I will literally be scream yelling the bridge when we're at the end of it. But yeah, this is one where like I have fun with it, but I actually tend to not listen to it as often.
I could never skip this song.
My favorite lyric though is the "You need to hear me out," and they said "Speak now," because I'm like that's just basically this album, which I don't know if we said it yet, but the secret message is you always regret what you don't say.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, the Speak Now is a mood. Speak Now is 100% a mood.
Yeah, that's how
it's not on my like main rotations, but I was so curious. Like the musical style threw me off the first time I heard it, because here you are, you have all of these like it's a back this up, and then suddenly there's a nice little there's like the little syncopated guitar, and I'm like, and then she's like, I am not the kind of, and I'm like, where are we? What's happening? Like the whiplash is so real. And then and then suddenly you're like, is this a different part of the park? Where are we? And then it's a different ride altogether. And then it takes you through the paces. And I'm like, oh, you great. I love how catty this thing is. My favorite lines are obviously the cattiest ones, gown shaped like a pastry.
Yes.
This is like a rom-com song.
Yeah.
Because like you could totally imagine no, it's a Hallmark movie song. I'm sorry, not a rom-com song. It's like, that part at the ending of a movie.
This is Manic Pixie Dream Girl coded. Because or at least somebody who evolves into the manic side of their pixie.
Yeah.
Because
it's
it's either that was them the whole time, or this was the moment when it happened, where she's like, pixie dust, mania. I'm gonna interrupt his wedding. I don't do this.
Okay, but the part where she's hiding in the curtains though, because she got uninvited to this wedding, it cracks me up when I hear it.
And also there's something I can hear the sneer in the word pastels. I don't know. But there's a sneer. There's a
Yeah.
sneer to that. Even if Taylor sings it so like flippantly and nice, Taylor, the singer, feels like a narrator, right? She's not. She's clearly
She's
just
like the
narrating.
omniscient,
Yeah, she's
almost omniscient.
she.
even
Yeah,
though
she's
there.
yeah, but because she's definitely not playing her character the way she would play the characters in her other
No.
specific songs. Like you could feel her die as August. You know what I mean? Playing August's
True,
character.
true.
But here she's more like, you guys are want to hear this story, so it feels very minstrelly, very bardic of her,
Ah, that's actually a
right?
good way to
So
put it.
it's
Yeah.
so that's why I'm like, and then so with her, and she literally says snotty little family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that line. That line lives in my head rent free.
You know, it's funnier
Mhm.
listening to Taylor's version because
See, here's the thing.
I find it so funny.
If Taylor was tongue-in-cheek narrator in the first run,
It's
in
so
Taylor's
much
version,
funnier
she
now.
is wine on, just cigar
Yeah.
with like a wine glass. Like,
Yeah,
you're
that's
gonna want to
exactly
see
it.
this wedding.
Yeah.
Like, there's a Taylor Tomlinson like stand-up where she's like, when you're in your like when you go to weddings, just go to them. Don't feel bad that you don't have anyone, because that's just a crash course in knowing what things you want. Because every wedding you go to, you're just gonna be like, oh, not this. And I feel like
Yeah.
there's that energy of like Wine Taylor re-singing the song, going, you should have seen this family.
Mm.
The entire lot of them allowed this and bred that.
I also love how she says, like, and I'm hiding in the curtains. It seems that I was
Right?
uninvited by your lovely bride to be. Like, well, I can understand why you were uninvited. This was the scene that you were going to cause.
Especially if it was gonna work.
Right.
And it did. And it's so funny because the context is not the same at all. But you know what scene always pops into my head after like the last part of the song where there's like the getaway cars there and they're gonna leave. Which, speaking of motive.
Yeah.
You watched One Tree Hill, right, Kristin?
I think I've watched through like season 5.
Okay, you watch as far as when Lucas and Peyton get married.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the moment I remember. I don't know why. Like after their wedding, I'm like,
Yeah.
why? This has nothing to do with Speak Now, but like that is the energy
There's a cheekiness,
that I get. Like,
right?
you know. But
So-
yeah, that was the motive. Also, getaway cars.
And she got the dude. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it for me. I'm like, oh, that's why we're here. Excellent.
Yeah.
It's a nice
Funny.
palate cleanser. From
It's so funny.
you know from the emotional YA ride. That was the first 3 songs. So it's a
I
nice
also
little-
love when she says, like, you wish it was me, you wish it was me. And I love how she says, don't you?
and then the laugh.
So good.
I think this is the first
Oh my
time.
god, the laugh is
This
like
might be the first time that Taylor has recorded a candid laugh.
Possibly.
You know what I mean? Like you're recording. You're in the booth. I don't. I
No,
don't
there
remember-
was one on Hey
Hey,
Steven.
Steven. Yeah, Hasty.
Okay, fair.
Funnily
But I
enough,
love it.
one other random thing before we move on. I Bet You Think About Me from Red music video.
Same energy.
Same energy, except that this is more like this
That's
is
the-
why not Taylor with the
This is,
cigar.
but that's the alternate universe
Yeah.
where she actually didn't.
and she's like, I bet you're still thinking about me though.
Yeah.
I find it so funny. Anyway.
Anyway. All right. I want to take this one.
I know. I was gonna say. I feel
if
like
you ladies
should.
don't mind.
I feel like you should.
Of course.
This is the song. You might. My note says, "What a masterpiece." This is everything I love. I said it in the start of this podcast. This is everything I love about country and everything I love about Taylor.
Yeah.
All in one place. I can't think of a more perfect country song. And that's me. It's my opinion. This is not an indictment on country music. That's just me as a human. This is probably my favorite country song. I like this better than like anything Shania Twain wrote. And I love me some Shania Twain. Like forever.
Mhm.
Only because of what it means, how it sounds, and just everything about it. So I'm going to try to break that down. So
What a
first of all,
fitting track 5.
pardon me?
And what a fitting track 5 for the saddest song on the album. I think this one fits.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Girl, that track 5. You know what? Yeah. Thank you for always calling out the track 5s, because track 5s have a significance to it, right? Like number 1's the breakaway pop hit that everyone's gonna love. You know what I mean?
Please, let's not go back there. We already
Right.
passed that. I don't want to go back.
We're not. But then track 5 is the saddest. And true enough, this
Yeah.
did sort of like, she's still singing about some of the stuff that she's processing. But that entire bridge is a
Ugh.
masterclass in
One of the
bridge
best
making.
Taylor Swift bridges.
Every time I
So
hold like a little songwriting workshop or whatever, I always tell people like, look, there's so many ways you want to slice a bridge open and talk to, but the bridge is supposed to take whatever your thesis statement is in the chorus and then elevate it to a completely new level of understanding and bring it to a perspective that, if there's so many things you can do with the bridge, that shining. So let's just go to the way it ends. I'm shining like fireworks all over your sad, empty town.
yeah.
And then, Kristin, you were kind enough to remind us that there were fireworks during the Dear John segment. Every frigging night. What a way to give it's the
I like about he's like, I'm
just every
And it wasn't the finale, which was like, it felt like that was very like,
right?
that's it.
Thank you for pointing that out. Because here's the thing, right? I project pettiness on everything because I'm petty, and am not in practice. Like I'm petty in real life, but am not in practice because kindness provides that. Because I do want to be kind. I just know that I'm not. That's the difference. And so, the cheek of saving your fireworks for not even for your finale for this song.
Not even important enough to be the finale. That's literally
honestly.
like,
I didn't know how much more I could love this song until we're talking about it right now. Like I knew I love this song. I did not know how deep into my bones this song, the joy that this song brings me is. Until this actual thank you for dragging me along. I didn't ask. No, I did ask to be dragged along for this. I requested, and now I'm hijacking it, and you let me hijack it for today, and I thank you both. Because
I'll hijack right now because I bet you I have the least amount of notes on this song because like literally my first and only note is the John Mayer song. That's it. And the only things I want to mention is I think I appreciate this song more as an adult than I did when it first came out. And like I loved it when it first came out, but it also it didn't hit me the same way it did when I heard it again on Taylor's version. I don't know how to explain it. There was just like a very decided difference in how I reacted to it the first time I heard it on the original Speak Now and the first time I heard it on Speak Now TV. Like I can't explain to you what it is, but that is what it is.
I mean, I think part of it is age. Like you've had so much more life experience and you've seen things happen, and like now as an adult, it's even like harder to look at a relationship like that and be like, why was this 30-year-old man trying to date a 19-year-old and like mess with her psychologically?
It's something. And then motifs are phone call, chess game, rain, again, blue skies, and fireworks. And then the secret message. Okay, here's the thing. The secret message. So I was like, okay, what was the secret message in this one? And it's loved you from the very first day, right? I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
And the thing I told Macky yesterday, I'm like, I did not realize until I was thinking more about it. I'm like, that's a lyric in Superman.
Yep.
Which I was like, excuse me? Does that mean Superman is also?
No, but then
I'm like,
okay,
what?
I have until literally yesterday when I was playing this, I have been wondering who the hell did she write Superman about?
Yeah.
Me too.
Because in my head I'm like, that sounds like a salary man.
It sounds like a corporate.
He sounds like a dude with a 401k, and he, you know what I mean? He just that's not like a 20-year-old. Like that's not.
Yeah. And I'm not confirming it is.
Yeah,
but like
because
he was 30.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like, was it like, did she sleep over at his apartment at one time and then he had to get up to go to some?
I'm like,
there's that.
To be fair to him, then he also got a technically nice song because Superman is
who got a job? You know what I'm saying? Like, regardless of like a real job, because you know the tall, dark, and Superman. Like it's not. Yeah. You know what I mean? The illusions she evokes
to save the day or go to work.
You know, to save the day. You know, and
we'll get to that.
But so like if it wasn't John, so like infatuated, like so. Oh my God, he's so. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised because minus the problematic stuff. Again, I have said it in the last couple of live streams when we talked about him. The dude's
talented
really
in his field. Yeah.
He knows what he knows what he's doing. He's garnered acclaim and accolade long before she's ever been sort of like on the thing.
That's true.
So, and his turn of phrase to this day, is
some of them
something.
are still very,
you know, like, and a lot of people like to shit on John Mayer for just like, you know, being like, oh, he's just like a one trick, whatever. dude, look at the whole package, right? Look at the genres, look at the songs that he's writing. I'm not I don't listen to his stuff, but I know how to approach and objectively go, okay, boy's got skill. You know what I mean? Like, and none of that sort of like weird, like, oh, it's not my thing, but no, it's like, no, it's good. Period. Full stop. Like, right?
Yeah.
But, oh, man. So for her to find somebody so good in her world, wouldn't you be so? Oh my God! Look at that turn of phrase. Look at that riff. Look at that ability to shift from chorus to. That's what she's admiring.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's her
that was
Superman.
part of it.
It's you dated Lex, so it's a whole.
Yeah, Macky already said my favorite line though, so I don't have to say it again. Anyway, Kristin, talk about Dear John now.
I feel like so one thing that I think is so clever is that Dear John is traditionally like a breakup letter. Women would write to men who were in the military to break up with them through Dear John. And so clever to use that because it's generic sounding, but it's very clearly John Mayer. I love how she like the instrumentals and everything, like she made it sound like one of his songs. That was also like a very pointed way of letting him know that it's about him. I said my like one note for this one was this song feels like getting your heart ripped out. Yep. I also feel like so I love how like in the whole song she says I should have known, and then at the end she says you should have known. I feel like that's like almost like a huge like therapy breakthrough when it clicks like that. It's really not, it's like this older person should have known better than to traumatize a teenager. It's not her fault. Like, and then
wait. Speaking of, does that not give you TTPD?
Oh yeah.
I can no, really I can, because it ends the same way where she's like, I can do it. I can't do it.
Well, what if I can't? That's like my favorite ending, I think.
Right? I'm like, oof.
Then also just for like some kind of fun things about this song. So when they dated, he was 32 and Taylor re-recorded the song when she was 32.
Saw that one. Yep.
I love that. So John Mayer said publicly that this song humiliated him, made him feel terrible. And he also said that's a lousy thing to do and he didn't do anything to deserve it. And then when the interviewer asked him about the age gap, he said, I don't want to go into that. So like you could say all of this, but then like your one criticism, you're like, nah. And then in a People magazine interview, they asked Taylor if the song was about John. And, you know, she did her whole spiel of how like she'll put everything in her music, but she doesn't confirm, whatever. So they told her, so she said a lot of times when people's relationships end, they write an email to that person, say everything they wish they would have said. A lot of times they don't push send. This was a tough song for me to write. And I guess putting it on the album was pushing send. And then, so this was also like a sign of maturity. We all remember Taylor's appearance on Ellen when she talked about Joe Jonas.
Yeah.
This time when she was on Ellen and Taylor asked about it, she was much more coy and she didn't, tell us the whole story. And I think John Mayer, like somebody read John Mayer's response to her and she said, oh, like that's presumptuous that he thinks the song is about him. And she said that she didn't read any of like his response, but I'm sure she did. I'm sure that she knew it already. And then also just notable is that Taylor rarely performs the song live. After performing it in Auckland in 2012, the next time she ever performed it live wasn't until the Minneapolis stop of the Eras tour in 2023. Right.
She so rarely sings that one.
Yeah, and why not, right? Like there's some things that you still want to exercise, and then you like for the supernatural fans out there, you burn it, that's it.
Yep.
Move on. But yeah. So for this one, still though, like what a classy way to to like move on.
Yeah. It's like it's a diary entry. It captured that moment, and now she's like, I'm like, I can look back at it.
And I love that it is a Dear John letter.
Yeah.
It's just not the kind traditionally, and like you said, brought up earlier, all of these songs are just letters to people.
The next one definitely is.
Well,
yeah, it's a direct response.
It's
like an actual letter response.
I went on a small rabbit hole.
Do you want to go first then?
Yeah.
So Mean, obviously biggest award winner of the entire album, oddly enough.
You know what? That's a big like F you to the person it's directed to.
Here's the deal.
Yeah.
Taylor, like my only lyric here, my first note here is Taylor is a witch, and this song was a spell that came true.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Present your evidence, because it's funnier when you present the evidence.
Big city, check.
Yeah.
And by the way, when 1989 came out, and then I had found out that she did move to New York, because Speak Now was such a momentous like album for me. I'm like, she did it. She moved to a big city, and she wasn't as big. I mean, she was pretty big then, but she wasn't as big as she's gotten.
Now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, living in a big old city, and then can't sing. The Taylor's version might say otherwise, because here's the thing. Even then, right? And Kristin, like I think we had earlier discussions about, there were some songs that were struggling. Interestingly enough, this entire thing was penned from not necessarily one person, because again, she's gonna pretty coy about like who is it for. It's probably a bunch of other people. A lot of folks think it's about, and he himself has written about it. Bob Lefsetz, the critic. He has his own blog, and it's there, and he's still blogging to this day, and he's still saying and you can actually look at
sitting in a bar and no one's listening.
Well, here's the weird part. I mean, people still comment on his stuff, but then again, so depends on how you define no one's listening, right? If he's just blogging, and
he adjust his attitude, because I think that was the whole problem, right? Because like, isn't it that she isn't opposed to criticism, but when it gets personal, she's kind of like, what does that have to do with?
So here's what's interesting, right? So I sort of like just typed Taylor Swift, Bob Leslie, and then whatever, and then I read several of his blog posts all the way up until today. Like there are a few that sort of like, he's still talking about her.
That's so interesting.
And of course there's clearly no love lost or gained between these two, because I don't know that they're on speaking terms. I think there was a point in time when Taylor's team had been in contact with him, and they'd been in contact directly, and something soured somewhere in between. I don't mean to go into the details, because the song is so much bigger than that now, because it is,
she's
right?
Living in a big old
and I feel like, and again, it's a thin line between attributing a specific person to the success of a song versus it helped, but the song is bigger than that now, in the same way that, and it's a nice jumping point from Dear John, because in the same way that Taylor's like, never admitting about John Mayer, we know it's about John Mayer, and then, or at least no, and then that's it. She never sings about it ever again.
Yeah.
Right. So same thing here. Like, don't feed the trolls.
Yeah.
To be fair,
don't feed the trolls. That sounds like a fantasy book.
To be
don't
fair,
feed the trolls.
Sounds like there would be a sign at like a magical zoo.
Right? Because if you feed the trolls, Taylor will sing about them when the trolls start
it's very anthem-y,
plotsing all over the place. Yeah,
it's like low-key.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's become, I feel like, a response to the overall detraction, because he wasn't the only one. And by the way, what I think kicked it off with Bob Lefsetz was and to be fair, it was kind of a really bad performance at the
Grammys.
The Grammys with Stevie Nicks, I think. No, was it Stevie Nicks?
I don't remember.
Yeah,
with
Stevie Nicks.
Rhiannon.
Yeah, and then I did listen to it, and then I honestly feel for her, because this is Stevie Nicks. Okay, you are up there.
I just want to be like, that is
quaking in your boots. This is your second album. You did not know the whole world would love it this much, and now you're suddenly in the same league as performing with Stevie Nicks. If that gave any indication, like I feel for her in that sense, where I'm just like, oh my god, especially if Taylor's kind of an awkward potato, and she is.
Yeah.
There's so few people.
She was so nervous, and she, said afterward that she like agrees that it wasn't her best performance because she was so nervous.
Yeah, 100%. And so to have some critic just treat her like one of the big boys, and just say, bad performance, your career could end, because true enough, Jessica Simpson's career ended overnight when she lip synced, and that was sort of like his thing. It's like, look, this is a tough industry. I'm one of the tough guys that say stuff tough if you don't like it or not, but this is what happens. And apparently it didn't. So over and over, he keeps saying in his blog posts,
Yeah.
oh, I was wrong. She did it, her, but I don't feel any like I was wrong about how I feel about her. I was wrong about my predictions.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So either way, Mean has become now, again, the best anti-bullying campaign that has ever been
True.
unintentionally launched.
Especially with the video, the way that the video is portrayed.
Which like to go into the video.
I'm like I actually quite enjoy the music video for this one. Funnily enough, so Mean is also not a song that I love on this album. It is cathartic when I listen to it, but it's another one where I'm like I can skip it. But I do really enjoy the music video because I do like the way it it gives you like the mini stories, and then you also have like Taylor performing in it, right? And the whole aesthetic of it is so like her part of the aesthetic is so fun to me because it starts with her like in a country western, and then she's like on the railroad tracks being sacrificed, and then it ends with her on Broadway in New York, which is so funny and iconic given that where did she move to? New York.
Yeah.
I love it. I quite enjoy her fashion in that video too. Like I love the aesthetic of it. And of course, we have to talk about the cast. It's funny because I was telling Macky, okay, so I know Presley Cash was in it. I know Joey King was in it. I'm like, but who is the other person in it? Because I've not been able to find that person's name. And I don't know if that's a deliberate thing.
I haven't either, actually.
Reddit
every time.
I went through the same thing, yeah.
There are several Reddit threads of people coming up with nothing. Nobody knows who that kid was.
And I'm not sure if that's like a privacy thing. Like maybe it was just like, please don't, put my name in association with this, which is fine. Like I get that. But like, it was just interesting to me that I had no idea. Yeah. But I like that, she captured all these different situations where like people are they tend to be mean or critical of something that's different or does not meet the expectation. And I like that it ends with that sort of defiance of like, look at me now, I'm here, I made it. And it's so cute that Joey King's just like perched there. Baby Joey King is just like there, just looking at this and being like, oh, look at us now.
I'm still on that big, like the way I say witch is the same way Johnny Galecki says witch in that Big Bang Theory episode when Penny reads like a child psychology book and gets Sheldon to do things. And then when she gets Sheldon to do things, Johnny Galecki's like, wow, yo, witch? Like that's how I feel about Felix. Because she did it. She literally
She really did.
Someday I'll be big enough so you can hit me.
I know, it's wild.
Check.
And motifs again. Big city, swords, knives, weapons, all of these things are imagery that pop up in other songs and other things. Anyway, Kristin, you can say something.
Thoughts.
So I love this song.
Yeah.
It's just
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I know. It's such an earworm, and I just think it's so fun. Like I love that it's kind of like silly and lighthearted in tune, even though like criticism like that can take you to a dark place. So I like how she took something that's like really devastating and turned it into something like upbeat and fun. And I also like how in the lyrics she says, like how I can't sing and like I'm doing my best. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah.
This one was filmed at the Orpheum Theater in LA over 2 days, and it was directed by Declan Whitebloom. I love Taylor's starlet look at the end, like the Broadway, the fringe dress, and all of the twirling. Like it's just so pretty. My favorite lyric is "You with your words like knives and swords and weapons that you use against me." It also kind of reminds me of like the idiom like "sticks and stones may break my bones," that kind of thing. And then let's see. So supposedly this was also like one of Taylor's first very public criticisms. Like she had gotten like a little bit, but this was the first like really big one.
Yeah.
And then I love that she also performed Mean at the Grammys, and she changed the lyric to "Someday I'll be singing this at the Grammys." And like just the way that she's, like, if you watch that performance, like the way that she says the line is just so like, it's like vindication. Like it's because it's crazy. Like he basically called Taylor too young and dumb, which is not a valid criticism. Like that has nothing to do with her performance. I we talked about before how like this one ended up being the one that won a bunch of awards.
Yep.
Which, as much as I enjoy the song, I don't think it's anywhere near as good as like so many other songs on this album. So that blows my mind.
Same.
I think they went with a cultural impact,
Maybe.
so not cultural, sorry, societal impact
Maybe.
angle. Right? Because again, how to launch an anti-bullying campaign
Without actually launching an anti-bullying campaign.
And like literally everyone can relate to the song. Like everyone has felt that way at some point.
Agreed.
I memorized the harmonies. Like that's how much I love
Did
this
we
song.
did we do the hidden message yet? I don't know if
I was just gonna do that. It's I thought you got me.
Yes.
Which again might be more about the specific critic, because there was a lot of conversations that went back and forth, and I think at one point they had an understanding that it sort of soured. So I feel like, again, majority precursor to the inspiration, but then Taylor just took something and just made it a whole other thing. So it's fun. And again, I want to note that at this point in time we begin to see underdog Taylor.
Yeah.
Because she had never been an underdog. She'd never been like a real winner and stayed up on top. It was more like, oh, fresh new awesome thing, fearless debut. Now is the beginning of like every single criticism, every little thing she does.
And let's be real, this is like Taylor. We know that she probably had like this immediate like, this is the kind of longevity I want in my career.
Yeah.
Like this is what she wanted to do with the rest of her life.
There's
and
nothing else she wanted to do.
So the fact that she keeps constantly trying to do it and people keep trying to tear her down, like understandably, because she is young and she's still at that stage where like you tend to react very quickly emotionally, like it makes sense, right, to have the big feelings about these big things that are happening and dealing with that on top of like producing things, on top of like performing. I'm like, it's a lot like it's a lot.
Like this song almost feels like a tweet. Like this is
your
response.
Excuse me, this song is a subtweet. Yeah, you need to calm down as a tweet.
Calm down as a tweet.
Dear John's a goddamn tweet. I'll give you a tweet. Dear John, see them fireworks? Your town. There's like an arrow. Okay, fine. Dear John's a meme. Anyway, the point is, sorry, I get ahead.
No, but anyway. Sorry, I got excited because I saw which song was.
You know what else is mean? Breaking up on the phone for like 19 seconds.
You know what? That is mean. That is quite mean.
Mr. Jonas racking up another song post-era. Hello, sir. We did not know you had anything left.
He has a lot.
To be fair, she's about
he does have another one on here coming up.
We're gonna get there. He's about to get a feature on this. But before we do, we got to talk about the next one, which is one of my all-time favorite Taylor songs.
Mine too.
All-time favorite.
All right, I will say one thing, and then you girls can like Hunger Games. You ready? Who wants to go first?
I like her like Hunger Games
because it's fun. This is arguably the most anime intro-esque song that Taylor has ever written ever. This is 100% an anime intro.
I can't unsee it now.
Nobody can tell me otherwise.
Thank you for that. Now I can't unsee that. I'm just like imagining like temporary shoujo anime.
It has this shoujo, shonen, it doesn't matter. It has the same manic pace. It has that same sort of like hopeful but not kind of thing. There's like a jagged edge to it, but then there's also this hopeful overarching kind of thing. Just cut your favorite characters and their profiles into this whole thing and like put fight scenes or like a love thing. It's the story of us.
But listen, when this first released, like all those years ago, I'm like, we do a thing before we do the listening parties now, right? We look at the track list and we're like, prediction, which song is going to be your favorite?
These girls are crazy.
I'm like, when I saw the track list for Speak Now, I'm like, how is it going to be possible that I wouldn't like a song that literally says the story of us? I'm like, that doesn't seem incredible, right? Funnily enough, I'm like, of course we did, because then the song itself has all of these like story references. It's like chapters. Books and I'm page. I'm like, girlfriend, it's like you basically wrote a song for all the readers in the room. You know what I mean? It's just like we're here. Like
and here. Sorry, just one quick thing. And here's the deal, right? All of these things are happening, and I kid you not, halfway through, I'm like, this sounds a lot like Forever and Always. Why do I get Forever and Always? Why do I get that this is a Forever and Always? And I didn't know. I knew nothing. I knew nothing about Taylor Swift except the songs that she had. So
I mean, like I love it because it's both a story, right? It's a story song.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it's a story song or a trope song. It's a story song.
It's
I
the
think,
one. It's
right?
Wait, what did I write?
Is it a story song or is it a template?
I put template.
Okay, because honestly, you could self-insert characters into this and just be like, yes, this is the awkward post-breakup, like you meet again, and you're like,
Yeah.
we could have been something, but we're no longer something. So and this one has so many lyrics that I love.
So
Like,
many.
so
Yeah.
many lyrics that I love.
Story, trope,
I
template.
I guess my favorite lyric is the battle's in your hands now, but I would lay my armor down if you said you'd rather love than fight. I'm like, we're back to being like guarded again because weaponry and armor and protection.
On that note, just since you mentioned that exact lyric, which I also have pulled out, John Mayer's 2009 album is called Battle Studies.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Because isn't that well, Kristin could probably elaborate on this, but the secret message is CMT Awards.
Yep.
Because it's literally about an encounter at the CMT Awards, which was super awkward because they had just broke it up and everything.
Yeah.
We'll get back to the video later, but I'll let Kristin give us more context.
Just kind of the same things you said. Like, this is one of my favorite songs on the album. This one is for the book girlies.
Right?
I love how it's told in chapters. I love how it has the arc of a novel. We even get the end in there, which is also kind of funny because, like, I feel like the end is often used in fairy tales, and like this song is not a fairy tale. It's like an anti-fairy tale. My favorite lyric for this one is "I never heard silence quite this loud."
Yes. That's
but you held your pride like you should have held me. I do, like you said, so she was seated like 2 people away from John Mayer at the CMT Awards shortly after their breakup. And this is the last song that Taylor wrote for this album. And she told USA Today that this song and Dear John are about the same person.
Ta-da!
From further confirmation. And then if you want to go to the brilliant music video.
Oh my God, that music video is like one of my favorites. And it's also because it's for the book girlies.
And that was her.
Yeah.
The director actually had like a different idea for the video, and Taylor wrote back to him and said, I think it was originally set in a library, and then Taylor called him and asked if they could change it and make it have more of an Ivy League feel.
Mm-hmm. And it does. It's an academia video.
One of the things that I wrote about this is that this video looks like one giant unpolished Ralph Lauren ad. Like,
actually, you're not wrong. It's the outfits. It's the outfits for me.
Absolutely, which are so good. It's so like it's light academia.
Yes, and it fits with our whole like this is a coming of age album. This is like last year of high school, first year of college, because that's like the energy of that entire video. I'll be honest with you. It's like you're on a college campus, see your ex, and it's so awkward, but you're studying in the same library. Like, how are we not supposed to like this video? Like, how? Someone explain this to me. Like, there's no way we're not gonna like it.
I also love how, like, this is so like random, but she's wearing like the cutest little like dainty wristwatch because this is like kind of before the time of like iPhones. And that is just so like collegiate, and it's such a small detail, but I feel like it really just adds to the atmosphere of the video.
Yeah. I agree. I absolutely
I love the scene where the guy and the girl are like starting to kiss, and then like the teacher walks by and is looking like, and they like break apart. Like, I feel like it has like a nice amount of humor in it.
Yes, this is true. It does that thing too that happens in other Taylor Swift videos where like she and the other person sort of have an encounter where they're directly facing each other, and it just focuses on her first, and then it focuses on him, and then it does that thing, the back and forth thing, which I'm like, this seems oddly familiar. I'm like, I've seen this. Oh yeah, and the only other thing I know about the video is that the name of the guy who plays the love interest is Caleb Campbell, and I have no idea. I have no other facts about him.
The female lead in the video, who's not Taylor, that is one of her backup singers.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that she's just like, you can be in the video this time. It's your turn. You
yeah.
but going back to the silence thing again, that lyric again, the first thing that popped into my mind, other than like in direct relation and contrast, is "You Are in Love" because of the silence, because you can hear it in the silence. And that one is more like, of course you're in love, like, you know. And this one is like, ooh, awkward silence, because
which
like
is louder. Arguably.
Oh,
Which
and
I
then
love.
there's a song on Fearless too where she says the silence.
Yeah, because we talked about it in the last time.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember when it
Which
is.
one is that?
I feel like I must have had it in my doc, but I don't want to open it right now because I'm gonna get lost.
Yeah, me too. I'm opening my music app quickly because it's gonna drive me crazy.
Okay, hold on. Let me try and open my document on this. Where is it? TS eras. I have a lot of documents. I kept one for every show, so I'm pretty sure I could find it if I open my doc.
I have like, I've actually compiled mine all into one document, and then I keep putting like the most recent show at the top because I'm just curious how many notes I'll make on Taylor Swift by the end of this thing. And if you want to know, I'm at 32 pages.
Yeah, thank you. Forever and always.
Forever and always.
Forever and always. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Silence cuts me to the core. That's
Yeah.
And that's why I thought, personally, I'm like, this is screaming forever and always a little bit, because
just a little.
Yeah. Anyway,
it's people who have messy breakups.
Either way, it's a bad breakup. So
Yep.
that
Yeah.
I like that there's like a complete abrupt shift in tone for the next song, though. It's funny.
Yeah.
I don't have much on the song, so but I can certainly kick it off a little bit. Just two things. So I feel like this is a letter to like yourself, right? Like it feels more like a letter. It's sort of like, I don't know that she's actually talking to a child here, but I almost feel like she's actually self-soothing and sort of like moving that forward. It almost feels like when Joni Mitchell wrote Both Sides Now back in the day.
Yeah.
And a lot of folks sort of gave her flack for writing something so like older than her years. I feel like it's more potent now, but it's just as good then, because that's Taylor telling herself.
Yeah.
You know, rather than sort of like assuming things. And the only interesting detail that I have here is that for the BBC's Children in Need project, which was, they got a bunch of
celebrities,
British celebrities to record music. So Olivia Colman sang Portishead, which is beautiful. Jodie Whittaker sang Yellow.
Yeah.
A guy named Sean Dooley, he's King Foltest of Temeria from the Witcher series on Netflix, and a bunch of other movies, obviously. But he was also the fire giant in Elden Ring. So Andrew, if you're watching this, the dude who was the fire giant in Elden Ring sang "Never Grow Up," and
that's so cute. Though.
And in a fun behind the scenes thing, Olivia Colman was able to get a hold of Taylor Swift through a common friend to visit the studio.
That's
because
so cute.
Because Sean was a Taylor Swift, and he's like a dad. He looks like a dad that could be a grandpa already. Wow. And he loves Taylor Swift so much. So for Taylor to, while he's recording, like buzz in and go, "Can you take that from the top, but this time make it a little more American," just as a joke. And then poor guy just loses it.
I mean, right? I would.
It's so cute. And so for an old, so for a guy like a father figure type to sing "Don't You Ever Grow Up" was a lovely little thing.
That's really sweet, actually.
And for Taylor to sort of like connect with him. So that's the only thing I have. Otherwise, it's not a song that I listen to.
I feel like for me, this one was so personal because it was just after, like a year after, I think I had. When did this album come out exactly? October 10. Okay, it was literally like 4 months after I had moved out.
Yeah.
And I was here on my own in a big city, and I'm like,
that's true.
So for me, I'm like, initially, I loved it, and then there came a point where I was like, I have to stop listening to it because it makes me so sad. Like it's hard because it makes me so sad, especially, and it's funnier now, ironically. I'm not alone anymore in the big city, obviously. But like when I listen to it now, I'm just like, yeah, I do miss those days when someone was taking care of me and I didn't have to do anything. On my own. I love it because it's like it's both melancholy because you're looking back at a period you wish you could have again, but it's also like a love letter to that period, which I really like. I love that she has so much love for those years when she grew up, despite the many things or many obstacles she faced. Like, I just like that there's also still a part of her that's like looking at the positive parts, right? And trying to hold on to that.
When did you go to the States?
June I want to say June 12, 2010.
Because Taylor's secret lyric here was,
I moved out in July. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at you, 1989ers.
Christ! Yeah, it's funny too, because like the key memory I have of her apartment in Nashville, that's the one with the birdcage, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Whenever I hear this song, the first thing that pops into my head is the birdcage. I'm like, I don't know. Like that's the key thing I remember about her apartment. But yeah, I do like this song a lot. And it kind of just, I don't know. It does feel like it's written for someone younger.
Yeah.
Both her younger self and like anyone in her audience who might be younger and who will go through it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a big city is the theme in this one.
Yeah.
Kristin.
So this also, like for me, if I were to skip one song on this album, which is really hard for me to do, it's this one, and it's only because it's so sad. Particularly like the second verse about parents getting older.
Oh my God.
That really like hits hard.
Yeah.
My favorite lyric in this one is, I just realized everything I have is someday going to be gone, even though it's also so sad.
Raise your hands if you're personally victimized by
I can't. Like that part makes me sad. And then the part where she's like, you know, when she talks about being in the big city, and then she's like, it's so much colder than I thought it would be. Yeah. So I tuck myself in and turn my favorite light on, and I light on, and I'm like, please don't, because this makes me so sad. Because I'm like, I get it.
What a terrible place to bring you to.
But also on a side note, I do love that Speak Now TV, one of the merch items is a nightlight. I love it. Like, that was the correct choice. And thank you for making it a long live themed nightlight. It's kind of the best.
Oh my God.
Truly.
I feel like even though that lyric is so sad, though, I just realized everything I have is someday going to be gone, you can also look at it positively in the way of like, I have to cherish it in this moment, and I have to remember this because it's important to like revel in it while it's here. Let me see. I think it's pretty clear. She said that she wrote the song because she didn't quite know how she felt about growing up, and she wrote it for little girls who will eventually go through the same feelings that she had when she was moving out. And then the only other notable thing that I have, we already talked about how she announced Speak Now in this apartment, and then she announced Speak Now 20 years later in Nashville.
Wild.
On that note,
another good song.
So, Kristin,
one of the best.
I
feel like I've been saying every song, I'm like, this is one of my favorites, but it's so true.
Now though, so I understand. This was me with Fearless. It's like I love that one. I also love
Girl, I was there when it dropped. Speak Now was until 1989 came along, and then until midnight.
Let's not talk about 1989.
Speak Now forever and ever and ever. Like no one song in the entire discography, or even in the world, I think, has ever dethroned Long Live on my number one song of all time.
Which we will get to, but that's not quite where we're at yet.
In which case, Kristin, if you would do us the honors on your channel, please talk to us about it.
Yes, please kick it off.
I would love to. First of all, I feel like it is a crime against humanity that we do not have a video for this song.
Thank you. That's what I think too. Like, we get the commercial.
So give us a 20-minute movie. Anyway.
Right? Oh my God, yes.
Yelling into the void. Anyway.
Oh, I need that.
I'm just
I am so deeply in love with this song. I feel like all of the fairy tale-esque vocabulary really sets the scene. It feels like you're there. It feels like a Cinderella type thing. Like you just went to this ball and you had this enchanting experience and you had to leave before the stroke of midnight, and now you're in the car thinking about what could have been. It's so amazing. Like, okay, so my favorite lyrics in this one are I counter all your quick remarks like passing notes in secrecy, and also, and this is me praying that this was the very first page, not where the storyline ends. Again, book girly.
Yeah.
We alluded to this earlier, but this song was about her experience meeting Adam Young from Owl City. They had been like emailing back and forth, but this was the first time that they met in person. And he sent her an email after they met, and he apologized for being quiet, but he said that he was wonderstruck. And Taylor just loved that word, as she should, because it's so beautiful. And that's like where this whole song came from. And then we didn't mention it, but Adam later kind of like rewrote Enchanted in a song.
Oh God, I had
Taylor. And he
world,
says like, Taylor, I was so enchanted to meet you too. And he released it on Valentine's Day. It was
So
extremely cringy. And Taylor has never publicly acknowledged this response.
Sometimes crushes just stay that, huh?
It was too late. It was too late. And the liner note is Adam.
Yeah, basically confirmation. Let's be real.
Okay, so headcanon, this is the ending credits to the same anime as Story of Us. Set in a magical academia setting.
Yes.
But on that note, I only have like 2 notes here. One, please don't be in love with someone else. When that line hit me, oh my God. Like, I don't know where I was, but I know what I was feeling the first time I hear this, right? With that purple CD kit. I'm like, just like, what is happening? How dare you? And then, yeah, the cringy Owl City cover. It's cringy because sonically it became this boppy kind of thing. I think that's what went against it.
You mean the version that Adam did, right?
If he decided to still, like, I feel like he was doing it in the Owl version, the Owl City version, which is fine, but there are slow electronica
it doesn't
songs.
quite make sense.
So if you, and that's my problem with some songs. I feel like some songs you only keep the integrity of it with the tempo.
Yeah.
Speed it up or slow it down, it either loses energy or gains a new one that just doesn't fit. And for me, that's the cringy part.
Agreed.
But if he was just as earnest as the arrangement of Enchanted, right, in the slowness of it, the tentativeness of it, and the certainty of it when every note drops, instead of a it was kind of, I'm like, ooh, it's all right, it's a pop beat now. It's a pop, and it's not a story
That's a good
anymore.
way of explaining it, actually.
Okay.
Because I couldn't quite put my finger on why it didn't like work, like why it felt weird for me. But that's actually the perfect way.
Honestly, it's just the sonic treatment of it, because the lyric I have no problem with. Taylor, so it was to meet you too. If that had been in the epic kind of electronica that he could have done with it, I don't think it would have been cringy.
Well, I think actually you're right. It loses the nuance, because the thing about Enchanted that makes it work so well is like there is this very tentative, shy sort of, you're too awestruck to say anything sort of hesitance there. And it's like you lose that if you're making it go speed up, because it's like, this is not how it feels when you're awestruck. Most of the time when you're awestruck, at least in my experience, it's like everything's happening in slow motion. You're like, your eyes lock, or like you're walking towards each other,
and everything's foggy and hazy. Hence the pads, even the starting riff of Enchanted, it's palm muted.
Yeah,
so it's not like plucking. You mute the strings while you pluck them, so it gives it that muffled feel, because that's it. Everything is in the background because this person is in the foreground. The Owl City cover didn't have that kind of treatment, and so it was, here's my band cover. Like, all right, cool.
I like that you associate this one with what we're saying, Story of Us, right? For me, it's funny because like this one, I actually would tie it to Love Story, because it has the same energy of like, we were young, we saw each other from across the room, you making your way through the crowd, like different vibes, obviously, because this is 2 different experiences, right? But like, it just gives me that
video of Love Story too, like that opening, like facing each other right across the room.
Yeah, it would work just as well for Enchanted, like at the beginning.
Yeah,
I like it because, again, it is a song for the book girlies, right? Because it's like fairy tales, stories, like magic, enchantment. Like, how was I not supposed to like the song as someone who likes to read fantasy and romance? Like, there's no way. There's no way. Yeah, it's one of my all-time favorites. It's like one of those where like I will literally be struck dumb if I hear this song start. Like when the era story, I remember, because I didn't know when I first watched it, I had no idea what was coming, right? I was like, I have no idea which era is coming next. And like, granted, I still think the Speak Now is too brief for my liking until she like tagged. But like the the beauty of that moment where it like transforms into into Speak Now and Enchanted. It's so beautiful. And the way she does it fits the song so well. Because it's just like, I'm in this beautiful dress. I am going to slowly walk down and I will sing this song. And I'm like, it's so visually stunning. And it just matches the song so perfectly.
Yeah.
With motifs, sparkling page story, 2 a.m.
Masquerade masks.
Yep, 2 a.m. Like it's a lot.
Taylor, how big you want your skirt for the Eras tour part of Enchanted? Yes.
Yeah.
The bigger and bigger. But yeah, I love Enchanted. It's one of my favorites. And yes, it is one of the few songs that I can think of off the top of my head where like it is a crime that we do not have a video. Like it's a crime. Like I demand a video.
And
Yeah.
Someone give it to me.
And instead, in the start of the Eras tour, she just gives us the one song. Like, I don't know what's worse. That we didn't get the rest of Speak Now.
It really kills
Eras
me
tour.
a little on the inside because, like, there are so many songs that would be so good performed live. And I understand, like, it's a time constraint thing. And, like, obviously, it's, again, like I said earlier, like, it's so hard to sing Speak Now.
I could have done without Blank Space, but it's such a hit, so I guess.
I could have done with a few more songs cut from Lover. Like, I love Lover, but, like, I could have done with a few songs cut out of that one.
I agree. I feel like some of them, I think like performance wise too, like some of the Lover songs that can be a little bit slower. And like there are some that are really high energy and Speak Now that would just work so well on stage.
Right.
Agreed.
Okay.
Like the next one, which is, guess what? Another one of my favorites.
Oh, I'm not surprised. But also, welcome back, Joe Jonas.
You know what? We're gonna
into the narrative.
Yeah. So again, Mr. Jonas
making an appearance.
I'll say my bit, Kristin.
I'll say mine too, and then Kristin can go off.
Yeah, Kristin, go off because this is your favorite thing. The only line that I like here, like honestly, is the newest one that she replaced the old one with.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah, it's actually a really good one. And my only and my lyrics here are like, you know, it oddly makes the villain worse when you don't slut shame them and instead just call them for the monster that they are, because like. Criticize me for like being sensual and sexual, but saying I will set you on fire, that's a worse indictment than promiscuity. Like promiscuity is just it's not even anything. But saying no, she's gonna burn you, dude. Like, jeez. So it's worse. And so I like that. Moth to a Flame is my favorite thing. So like sharpen your claws, but in a feminist way.
Okay, that's a funnier way of putting it. Yeah, I think it's so funny to telling Macky. I'm like, it's so interesting to me that Joe Jonas's like legacy across Taylor's music lasts so long. Like he just every so often will show up and you'll be like, yes, I see your back answer. Yeah, I do enjoy the song. I think it makes me laugh because I know it's like very early Bad Blood Taylor, Reputation Taylor. It, especially with the hidden lyric, hidden message. Yeah, because it's something like
you thought I would forget.
You thought I would forget. And like my immediate thought. Well, my immediate thought is you forgive, you forget, but you never let it go, which is in like the Bad Blood like remix version.
My immediate thought was I bury hatchets, but I keep maps of where I put them.
But you see what I mean? Like it's very early, like, Taylor being like, "Oh, you thought I would forget this."
I mean, thank you, Amy.
Lyric too about forgetting but never forgiving.
I think it's in Thank You, Amy.
Yeah.
Which I find very interesting.
Thank You, Amy is an entire we're not forgetting anything.
Oh, no. And we're going to rub it in your face. Okay. So motifs in this one that appear in other songs are Summer, Flame, Revenge, obviously, stealing other people's toys or toys in general, and then the playground. Those. But my favorite line in this song is, but no amount of vintage dresses gives you dignity. Because I find that so funny. Because it's so
funny because she was like exclusively wearing vintage dresses as a way to combat the media constantly talking about her dating and being with all these guys.
Like, you know what?
Girl, go off.
But yeah. It's a fun one, but I also tend to skip this one, which will not surprise you given the track record we've already had with the other songs.
Do regale us though, Kristin, of why you adore this piece, because it's good.
Oh
yeah,
no denying that.
I would never skip this one. I love it so much. I think it's so much fun. I recognize the criticism against it, but viewing it in the lens of when it was released. I really
Yep.
enjoy it. I even think the old line is funny, and like at the time that was seen as acceptable. That wasn't
Yeah,
something
Yep,
that
yep,
was like it is now.
Yeah.
So like I like that she updated it. I think the new lyric is also really good. Like that is definitely a much more mature and much more like Taylor now lyric too. So I like that it adds that to it. But I still do like the original one too. I think it's fun. So Alexa, I also have the vintage dresses line pulled out. I thought that was so funny. I also like, so as much as this song is like petty, this song is 100% Joe Jonas's fault. Like,
Yeah,
this
no,
song
100%.
Yes,
would not
absolutely.
exist without him doing what he did. Also, so okay, my favorite lyric is "You might have him, but I always get the last word," because that's again Teddy Taylor. I don't know if you guys like, I mean, I'm sure that you did back in the day, but there is a vlog of Taylor on her channel from this time where she's holding a Joe Jonas doll, and she's like, look, he comes with a phone so that he can break up with other dolls over the phone. And she's like holding two dolls. It's so funny.
Girl, what are you doing?
I wish that Taylor would still do vlogs like that.
Girl,
I never vlogging you.
So much fun.
I shouldn't love that as much as I do now.
But it's
I
so
should.
Right?
I
It's
shouldn't
so
enjoy
good.
that.
But
Because here's
go ahead.
no, please, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so the outro of the song references the song "Much Better" that Joe Jonas wrote for Camilla about how much better she is than Taylor. Taylor has publicly expressed regret about writing like a song like this and has acknowledged that a girl can't steal a guy away from you. It also like there's a line in it. The story starts when it was hot and it was summer. Taylor and Joe dated in the summer of 2008. And let's see. Oh, and then this. Yeah, I think those are like my main takeaways. But I just think it's so catchy and fun, and it's just so like, you know, whenever you're like kind of mad at someone, I feel like this is a fun one to listen to.
For me though, like I feel like Better Than Revenge is kind of a stretch for me in a sense where I'm like, what are you gonna do? Like ruin their life? Like no, I mean, what does revenge mean? Like revenge is the Count of Monte Cristo. That's that's kind of so in my head I'm like,
one of my favorite classic books too.
you see what I mean? So in my head I'm like, there's nothing. I'm like, girl, you're a nice person. You're not getting revenge. You're airing stuff out, and that's valid. And if that's revenge to you, then girl, you've done it. We need that vlog back up online, or maybe not, but just for me. But I wouldn't use the word revenge because when I think revenge, I think Edmond Dantes. So that's my level. So unless you like, what do you do?
Well, to be fair, when she did release this, like a lot of people went after Camilla Bell.
Well, yeah.
So she did get some like, you know, like I'm the good guy in the story and she's not kind of thing. Like I'm not really familiar with Camilla Bell at all. I don't know how it affected her, like, or if it even affected her career in any way. I don't think I know anything that she's in.
No.
But
Probably.
I feel like the revenge. So there's a line from like this other song that I really used to like when I was younger. I think it's Motion City Soundtrack, about how like living well is the best revenge. And I feel like Taylor has done that. Like that is her revenge. Taylor is Taylor, and I can't name a thing that Camilla Bell is in.
No, thank you for stitching that for me, because in recent interviews, Taylor is like trash takes itself out. So that sort of like dovetails with.
Oh, I love that so much.
No, because that dovetails with live your best life. Living well is the best kind of revenge, and there is and there is nothing she does better. So thank you for that. Now that makes sense. Okay, then yeah. Shit, what is she, a witch? Like
I'm telling you.
She's done it again.
I'll tell you the only thing I remember Camilla Bell being in. I think she's in a Jonas Brothers video.
She was in Push.
Don't remember. Oh well, yeah. Now that you mention it, yes. But I do remember her being in the Jonas Brothers video, I think. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have nothing more to say about this.
Anyway.
Well, it's funny because like Speak Now is an album where I love when I love the song, I love the song. And then when it's a song where I'm like, I really appreciate it, I don't have much to say, which is the next song for me. So I think I should go first just because I feel like I will have the least to say. Okay. So this song is one where when I first heard it, I was like, wow, I like the lyrics. I like the sound of it. I like what it's about thematically. And when Taylor's version came out, I appreciated it even more because it's like, it was already looking back at something and like commenting on that, and doing that years later with that perspective makes it come across differently, right? And I like a lot of the lyrics too. There's like something about the way that it like rolls one into the other in this one that really works for me. My favorite is probably, wasn't it beautiful running wild till you fell asleep before the monsters caught up to you? Because I don't know, there's something for me that's very sad but poetic about that particular line. Because I'm like, wow, you can ignore it and you can run away when you're actively awake and able to consciously fight off whatever's haunting you, whatever's haunting you, and the demons that are chasing you. But when you're asleep, they catch up to you. Like your subconscious is going to be like, nope, we're here again. It's gonna play again. And then motifs wise, it's demons, flames, Septembers. I'm like, there's like a fairly typical set of like lyrics for her on this one. I think I prefer the Taylor's version to the original version personally. And it's one that I actually also skip sometimes. Because it also makes me a little bit sad too. Kind of.
Kristin, thoughts?
So I would say this is like one of the only ones that I would say is a dud for me. I think I also have a different experience with it than you guys would. So I don't know if the like part of the reason that I don't like it as much is because it's supposed to be, or because it's about Kanye, and as Kanye is now, I do not like Kanye, obviously. So I don't know if I like kind of immediately had an aversion to it because of that. Like if I had heard it when I was younger, and like after everything happened, I think I might have like a little bit of a different viewpoint on it. Okay, so this one was the first time it was ever like performed. Taylor performed it at the 2010 VMAs, which was the VMAs after that happened, which I feel like is such like a weird choice. Like I get that that happened at the VMAs and this is like a direct response to that, but I feel like there are so many other songs on this album that would have been so good to perform, and she picked this one that no one had heard, that was kind of slow, and I don't think it had like the impact that she was hoping that it would have, which is something I think that is pretty rare for Taylor. Like she's very strategic and very good about things, and I feel like this is like the one time that I feel like it was kind of like a miss.
Unless, and here's the counter, and here's like a counterpoint to maybe, what if it could, again, I'm reaching here, what if maybe she wanted to do it for herself?
That's what I was thinking, actually. It's a more personal versus strategic.
Like it's more
choice.
Like, no, but I get that like it should have made an impact because dude, this is like your thing. Like this is the place of your shape, not mine.
Or maybe it's her closure for herself.
Yeah, so that leaves like the only plausible reason is closure, and we don't know if that's why she wanted to do it either. But to your point, Kristin, it was not like, it didn't make an impact as a performance. People weren't talking about it. There was no like, oh, because like it did not make any ripples.
No.
Yeah.
To your point.
Yeah. No, I agree.
She said that she wrote this one. She took like several months after everything happened to reflect on how she really felt. And that's when she decided to write this, because she said that it was like such a huge thing that had happened to her and that everyone would bring it up to her all the time, like even in grocery stores. And she just didn't like talking about it. So this was like the way that she kind of talked about it and then was able to move on from it. I do actually, like, despite not liking the song as much, there are 3 lyrics that I do really like from it. The first one being your string of Your String of Lights Are Still Bright to Me.
Yep.
The second one, It's Okay, Life is a Tough Crowd.
Yeah.
And Today is Never Too Late to Be Brand New.
I like that last one. That's actually one of my other favorites too.
And then we did the liner note for Innocent is life is full of little interruptions. I don't think we had said that yet.
No, we hadn't said it yet.
That's a little cheeky to call that a little interruption, because it was neither little nor an actual interruption. That was a
well, it's a little bit of a blip now in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, now, but how
big enough so you can't hit me. She said it already. What she was gonna do.
How cheeky of her. So yeah, no, I absolutely agree with all of those bits. And I want to, unless you had anything else, Kristin, I want to like end it with like, and that was the last time Taylor would give the benefit of the doubt.
Actually,
because she gave it, things went fine, and then it went to hell in a handbasket,
and we got reputation.
So you know what? Thank you, Amy. All right.
Okay, wait. Can I?
Sandra?
The last 3 songs I actually really love. Like I full on obsessed with the last 3 songs. But anyway, I feel like you should go. I know your opinion.
No. I actually, so I'll segue into this thing. So it's not a really big fave, because in my head I'm like, so I grew up on Evanescence, like a lot of people, and
I was gonna say that's the reason why.
So I feel like this was the closest thing Taylor could get into sort of like goth country pop rock.
Wow,
right?
I have not thought about Evanescence in years, and when you said that, I was like, yeah.
Did it take you right back?
Right?
Yeah.
Like there was this one lady, like
one girl jumping off of the building, Evanescence in that
video. Let's go.
There's this one girl on Tumblr who was just like, I as part of a contest, I won a chance to like play an hour at a record, like a local what is it, radio station, and now I'm ruining everyone's commute with 2 hours of Evanescence. Over the age of, and then she raised a certain under the age of something, or over the age of whatever, like just to sort of anyway. So that said, I feel like this was the, like, in terms of like that dial of going grungy, she kind of like tripped and skipped over to like, again, goth rock, because the strings and the heavy guitars and even the jarring syncopation of the thing. So sonically, it's great. Like, I have nothing bad to say about something like the song. It's not one of my favorites either. However, Alexa has, I think, one of the best takes of what the song means that I've heard. Because obviously you could play it as, okay, it's another bad relationship, right? And if you look at the hidden lyric, it's super cryptic. It says, still to this day. Still to what, like what has happened? Like, is that a Kanye thing again? Like, I don't know. So it looks like a conversation, but I think Alexa's personal take was nicer.
Was it?
Well, I thought.
I don't know which part of my personal take, because literally all that's going on in my head is like everyone going, yes, 10. Listen, this is another one of those songs where like, when I said earlier, like, oh, we looked at all the song titles and we guessed which ones. I always pick one where it doesn't sound like it would be a song that would typically be one that is enjoyed by other people. And true enough, this is actually one of those songs where like the popular family opinion, the only exception to this rule is Rachel. The popular family opinion is like, they don't particularly love this song. And it's so funny because the Evanescence comment is always the comment. And meanwhile, I'm like, but I love that it sounds like an Evanescence song. What I think is the best thing about it, outside of like the theme, is also like the imagery that immediately came to mind. This was before the tour. This was when the album, this was when the album dropped, right? It already gave me a fantasy in a magical forest where everything is dark and you're just running. Basically, Snow White when she was running away from the queen. Like, you know how like she goes into this forest and everything's just trying to attack her and it's so creepy and it's so dark. That's the energy. And obviously, as someone who loves fantasy and magical forests and dark things like that, how was I not going to want to? It's
got a nice little grim dark anime.
And now with the rise of romantasy, I'm like, this is a romantic song. Like, you can't convince me otherwise. Like, it's 100% romantic coded at this point. I really like it because it just fits, because it's so dramatically tragic. And like in real life, I don't love being involved in drama. Like, I don't want to be personally in it.
That's why we're still married.
If you I just want to know about it.
Yeah, same. But if you give me fictional drama, I will live in that hole Like, I will dig that hole. I will build a fort under that. This is the same energy I have when you tell me The Way I Loved You, right? You know how like The Way I Loved You is like dramatic, screaming, crying in the rain. This is the same energy. And I still live in this fort. Like, I built a tunnel from that fort to
It's
this
the same
one.
energy, but romantasy.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Game romantic.
With a hint of grimdark.
Yeah, it's so interesting because it's the most different sound on this album, obviously, right?
Oh,
Because
God, yeah.
it's very disconcerting because you suddenly go from all of those songs and then all of a sudden it's like this with the crashing beginning,
Just,
and I'm
just
like,
the heavy
"Ooh."
guitars and then the strings.
And it's just so sad because it's like it's a very poignant way of like someone is starting to fall away from you and you can't figure out what's going on, and it's just bothering you. It's always there in the back of your mind. You're always thinking about like what you did or what you could have done or what's going on with them, and you just want the answers, but you're not getting them, so you're coming up with all of these things that are like ghosts and supernatural,
but you're starting to understand why he's called the Darkling. I love Ben Barnes, by the way.
Oh my God, I can't.
I adore him.
I obviously one of my favorite, like the opening line is already one of my favorite lines, right? You and I walk a fragile line.
That's my favorite line too. It's a good line.
That's
A really good line.
Like what? And I like that it's acknowledging like this relationship is such an integral part of you, right? To the point where it literally consumes all your thoughts because you want to hold on to it, you want to keep hold of it, but it's falling away from you. It's fading. It's ghosting you.
Yeah.
Basically. Back to the haunted theme, which I really like the haunted theme because it could be spooky, but it's also sad if you think about it. Because like, I think most of us have things in our past that probably will haunt us for the rest of our days, whether it's like our mistakes or someone else's mistake that hurt us. And I'm like, the song is just everything I want. It's dark and it feels gritty. And I'm just like, just give me the entire story. And let's be real. When you, like you mentioned earlier about the tour, one of my favorite parts of the tour is literally the entire haunted segment. I'm like, yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I want.
Regale us.
So I have like a different view in my mind when I see this, because this song is, well, okay, first of all, it's believed to be about Joe Jonas and watching the relationship slowly slip away. But it's rumored, unconfirmed, that this song was intended to be used for the Twilight New Moon soundtrack, but because she broke up with Taylor Lautner, they decided not to use it because they didn't want to like draw attention to that controversy. I'm dying
because that's so good.
Right? So when I see, like, all I see is Bella waiting there in the forest and Edward nowhere to be found. Like, that is what is in my mind, which also fits with romantasy. Like, obviously this was, you know, why paranormal romance, but I feel like that's kind of what romantasy graduated from. So like, that is what I see. I just picture forks. That's just like what's in my head every time I hear the song, and I love it so much.
It's perfect.
Again, it's another one of my favorites. And I also feel like this one has parallels to Forever and Always. My favorite lyric in this one is "Something keeps me holding on to nothing."
Yes, I think which is really beautiful. In Forever and Always too, I think, or something like it is referenced in Forever and Always, if I remember right.
Yeah. And then Taylor said that she used a string section for this song so that the music and the orchestration reflected the intensity of the emotion of the song and like the chaotic feeling of confusion.
Everything coming down to nothing. That's what it is. The line that I was thinking of in Forever and Always. It's everything coming down to nothing.
Yeah.
I'm like, yes, nothing. Yes, that's exactly what that was.
It's really not something.
See, but once again, Joe Jonas making an appearance.
Oh boy.
He also makes an appearance in the next song.
Yeah. Shall we, Kristin, move on to that next bit?
Yeah, let's do it.
Would you like to kick us off for Last Kiss? I
feel like either you or Alexa should do this one because I don't think I have as many feelings about it. Like, I do think that it's very pretty, but it's one of the ones that I don't listen to as much.
Funnily enough, very similar for me. Originally, it was also one of the ones where like I would listen to it every so often, but I tended to, because it was sandwiched in between two songs that I really love. So I tended to like would listen to it if I was in the mood and I would skip it. But lately, I'm just like, I don't know what it is. There's something, and she puts narcotics in her songs.
Yeah.
There's something about that song that just, I don't know, it hits different. And obviously it's a Joe Jonas one,
this
right?
one's melatonin, not narcotics. But,
because the hidden message is forever and always. And like, I'm like, this is a dead giveaway if there ever was one.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the ones where I'm like, the vibes of it are so spectacular, right? Like it's just like, it paints such a specific portrait.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah.
And it's just, it's just so impactful. My favorite line, and the one that makes me the saddest, is, I'll watch your life in pictures like I used to watch you sleep. And I feel you forget me like I used to feel you breathe. I'm like, this makes me so sad. So sad.
That line reminded Andrew of Twilight because I used to watch you sleep.
Actually,
I was actually thinking of, like, the minute you said watch you sleep, I'm like, ooh, Edward? Is that Edward?
And
Sounds
then
like Edward.
obviously the motifs are like rain again. We have sleep, breathe, July 9th, which 1:58, which is close again within the 1 to 3 a.m. period that is always referenced in the songs. And then pictures, because she likes to reference those a lot. So I like it. I don't actually skip it as often as I skip some of the others, I will say. Fair. So it ranks a little higher than some of the others for me.
All right. I have literally one thing to say. So Kristin, you might want to.
So my favorite line from this one is a longer one, but how you'd kiss me when I was in the middle of saying something. There's not a day I don't miss those rude interruptions. I think that's so cute. And then I like how, like, in the beginning of the song, you can actually like hear Taylor like crying in the recording. Wow. She just puts so much like emotion into her songwriting. I like that she adds those like little pieces of herself in, like we talked about, like the laugh in some of the other songs. We have like the little bit of crying here. In, later in Tortured Poets, we have that sigh. At the beginning of which song was it? Maybe Smallest Man Who Ever Lived.
I think so.
And then let's see, what else do I have about this one? She said that the song's meant to reflect the desperate, hopeless feelings you have after a breakup, but most of all sadness, and how you miss everything in some moments. And as you said, with the July 9th, so she says, I ran off the plane that July 9th. Taylor flew to Dallas on July 9th to attend a Jonas Brothers concert. And then also notable is that the intro to this song is 27 seconds long, which is the length of time.
I remember.
Yes, breakup phone call.
It's very specific.
Boy, what a
gotta love that she's like used that so many times.
The deliberate choices.
I aspire to be that level of
it's very mastermindy.
Yeah.
Which we all knew that.
We
knew she was a mastermind.
Yeah, she sang about it. It's a whole thing.
I
feel you might have feelings.
No. My one thing about it is that I appreciate Taylor's vocals this time around, like the second run. It gives such richness, such depth. I never expected to like it better than I used to, which is not to say like a lot, but like I'm like, oh wow, a deeper like appreciation for the song. It's kind of a dark horse in that sense. But I also figured out sonically why it doesn't work for me, is because that chorus sort of it's the last kid, like it sort of drops you. And there are some rides that's what you're in for. You're in for the drop. I am not in for that drop. That's not my, like, sonically, that's not my thing. So you literally loses me at the chorus. Like it builds, and then the momentum just sort of like drops. And I can justify why that's a great artistic choice for a song, but at the same time, die on the other hill that goes, that's why I don't like it. Like, I get that it's a valid choice. I can justify it. Musical theater lenses, it's a drop, it's a last, it's a gasp, it's a breath, whatever. It doesn't work for me. So that's all that I have for that. It's like, oh, that's why I don't like it, because I never really. This is forcing me to ask questions like, why do I not like this? Because it'll just be weird to
Which
just
is
go.
interesting
don't
to
like
think
it.
about. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so yeah. Anyway, so that's it.
I feel like Macky has to have the honor of this one.
Should
like,
I? Because
I feel like Unless you want to be the last, so you could just like full on.
No,
be
here's
like,
the thing. I feel like this is a gag. Like I need a gag order on myself because this is going to be another 7.5 hours. So tell you what, I will go last because
fine.
I need to like I kid you not. The only notes I have here for Long Live are just cry. That's it. Like those are my notes. Just I'll be like that's it. So you guys need to.
I mean, I only have like a backstory for it, but other than that, like I feel like generally we probably have the same feeling. So maybe Kristin wants to go
Yeah,
first.
Kristin, why don't you take us home?
Okay. I don't have a ton of notes on this one either, but I love this song. I feel like it's so inspiring. And again, I love the fairy tale imagery. My favorite lyric is I had the time of my life fighting dragons with you, because how could it not be? And at the end, I like how it changes to I had the time of my life, and then it pauses, and then with you. I feel like that.
Nice.
So powerful.
Nice.
I know she said she wrote this about her how like her bandmates, and also like for her fans. And she says that this song is like looking at a photo album of all of the like award shows and stadium shows and all of the hands that have been up in the crowd. And something that I really liked about it is that she performed this show at Gillette Stadium and it started raining. So there's like the performance of her doing this one in the rain. And then this is just a thing that I thought was like a funny tidbit, but Rolling Stone called this song the best Bon Jovi song that Bon Jovi never wrote.
That is actually that's great. Honestly, that's a great tidbit.
I thought that was amazing.
You can let me ruminate on that as an actual like straight up.
Okay.
I am a Bon Jovi fan.
And then the liner note is for you.
Yeah, which I love. Yeah, this is one of my all-time favorite Taylor Swift songs.
What a way to end the album. Like
it's so epic.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's so epic. It's like the end of a saga. It's like, again, as a book girly, who doesn't love the fantasy elements of this story? Like it's funny because like I was like, what do I put for my favorite lyric? I'm like, can I just put the whole song? Because it's the whole song. Like, what am I supposed to like? I'm supposed to pick a line.
Right.
Like what? I have so many, but one of my like low-key favorites, because I like the imagery, is because for a moment a band of thieves in ripped up jeans got to rule the world. I'm just like, just that image juxtaposed with all of like the royals and the dragons, and I'm like, you know what, like ordinary people doing extraordinary things. Like that is the entire motif of the song. And I think we talked about this too when we were doing Fearless. This back to back with Change, that combination kills me every time. Like I want to start crying again, because I'm like, you know how in Change it's like, you know, they're gonna break through the walls, and in this one they have broken through the walls, and I'm like, okay, I see you. You've come from there to here. Like we made this journey together. It's been amazing. Like and I low-key love that this is like the tiny background, like instrumental at the end of the Bejeweled music video. Because like, it just sounds so good. It sounds so good. And like the imagery with the castle and the dragons and everything after that video, I just remembered like the sensation of like, I feel like I'm like ascending. I don't know how else to explain it. It feels like I'm ascending into some like other plane. Like I love it. I love it so much. Like it was the perfect like ending song for that album. Like I can't imagine not having it on here. Like I can't imagine a better song to end with. And the motifs are obviously all the fairy tales and stuff, like the walls, the kings, queens, heroes, pictures spinning around. Like it's a lot, lights and shining. I have a lot of.
I just feel like the bridge is so powerful. Like it really like lays the foundation for leaving a legacy, and saying like, she addresses like, God forbid fate should step in, like remember and tell them my name. And it's just like so emotional.
I know. I love that too, because it's like she's like hinting like it's an oral storytelling thing too, right? Because like, tell them about me, you tell them. So it's like pass it on, legacy, which I love. I love that so much. Like, okay, but story time before Macky gets. So I remember distinctly when we did the listening party for this album, and I feel like a lot of us were waiting. Right, we were waiting for this moment to come to arrive.
And here's the deal, right? The way we do these things is that we try to watch a lyric video, just so that everybody gets to like, you know, enjoy the thing, rather than sort of like play it on Spotify and everyone just pick a corner in the wall to like stare at. So obviously we were like waiting for these lyric videos to drop, right?
Mhm.
Because they didn't happen like right away. So at around the time that we got to Long Live, the lyric videos had finally dropped on YouTube.
Yeah.
And so that's the context of it was stare at a wall for a while because we sort of know the lyrics, like Google the lyrics.
Every
if you
so
want.
often someone would walk off to cry, you know. It's like
or just like you'll just hear like tears in the back, just people going.
I just like
in the
you and
back.
Rach. It was like
Yeah,
a
me and
constant
Rachel were
chorus
just
of him and Rachel just being like,
and so that was the thing. Right? So finally we get to Long Live.
dead on the floor. Like,
Holy crap! Like, not Taylor cutting, not just. So here's the thing. She started cutting. So when the lyric video, correct me if I'm wrong, it starts out with clips from the Swift Now, from the Speak Now tour.
Yeah.
Which was like, oh my god, the sound, and then it segues to clips of the actual Eras tour. And at that point, Rachel and I are bawling. We are just.
Oh, you hadn't stopped. You started
we
right
are
when the
just.
song
Oh my god, just.
I think at that point, almost all of us were crying. Like, I just remember I was on the floor. Like, at that point, I'd fallen off the couch and I was like, we are not talking about this right now.
Like, it cuts to the nice little pink little bikini boots thing that she did with her lover, and then with the fringe. And we are gone. We are just. Holy crap.
It was like, I don't know, narcotics. It's narcotics. I don't know what it is. It was just like, again, transcendent, right? Because it's like, it already meant a lot to each of us in our own separate ways, but then just to have her present it that way, and then to be together in person for the first, like, we were, when I say we were complete, I mean, like, it was me, Mel and Rachel, our cousin Carmela, our friend Diana, Macky and Steven. Like, we were all in the same room for once. We weren't FaceTiming. We got to hear it all together. Like, nope, sent us out. Like, we were gone.
And it had to be for this version. Anyway, please continue.
Are you okay?
I said my notes are just cry. I'm doing it.
Yeah, it actually does say that. And I'm like, that's accurate. This is another one where, like, I love that the video is a tribute to, like, the tour, you know, because it makes sense. Because but I also feel like it would have been so fun to have, like, a fantasy version of this video. Let's be real, like a continuation of one of the other, like, fantasy stories. But I do really love how it ends. Which now we can roll into the deluxe edition, and I think there's 3.
Wait, Kristin, did you have anything else for Long Live?
Nope.
Yeah. So deluxe edition, and the reason I, like, wanted to roll into it is because I really love the first song on it.
Take it away. Take it away.
Okay, listen, mine and ours. We're like.
I feel like mine and ours were like for the last 5 years, Kristin, if you're familiar, there's a song called "Letting You Go" that did not make it to the final cut, but it is actually what should have been "Still Hurting," which is the first song that Kathy sings. So I feel like this is one of those things where ours could have been like mine. Taylor was like going for that direction of what is this kind of stable relationship.
It's just so cute. I just find the song so cute. Like, I think it is adorable, and the music video that goes with it is not what I would have thought it would be. But I do love what they played at. It is so funny to me because she's like corporate Taylor in it. And I'm like, this is the most out of character I have ever seen you in my life. And she's young, so it's a little funnier.
Not weak.
Girl, she likes the gap between his teeth. So whatever, right? Like, that's like, I don't have a favorite line because it's nice. It's a nice song, but that does stick out like a sore thumb to. I'm like, oh, I guess. All right, I guess. Okay, cool.
It's cute too because it's like,
right? What a hyper specific thing, and how cute that. You know, that you're focusing on what, like, you know, it's like, that's a specific thing. And that's the cutest thing I like about you. I'm like, that's specific. Yeah. Some people like.
Yep. My favorite line is, well, actually I have 2. So one is obviously the "Don't you worry your pretty little mind. People throw rocks at things that shine.
That's a good
and
line.
Life make them love work hard." I also really like the "I'll fight their doubt and give you faith with this song for you." Yeah. Line, because once again, Taylor writing a song for someone. What's new?
So in love. Like, it's like, I love every little thing about you. All right. Cool.
Yeah, and it's cute because the video is like, it's corporate Taylor, and the guy is basically in the military, and like he shows up at the end of the video. Yep. Cool. The guy who plays the love interest is Zach Elford. But what I also like about it is like the interspersed like flashback home videos, and I'm like, those are so cute. I'm like, that's so precious. We're back to this whole like throwing it back to home videos vibe, which I really enjoy. Video. I really love. I really like that song. That's actually one of my favorite like extra tracks from like the original extra tracks, if that makes sense. Anyway, go ahead, Kristin. If you
Anything for
I
you?
agree. I think this one is like my main note is that it's just so like cute and sweet.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I think this one is about John Mayer too.
Me too. That's my
Yeah, there are like some parallels to Dear John. And then also, I think even just like having the male lead be in the military and then a Dear John letter being a letter to a military man. Also, really fun in the video on her work computer in like the bottom right corner, there's a cat, and that's her cat, Meredith.
Oh, I didn't know.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
very well.
And then one thing in the video that really made me laugh is that when she goes to the copier and there's like a sign on it that says out of paper, like that just makes me laugh so much because it takes so much more effort to create a sign that says out of paper than it does to just put more paper in the copier, especially like you had to find a piece of paper to write that sign. So it's like, as someone who works in an office, I was like, this is so illogical but funny. This one was directed by Declan Whitebloom, who also directed Mean. My favorite lyric is "The stakes are high, the water's rough, but this love is ours."
That's a good one too.
And then, yeah, like the evidence for it being about John Mayer is like the parallels. And then also, like she says, the gap between his teeth, and he had like a little gap between his teeth. And then the line about snide remarks from my father about your tattoos will be ignored. And he had a full arm of tattoos. She performed this one at the 2011 CMA Awards. And yeah, this one was also written solely by Taylor, and it's the 6th country chart topper because the song moved from number 3 to number 1 in its 17th week on the chart. Those were my couple of notes.
Cool. All
right. The next one, do you want to like quickly intro it?
Yeah. Just so interestingly enough, if this was a movie, was released as part of Speak Now, the deluxe version originally, yeah. But for some reason, Taylor decided to go, you know what, this is going to be
maybe what the reason is.
There you go. Taylor said this is going to be on the Fearless Version vault. Fine.
Because you know want to know what the theory is for that? It's because it's a co-written song. So it wouldn't have made sense to put it on Taylor's version, since the whole point of Taylor's version is like, I did this myself. Even though it was technically released as like a bonus track. That's supposedly the theory as to why it wasn't with Speak Now, Taylor's version.
Yeah, because all of the Speak Now albums back in the day, I mean, there would be a smattering of like, here's some covers and here's whatever. Oh, what a beautiful theory.
And it makes sense, right?
100%. No.
It does. I'm literally writing it down because I'm like, I love, because I had a note that it was the only one that had a co-writer, and that makes so much.
And that's why it
makes so much sense why she wouldn't release, because I think she has it on. There's a version of Fearless Taylor's version that I think she tacked it onto.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, she does.
Or like it's like when she was releasing hits different, like all those random extra songs. I think that was one of them. That if this was a movie,
agreed.
This song gives me Fearless again, because it's like, it's about someone trying to get someone to come back. It kind of reminds me of Come In With the Rain and The Way I Loved You, because the imagery is the same, where it's like, if you said you're sorry and you came back, or you waited for me outside while the rain was pouring, I'm like, this seems like an oddly familiar scenario. Where is all this rain coming from?
It's raining with Taylor's sad.
I do like this song, but it's another one where I don't actually listen to it very often because it's not on the album, so I have to actively search it out if I want to listen to it. But
I only heard it the one time. Like, I texted Alexa when I was like making my notes, and I was like, wait a second, this song isn't on this album, I've never heard this. So I had to like find it on YouTube.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because the imagery, like, honestly, the repetition of comeback just gives me come back, be here, right? Because she says come back to me, and then there's a lot of imagery of the doors before I locked you out, so again, that's why it keeps making me think of like the other side of the door, Come In With the Rain, The Way I Loved You, where it's always like there's a door separating us. There is supposedly a secret message on this one, and it's let's press rewind, which I find
it's what?
Let's press rewind.
Oh, okay.
Which makes sense given that it's like, and if you wanted to know the secret message, supposedly on ours is mayor, which I don't well, I was gonna say I don't get it, and I'm like, wait, no, I do get it. Yeah, I like this song,
Is
but
the mayor's name John? Anyway.
anyway, over his sad empty town. It's over his sad empty town.
Oh, he's the mayor of the sad empty town. Got it.
I had heard that this one was written for Martin Johnson, the lead singer of Boys Like Girls.
Which reminds me, how could I have totally blanked out? The theory, which has totally been debunked at this point in time, was that John was actually Boys Like Girls. John.
Oh, right.
This entire time, it wasn't so much.
Oh, that wasn't John Mayer.
Which is I know like a stretch,
I mean, he
right?
just made it worse by like.
But because
assuming it was about him.
Because if you think about it, all of the beats remain the same in terms of like the just lyrically, the age gap, the bad boy image, the Taylor's family going do not like run far. And then they did that collab with you know.
That's true, actually.
So yeah,
because he is the co-writer, right, for this one.
Yeah.
Martin Johnson. Yeah.
So there are folks speculating online that he was that's the John,
that's so
not
interesting.
Not the mayor, but clearly.
Interesting.
I mean, John Mayer just took it personally.
He was
just like,
I know this is me.
Right?
I did this thing.
Mayor, Superman, and this one has no like. I cannot confirm who or what it's about because it is the song that makes no sense to me. It's like it's cute, it's boppy, but like I have no context for this song because of the imagery in it. However, it's that one line that gets me. It's like loved you from the very first day. I'm like,
yeah, and that's the secret lyric for. I'm like, it's a link.
People had earlier on speculated that it was about Taylor's dad. I
thought so too.
There are like. Yeah, but I do feel like there are a lot of like other lyrics in it that you wouldn't really talk about your dad in that way.
Yeah,
and I hope you don't.
Yeah,
everyone's sake. That's never a good place to be in. In this way. So yeah, I the only note I have here is that it's a remnant from the debut days of how she's like it's the same kind of hyper specific storytelling. But pop instead of country.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the lyrics in the second verse definitely not something I would think was about her dad because it's like tall, dark, and beautiful, complicated. Exactly. He's irrational.
Yeah,
I'm like, and then the something in his deep brown eyes has me singing. He's not all bad like his reputation. Right. I'm like, no, this cannot possibly be about her dad.
No. She actually said that it was inspired by a guy she was enamored with. And when he walked out of a room, she said to a friend, it's like watching Superman fly away.
I mean, again, it could totally be John Mayer.
Is this the mayor of Sad Empty Town?
I think so. Yeah.
She just left fireworks in her wake. It's great.
All right. Speaking of fireworks and lights.
Yes.
It's interesting because we're going to get to the vault, right? And I find it so interesting that Speak Now is always the album where something leaks. Have you noticed that? Because the original, right? We already talked about it. Something leaked. And then this one, I remember there was this whole thing where like the early vinyl copies, someone had leaked some of them.
That's right.
And that's why she didn't do like that whole puzzle vault mystery with it. Because like with the others, she gives you like all these anagrams and you try to figure it out.
Yeah.
There was supposedly going to be, and I heard this from the streets. Thank you, Mela. But like, there was supposed to be that same thing. Like it was going to be a thing with the vaults and everything, but someone leaked it. Like,
wow.
And I'm like, well, whoever did that is going to have a legal issue at this point.
Yeah. Because
I'm like,
come on, man.
And it's not hard to track. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure you could figure it out if you have enough money and you have enough people working for you.
Right.
But like, I just find it so interesting that it's this album. It's happened again. You know what I mean? Like, it would have been one thing if it had happened like in the past, right? Like a song leaked or no, this one I'm like, why is it happening again? It feels weird, like to have it up. But anyway, happier things.
Speaking now.
The vault. I kind of want to give Alexa this because she has nonstop.
Oh, you mean my nonstop repetition of this song?
This has been on repeat one for like ages. But let's do Out Boy. This is Electric Touch.
So like how on Spotify you get like your stats and your top song. let's not be surprised that even though this song came out in the latter half of 2023, it was definitely in the top.
Yep.
Love
Because
that.
I really, once I fixate, I'm like, I will listen to this song, 10 billion times in a day, over and over and over. And I still do that because I love this song because it's just such a specific feeling and a
Mhm.
specific image, right? It's like the anticipation of someone you have a potential connection to who could be your potential forever. And it's like you're so nervous about it, but you're also excited. So it's like that weird nervous anticipation feeling. And I love it. It was funny because like the first time we listened to it, I was like, oh, I do like this song. It's boppy. Yeah. Cut to like a day later, and I'm like, oh no, I can't it's stuck. Like I can't unhear it. Like,
Mhm.
and I think it's because like, it appeals to the like romantic side of my personality, right? Because it's just like it's that nice feeling, like that giddy, like what is this? Could it be something? And you're optimistic.
Yeah.
That's the view she has on it right now. And I'm like, it's such a good vibe. And then so favorite lyrics, I was like, can I just say the whole song? That's literally, I'm like, it's
you
the whole
can.
song.
We've done that.
Yeah.
I really, so one of the lines I like best is got a history of stories ending sadly, still hoping that the fire won't burn me just one time. Because I'm like, she's still like, I'm gonna keep going, I'm gonna keep trying. And obviously the chorus gets me too, because I'm like, all I know is this could either break my heart or bring it back to life.
Yeah.
Got a feeling your electric touch could fill this ghost town up with light.
That's the line for me.
And I'm
Those
like,
are the same ones that I wrote down.
like, circling back to this whole like ghost town, and like in my mind I connect it so clearly to like Dear John, because I'm like, she's leaving this town that's sad and empty, a ghost town, basically no one's there. And I'm like, this is like the anticipation of like, are you gonna be that person who can make my town like come back to life, bring this light back? I'm like, okay, please stop. Please stop giving me feelings. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Haunted too.
Like I'm obsessed with that song. Like I play it a lot. Everyone in this household knows this because they hear it all the time. Unfortunately for them, or fortunately, I mean, really, it doesn't.
Kristin,
I also love this song. I was one of the biggest Fall Out Boy fans ever.
there you go. How was that for you? Oh my God, do tell us.
Yeah, so I was just like, what? We're like these two worlds colliding with like my younger self, who was very heavily in fandom, with my adult self, who is now in this fandom. It was just like the perfect harmony. I love this song so much. I think it's interesting that Patrick Stump is the only one to appear on the track, but the whole band is credited in the song.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, because it says Fall Out Boy.
Yeah. Taylor said this one's about first date jitters. And also Taylor sang an acoustic version of Sugar We're Going Down Swinging down during the Speak Now tour too.
Yes.
So it was nice that she, brought that back around. And Patrick was a guest at the MetLife Stadium during her Red tour, and they sang my songs Know What You Did in the Dark, Light 'Em Up together. And Taylor also performed with Fall Out Boy during the 2013 Victoria's Secret fashion show. Gorgeous. And this one is also written solely by Taylor, and it's produced with Aaron Dessner.
Oh, unsurprising. I always gravitate towards his songs. Like the way he produces them, it's just like, oh, also side note, random thing you need to bring up. So Electric Touch, right? I'm like, that is so Sparks Fly coded. So Sparks Fly coded. Because it's like electric touch is going to bring me back to life. And I'm like, did we just not talk about touching? Was touching not in the other song?
And it was really something. No, yeah. I like that in order of like continuity. Right? Electric Touch precedes Sparks Fly.
Right?
Mm-hmm. That's beautiful.
Please.
Headcanon accepted.
I really can't. Obviously,
my only comment is that sonically it makes the least sense to me out of this entire thing.
That makes sense.
Because at least with Haunted, even if it sort of like veered sort of like Evanescent, that's not what I did there. It felt I'm dying on that hill. But if it
and you can.
But at the very least, it still kept that whimsy that Taylor has. This actually screams kind of 1989-ish.
Yeah. Which makes sense to why
it was not. It screams 1989 with Red Rising. Like I feel like that's That's where
I actually like that.
because
Yeah.
it's kind of because red just gets grungy, like towards like
Mhm.
I mean not grungy, but like red kind of
It has that.
It
Yeah.
has a
It
little
has
bit.
kind of like.
so it feels the most out of place.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Uh, so I now wonder what could it have sounded like if it was mastered and mixed and recorded at that time.
Mm.
Would
I
have been
suddenly what
completely
that would have sounded
wrong.
like, right? Because then we would have had the era's version of that, and
Yeah.
then the Taylor's version, which is this. Which hey, she's done wonders with some songs that have been like totally reimagined,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it makes more sense now though that it came out as a vault song.
right?
Because you
So
can see why it would be a Speak Now era song, but you can also see how it's much better produced with all of the benefit of like the years later, you know?
yeah,
Yeah.
Ugh.
so that was my only thing. It felt a little out of place, but certainly not. But it was not out of place.
I like how this one has the line though that I've been left in the rain, lost in pining. Once again, where's all this rain coming from?
It's
Yeah.
that it rains in your bedroom.
It's like, you know,
it's all in their
Movie
bed.
magic.
what movie is it where it's like there's a cloud and it's just raining all the time over their head, like over that one individual's head? There are certain songs from Taylor where I'm like, that's it. That's the vibe. Like there's just a cloud there.
Well, if we want to talk about Taylor, like atmospherics, it rains in your bedroom.
Everything is wrong.
It rains when you
Snows.
and it
It's
rains
like,
When you're gone.
It's everywhere, babe. Like,
It's fine.
we'll study the weather according to Taylor
Oh,
as we proceed.
Yeah, this vault is generally, by the way, this vault is also a very strong vault for me.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So, yeah. Anyway, next song.
Kristin, you want to take this one?
Sure. The next one is When Emma Falls in Love. And my immediate first thought when listening to it was, I wonder if this is about Emma Stone, because I knew that Taylor had gone to Emma Stone's SNL performance because they're good friends. So I was just like picturing Emma Stone. And then there's also the line in it. There's like a lyric that says Little Miss Sunshine, and in Easy A, Emma has that card that plays Pocketful of Sunshine.
Yeah.
So that felt like right. I feel like, my favorite lyric is definitely because she's the kind of book you can't put down. I feel like this one is more of like a character study, and Emma is like someone that she sees as a role model who stays grounded in even when she's in relationships. And what else? This one's also co-produced by Aaron Dessner.
Explains a lot of things.
Yeah. And there are like quite a few musicians that she has on this one too. She has Ben Lands of Beirut, James McAllister, who's known for working with Sufjan Stevens, Josh Kaufman of Muzz and Boney Light Horseman, James Cerveccia of The American and Big Thief.
Yeah.
So like quite a few people on here, but I like this one a lot. And again, this one is like a story. I like how it starts off and then Emma finds her person, and I just think it's really cute. And also, I think you'll point out too that it has the small town reference in it.
Yes, it's that and the New York and LA. Like those are the references. Outer space.
It's very Jane Austen. Very I can change him. Or it's actually reverse Austen. We're like, he will change because of me.
Yeah.
I still, even if I don't read her, I'm still more of a Bronte kind of
so
disposition where we're like,
because now
we're gonna make each other
Book Emma.
worse.
Like I'm thinking about Book Emma now, and it's so interesting to me. Just
right.
Yeah.
Right. Like it's the Austen thing of I can change him. Here it's like they all change because of Emma when she falls in love, and I'm like, that's not how it works. But which leads me to think this is very, very Fearless coded because it's such a fairy tale as opposed to grounded magic that we know Speak Now to be. I like that. I use that moving forward. Speak Now is a grounded kind of magic, while Fearless is a very ephemeral kind of sort of like very young kind of magic. So.
Yeah, I also really like this song. It's not, if I were gonna rank the vault songs, it's obviously not my top one. We all know what that one is. But like I really like the imagery in it. I like that she mentions Cleopatra because I think that's such an interesting way of doing it. Honestly, I also immediately was like, this is about Emma Stone. Like, there's no way it can't be about Emma Stone. Like, I don't know if it really is, but it's Emma Stone specifically in the Emma Stone and Andrew Garfield era.
I was gonna say,
because that's what it feels like to me. And I'm like, oh, I love this. I love this so much. This just makes me so happy.
I mean, I never felt too much of an affinity for non-Spider Gwen Stacy. She was just Gwen Stacy, and I always feel bad that she didn't make it. That was terrible. But then I see Emma Stone and Andrew Garfield. I'm like, you monsters.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
Anyway, that's just me.
Oh, I'm excited about the next one too. Well, actually, I'm excited about a lot of things.
All right.
Clearly.
We get to move on?
Yes. Yeah. Oh my God. This next song though.
Okay, so
I love this song.
Kristin, if you don't mind, do you know who produced I Can See You? Is this a Desner or is this an Antonov?
I do. This is Antonov.
To nobody's surprise.
Yeah.
So so Alexa's sort of like Team Desner, and I'm sort of Team Antonov, just because.
I mean, which is not to say that
it's not to say that we don't like the other one either.
One.
It's just if you look at like the
trends.
Yeah, where do we? Yeah, there she trends Desner. I trend Antonov.
Desner and Max Martin. I would.
Well, everybody trends Max Martin. Anyway, so on that note, welcome to the Taylor Triple Meta Feature Extravaganza.
That is literally my favorite image. This is 3 Taylors.
This is 3 Taylors all the way through to the end. I almost feel sorry for the other lovely folks that she invited.
Who were the 2 people in the mean music video? Presley Cash and
Joey King, right?
Oh, I love this. Yeah.
Right. I almost feel sorry for that because that they were part of it, of taken from their Grammy Award winning performances into this whole thing, and they're like, the 3 Taylors. That's what this is about.
I mean, to me, that's a core part of this story. Like, there's no other way to put it. Like, that's a core image of this.
And here's the deal: I didn't even like this song too much, but now it holds a special place in my heart because Bloody Shark Boy walks through the entire, just dead ass walks through the whole thing, front flips, whatever the hell that he does.
I like his speech. His speech is like one of my favorite things that happened.
The most wholesome kind of, oh my God. And I was there when they were a thing and they weren't a thing, and she said sorry the whole song. And now
I just love that their friendship lasted.
And now he's breaking the album version out of prison. I know what is happening with my life.
You know what? The fact that she was like, let me just throw in as many references to the original as I can into this video by bringing all these people together. And then all these costumes, all of these items. I'm like, girl, you couldn't have planned it better.
Sorry, I'm doing an impression of Taylor with her cigar. Hey, Lautner, do your Shark Boy thing. And then he does the I don't know, man. I love Shark Boy and Lava Girl. So all of this happening at the same time, I'm like, what? He's doing the flip. I'm out.
The thing about I Can See You for me is I have 2 separate images in my head when I think of I Can See You, right? Because of the video, obviously I'm like, heist. It's a heist song. This makes so much sense. I could see it. It's happening. Great. Perfect. Beautiful. Wonderful. However, there's also the other half of it where I'm like, ooh, forbidden romance.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this doesn't feel like teen Taylor. This definitely feels like a more adult Taylor sensibility. Because there are certain lines, if you take them in certain context, you're like, forbidden romance. And it reminds me so much of there's a particular book I have in my head that it is literally the embodiment of this book. And I'm like,
who's cabidoning who? You know what I mean? What is happening here?
Twisted Games.
Oh, I'm reading that really soon, so that's exciting.
Yeah, I could not unsee it. I'm telling you now, because I literally started reading that book and I'm like, how do I unsee this? I can't unsee it. So now I just associate it with that particular story. My favorite lyrics in this one are, I could see you being my addiction. You can see me as a secret mission. I'm like,
that's what I'm written down too.
Feisty imagery here.
Hot take. This is the precursor to Getaway Car.
Ooh, love it.
Ooh,
love it.
Yeah.
And you know it. I know places are out of the woods. Because you know what? That's a triple threat story right there.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
No,
I feel like there are a lot of her songs that work in threes, and yes to this trifecta.
And someone just has to make it a movie. That's it. That's it.
Noir,
or a miniseries or something.
I want some sci-fi noir coded kind of deal, because there's got to be a getaway car. There's got to be foxes and stuff like that. And
oh yes,
it has to end with Are We Out of the Woods?
Oh my God, so good, so good. Anyway, I really enjoy the song. It wasn't immediately a favorite for me, but
writes down
it's
novel
kind
idea.
It's kind of like it grew on me after, if that makes sense. It's funny because a lot of the vault songs are very specific, like they can inspire a story. Because I was telling Kristin this, and like I think this is the first time I'll say it publicly. I was like, what if I worked on an entire series of novels, different genres, different kinds of stories, but they're all inspired by Taylor Swift albums, because like every era has a very specific 100%
you can do that. It's
It was funny because like immediately Kristin's like, how about this song, this vibe, this. I'm like, yes.
You know what?
Right?
That is its own
like,
blog post / like, you know, book review saying.
I'm just saying. Anyway, I feel like I just like went on. I feel like Kristin should.
I love this one too. Not surprising because I just really love this album. I feel like the song is so different and like more scandalous than anything else on the album. Like,
Thank you. I was about to say super. It's like super racy for Speak Now.
Exactly. Like, could you imagine if this came out on Speak Now? People would have been like,
you would all be like,
lost their mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is it about?
It would have been a huge thing.
Oh yeah.
And then like to the video, I just think it's so clever that she's locked in a vault, and I love that she's in that gold dress, and when then they like break her out and free her from the vault, it feels like they're, you know, she's releasing the vault songs to us. It's just, I'm also someone that loves action movies, so this video is like by far one of my favorites. I just think it's so much fun. I love like the fight scene. It's like it's just perfect. Like, it's amazing. Yeah, I obviously love the haul of outfits. That's probably like my favorite piece, since I am such a fashion person. I literally have everything about this video is amazing, no notes. This one, as we said, produced by Jack Antonoff, co-produced. I also feel like it has lyrical parallels to Dress from Reputation. And then this is something that I read online that made me like spiral a little bit. So it says, okay, so it implies that this is about someone in her professional sphere. And it talks about like feelings for him blossoming, and it potentially is from after breaking up with Joe. So I wonder if this could also be like a Maddie Healy song that is snuck in.
Girl.
Because also, this is just my brain. So Speak Now. So she announced Speak Now Taylor's version in Nashville, and that is also when her relationship with Maddie went public, and people thought that Maddie was going to show up and perform with her. Interesting.
So wild.
Thoughts.
Puts that in notes. Puts Dress into the list of songs.
I know. Oh my god.
I can see you. I know places. Dress, getaway car, out of the woods.
Yeah.
That's your character. That's your couple arc.
Oof, stop. That's such a good, like, can't. I really can't.
And then there are instrumentals on this one from Jack and the rest of Bleachers as well.
Oh, nice. Sweet. Okay. I didn't know that, but that's a fun fact.
Cool.
Random thought I just had. I find it so interesting that a lot of the friends she made during this time are still her friends now. Like Haley Williams is her friend. She's technically still friendly with Emma Stone. She's friendly still with Selena. You know what I mean? Like, it's interesting.
I feel like
Taylor loved her, obviously.
She's not just friendly with Stone. Emma Stone is quoted like when people talk about like, hey, she just wrote a song about you, and like, how do you feel? And Emma Stone's like, she's such an asshole. You can't just be friendly, if you know what I mean.
It's the same energy she has with Blake Lively.
Yeah, there you go. And then she always with people who like, I think to be in like the inner kind of circle, you have to have that kind of a sense of humor. Otherwise, you're just not going to keep up.
Yeah,
so.
I agree. But yeah, this one's a fun one. I also really like the next song, actually. And it's also I will say it's partially because I'm a Paramore fan, or I was like an early days Paramore fan, and I love Haley Williams, so I love that she got to do a song specifically with Taylor. But it's funny because this song, I think the reason why I love it so much is because I felt like it was so personally relatable, despite the fact that the imagery is very like fairy tale and fantasy again, with the castles and the ruling and like all of these things. Like, there's just something so it's easy to self-identify it with, right? Like, to self-identify with. I like that it's like you were once lauding me. You were like, I was once getting all this good attention, and now I'm like, it's falling apart. And like, part of it is me because I'm like, I'm shutting down, and I'm like, I'm not letting you help me. And the other part is like, you're acknowledging like, oh, I might have made a misstep somewhere. It's just like the way it feels like a therapy session in a song wrapped in a fantasy blanket. I'm like, this is like a weird combination, but I'm here for it. Like,
no, she does that in Fearless with I forget which song that was, but
yeah, she has a lot of the motifs. Again, it's like walls golden, castles, bridges burned. I like once again my lyric is like, can I just say the whole song?
Yeah,
I actually really like Haley's verse, the second verse. When she goes, once I was the great hope for a dynasty, crowds would hang on my words and they trusted me. Their faith was strong, but I pushed it too far. I held that grudge till it tore me apart. It's like, it's an entire origin story, right? Because it's like, power went to my head and I couldn't stop, and people who loved me tried to help, but I was the one who like locked them out and didn't let them do that. I love that verse so much. Like, it's it's such a such a good song. Like, I don't want to keep going because I could keep going. And I feel like that would, again, like your long live where you could go on for 7 hours, that would be me with Castle Scrumbling. So we're just not going to do that.
Kristin, thoughts?
I love this song too. I feel like this song is the direct opposite of Long Live.
It's the alternate ending.
Yeah. And it hits,
it's so beautiful.
Yeah, it hits so much harder too. Like, to think about this being written during the Speak Now era and then to see what happened to Taylor in her career. It's so interesting for her to have written this. So like, she is Cassandra. She sees everything coming.
Witch.
She's a witch.
She's a willow witch.
Cue Evermore.
Around the sorceress's table with her coven.
Right? God,
it's okay. We're all in that Delulu coven.
I love that so much.
My favorite lyric from this one is "Smoke billows from my ships in the harbor. People look at me like I'm a monster."
That's a good one.
So this one I love. Like, it's like an emo ballad, which I love. Love that genre. So I feel like this one really like hits. And then, as we mentioned earlier, Haley and Taylor performed together during the Speak Now tour. So again, I just really like that she like brought back these people that were so foundational to this era to be part of the vault tracks. And then, okay, so Castles Crumbling is like crumbling castles is basically like imagery that Taylor uses in Call It What You Want from Reputation. And
castle crumbled over. Oh,
right. And then it's also like the inverse of New Romantics, where she says like, you can build from all these bricks you threw at me. This one's also written solely by Taylor and co-produced by Jack.
Yeah.
I will say this though. I feel like this is way too early because you think this is bad. Oh, wait for Reputation.
Yeah. Oh, I have.
So there's it's like she's predicting, she's predicting like a future fall. Because I almost feel like she wrote this, and of course we don't have the timestamp, but I almost feel like she wrote this right after Fearless, and things started sort of like going like off the rails. Yeah. But for her to predict the real, actual downfall.
Yeah.
Of her kingdom and people openly canceling her at the time was terrible.
It's really interesting. There's a self-awareness in it too, right? Because it's like, she's like, I like that line that I said, right? Power went to my head and I couldn't stop.
Yeah.
I'm like she knows like it's not, like a lot of it is external, but obviously there's an internal part you're playing, right? Because unless you're standing on solid ground, it, foundation would crumble.
Which is interesting to me because again, it's very future set. Because look, at the time that before Reputation, there was some stuff in 1989 where I'm like, girl, you do realize you're not the underdog anymore.
Yeah.
But there was still a part of her that was like singing some songs that she had. I was like, that kind of doesn't apply, girl. You're not like, I know you feel that, but look at you. You're a legend now. So I feel like that was more. So it's weird that she was prophesying over herself, sort of like moving forward because that was one of the things I was going to bring up, sort of like moving forward in terms of the journey, is that I mentioned underdog Taylor begins here because she had never been anything but just the new girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then now she's the new girl that everybody's criticizing. And kept that. So but then she doesn't stay the underdog forever
Mm.
until she is canceled. You know what I mean? Like there's a
Yeah.
clear. You can be the underdog, and then you can be like, you lose this round.
Yes.
Right.
Right.
I feel like it
And
also
it-
like. Oh, I was gonna say I feel
Yeah.
like it also like kind of stems from probably the anxiety that she felt coming off of an album like Fearless that got
Yeah.
just an outrageous number of accolades, and like how do you follow that up?
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
lot of pressure.
Yeah, and like to be that early in your career and to accomplish so much, it seems like how could this be sustainable?
Agreed.
Mm.
Wow. Yeah.
So good.
I love this song. This is like one you could like deeply psychoanalyze. To be fair, yeah. We can move on.
Okay, so Kristin, super cool that you mentioned that this is like the dark like sister to what is it
Long Live.
to Long Live,
Long
right? I feel like Foolish One is the more grounded, less sadder, quieter, more realistic alternate universe to Speak Now, because
You kept it to
Yeah.
yourself.
because you kept it to yourself and you did not ruin anyone's wedding. There's literally a line that says, "Me and the Wings, she'll get your ring."
I'm like, that's right. That's right.
Well, I'm like, girl, he did not notice you. No amount of
it
you.
makes me so sad.
You know what I mean? Like this is the alternate universe where she's
Even
just
me
like,
in the Wings. It's like you're behind the curtains too,
oh, thank you.
So
there you
I'm
go.
like,
Curtains. Oh my god.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. My theory.
She didn't speak now.
Yeah. My
Yeah.
theory is Jonah song,
Is
mind you,
it?
because you know what line makes me think that? Because I can tie it to Tell Me Why.
Hmm.
Because you know what? There's a line that goes, "It's delicate, but I'll do my best to seem bulletproof." And
That
then
is
Tell
the
Me Why.
line I have written too.
You might think I'm bulletproof, but I'm not.
Exactly. That's exactly what I have too.
I thank you.
And
I'm
then-
so
There
glad we
you
think alike.
go.
But I'm just like, okay, I got it. I'm like,
And then in
it
the
sense.
future, she has the song Delicate also.
right? It's like,
Yeah.
This girl just like running. I get so sad when I listen to the song, despite the fact that it has like that upbeat sound.
Yeah.
And I guess like it's an interesting contradiction, right? Because she's trying to be more like she's being kinder, more gracious. Maybe not to herself. Like she's suffering quietly instead of publicly, right? It just makes me sad though, because I'm like, oh no, don't hope for that. He's not worth it. The line that the beginning actually makes me sad when she's like, my cards are on the table, yours are in your hand. Because I'm like the distinct difference between her being open and him being guarded, which is a complete contrast to Back to December, actually.
Yeah.
Too, right?
Girl, he not playing with you.
You're not his favorite toy.
I like that you're not the exception. That's low key, like for me. I just think Paramore because like only exception, right?
Ooh, I like that. I like it's
Like,
it's almost kind of like
not the exception.
What is it? What is it? It's such a meta
Right,
of like
right.
allusion to.
And then she does the silence thing again, where it's like goodbye screaming in the silence. I'm like,
Mhm.
I like how many ways she can portray silence, and like it's different feelings every
This all seems, it's got all the energy of like self-soothing, like when you leave when you leave a baby alone to just cry it out.
actually.
It just feels that.
And you're like trying to tell yourself like this
'cause-
is how you should look at
Yeah,
it. or
Foolish
this how-
One is a hand to your like you're not giving people advice. That's you. It's like, you idiots better listen. It's me. I'm idiots. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's how,
Yeah.
So yeah. It's a good one. It's cute.
and I like how it ends though. Actually.
Yeah.
Because it's a little bit more optimistic.
Kristin, you were gonna say something?
I was gonna say also, like, so the chorus, where is it? Foolish one, stop checking your mailbox for confessions of love that ain't never gonna come. You will take the long way, blah blah blah. It also is kind of like Fortnite. Now you're at the mailbox. And they're like pretending to be good neighbors.
Yeah.
Girl, yes.
Oh my god, I can't. Long way down,
I love that.
She is on the ground a lot.
Yeah.
I'm like, you are going to be on the ground.
And this one's co-produced with Aaron Dessner.
Yeah. So unsurprising that I do enjoy it. I really do like how it ends though, when it's like, no, he just wasn't the one.
Yeah.
It's the same energy as the ending of I Can Change Him. No, really, I can't. Once again, it's like, I can't. I can't. and he's not the
know.
one. And I'm like, okay, you're learning. We got it. It's like a learning curve song.
Fair.
Yeah. Oh, I love
I'm
that.
like restraining myself from just talking about I can fix them.
We can let you just a little bit more. How's that?
You can talk a little. Well, like we've actually made very good time. I'll be honest.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna like, if anyone could fix someone's media perception, it would be Taylor. Like Maddie Healy is that problematic that, well, maybe I can't. Like, no, I can do it. I can do it. Oh, maybe not.
Right? It's like, it's like there's like go, yes, no. Oh, just back away now, slowly.
It's like keep him in your line of sight.
Because again, it's like I feel like this whole now, like, and I've bought into like the whole counter argument that Hollywood has sold the lie about like romance and how that's not how real relationships work and soulmate and all that good stuff. And then I realized before Hollywood, there was Austin, and she did say you change a man when you can't.
Yeah.
You cannot. And that's not just change a man. You can't change people, period, full stop.
Not unless they're willing to try to actively change themselves.
And if again, I trend Bronte, or we can both make each other worse. Like, let's do this. Like, let's bring the worst out of each other.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Mary Shelley, and I love this meme so much. Meanwhile, Mary Shelley's like, I'll make him. I'll make somebody up. It's fine. Just put them together.
Like, I will stitch him together, and he will be the ideal. He'll be my.
He'll be the actual main character as opposed to folk being idiots. On that note,
I really love that this is the last song. Actually,
I know.
I love it. I think it's also a perfect vault ending track.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So again, with like old Americana Taylor.
Do you see how many lyrics I have?
Yes. I only have one thing to say about this thing because again, it's so beautiful, but it's a runoff from Debut. Like we knew she was capable of writing these epics in 5 minutes. She can write about 6-8 decades worth of a relationship in literally 5 minutes. We've seen it with Oh My, right? Yep. And now she did it again. She just didn't put it in Speak Now. She did it with Timeless.
Right? I really enjoy Timeless because I like that it's like, it's sweet. Like it has a very sweet sound. It has a very sweet theme. And there's like this whole, like, I'm imagining this alternate life with you vibe again, which she does a lot in other songs. Like, she does that in Love Story in the music video. She does it in Mine, right? Like she's just seeing this entire saga play out in her. And I love it. I like that this one goes back historically. It's like, what if you were fighting in the war and that's when we fell in love? Or what if it goes all the way back to the reference in the second verse, which is more Romeo and Juliet coded.
Yes.
Which for me, it's funny because I actually tie this one with Love Story.
Yep.
More too. Because I'm like, that image is somehow just like in my mind. I like that. I'm a sucker for the kind of like story. It's not necessarily a love story, but like, you know, your souls are fated to be together. You know, like that whole red string of fate thing. And like lifetime after lifetime, you'll find that person. This is me being like, this song is entirely coded to match that vibe.
Yeah.
I love it. It also gives me some Begin Again energy.
Oh boy.
Like, I don't know why. Like, there's just something about this song that it reminds me of that. It reminds me of Mary's song too. That was the other one that I tied it to as well. But like, I wish I could show Kristin. There's like, I was looking at the lyrics. I'm like, how am I supposed to pick?
The fact that she's scrolling
I had to scroll up and down.
for several, like, just shows you how much. This is font size 12.
Yeah, I do really like that. You're right. It specifically does remind me of Mary's song because of that part where she's like,
it spans decades.
Yeah, and they talk about growing up together, and I love that. But my favorite two parts, I guess, is like, that's when I came upon a book covered in cobwebs, story of a romance torn apart by fate. Because I'm like, that could be any historical epic romance where like they could not be together for specific reasons. I also really like the story started when you said hello in a crowded room a few short years ago, and sometimes there's no proof, you just know. First of all, that's very Story of Us coded, but if Story of Us had gone right, not wrong. Because again, it's about stories, right? Because it's you know, same thing. And you know, it's also Mine coded because like they met in a crowded whatever in a cafe. This is probably why I'm also thinking Begin Again. I don't know why, but I love it. I love it. It feels timeless, and it is gonna be timeless.
I adore.
Which I love. I love.
Kristin, thoughts?
I'm glad that Alexa had so much to say because I don't have a ton about this song.
Fair, but do share anyway.
My favorite lyric is, so even in a different life, you still would have been mine. We would have been timeless.
I love that.
As Macky pointed out, I even just like the parallel of long live with timeless. Like those words just are so interchangeably connected. Like it's so beautiful, or harmonious. I feel like I barely ever listen to this song, and it's not because I don't like it. It's because it's the last song, and I've usually finished whatever I'm doing by the time this one is going to come on. So it like I have
You
to
rarely skip on this one, right? Or
rarely,
don't.
yeah, right. You know what? I probably should start skipping Innocent so that I can hear this one.
Add timeless instead of Innocent.
But check this out though. Such an interesting phenomenon because I'm the same. Like I don't listen to this enough, not by choice. It's just
Interesting.
It's
Because
more
I just skip all the way to it.
right.
Yeah, well,
unless-
you skip like all of my favorite songs, which is the whole
That's
album.
true.
But
That probably gives you more listening time.
But is this not a macrocosm of the amount of media available to us today? I mean, how many of us have that one book, 25, that one anime, maybe 17, that you swore you were going to watch, but there is just a bunch of other things that you're chewing on right now, but you can't, and it doesn't make them any less good. It doesn't make you any less interested in that. It's just, you just can't get around to it just because there's so much.
Oh, yeah.
What a golden age.
Don't worry, we'll get to
media.
my non-skippable albums again at some point. Because I do have another one where I never skip. Never.
There you go. Because
Is that Folklore?
No.
Oh.
It's my number 2 all-time favorite album.
Yeah.
You know what it is. Kristin will find out.
Yes.
You'll know.
I know you're number 1, and I think you're number 2. Oh, is it Lover?
No. Lover, I actually skip some songs.
Okay.
Oh, by the way,
because I know Fearless is number 1.
Oh, yes.
But speaking of like rankings and stuff,
Can't wait to do that at the end of the year with TTPD.
I'm in the process. I'm in the process of retooling like my little like spreadsheet where you can rank stuff and whatever. Oh my god! Like this is gonna like maybe it's not gonna change.
You have to share that with me so that I can make a copy and have my own.
And I think he should share it with you when he has TTPD on it because he doesn't have it on
because I'm adding categories, right? Because for those of us who again follow book girlies, right?
I feel like you should put that as a category, literary reference.
Just like I was always part of like that, like my friends from like that all girls school that I was like honorary sort of like book girly in that sense, where I get let into these things. There's a column where I will write story trope template because that counts as an extra point if it's a good one for you. And then there's full on short story, right? I didn't have those as part of the rankings because you got to give props to a song that can tell a full story or that you can shove any characters that you like into it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Like if you want to ship like one character from this book and that other book.
Actually, that's true.
Plug
because
them
there
in.
really are songs where I can't do that.
Yeah.
You know, because I already know what the story
exactly
is.
Because it is a full story. You can't shove another person into August.
That. That's true.
But then if you've got something like Sparks Fly, have fun.
Electric Touch is also very easy.
You can take any people with wings and any random other people that don't have wings.
Can I just low-key tell you, like, you know, the energy of Electric Touch gives me Travis Kelce when they dated for the first time. It has nothing to do with him. It doesn't. I don't think. But like, I don't know. There's just something about how their relationship started, you know, like the early days. I'm like, it is that electric touch feeling because it's like,
I would argue that your little which books are Taylor Swift songs can be maybe more easily like put together if you just have a list of story tropes and you'll all immediately, because this is a trope song, you know which books are going to be.
100%. Yeah, I'm telling you. That's why I said I Can See You is a, well, Kristin will know when she reads the book.
Right. So there. Like on that note, any last thoughts on Timeless? Because that's what this album really is.
It really is, though. This is one of the albums. Like, it's just genuinely just good. It's just good.
It's iconic. It's a legacy. It's
really something.
It's really something.
Kristin, I'm so glad you thought of doing this because there's
just so fun.
No way.
And all these that we're making, so fun.
I'm so glad that you guys wanted to do it with me because I'm like, what other crazy people want to spend their time doing this?
In the clown car.
Okay.
In the coven. In the clown car in the coven.
You have to understand, Kristin, we have conversations like this anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like a little bit more put together when we're doing it like live right now. But I honestly, for you and for like anyone who actually watches this,
Yeah.
Macky has actually seen me like when I'm really deep in my fandom feelings. Like I will literally either like throw myself onto my knees and be like, "Oh my god!"
I would be full on like cry, like
or like
tears,
fall
like
off the
actual.
couch, lie on the floor, stare at the ceiling.
Like it's like
Yeah.
part of like like getting better is you just have to. I don't care. I will break down at anywhere, and it hasn't stopped. So again, bring with the master track. While I feel like Tortured Poets and all this new stuff isn't going to change the landscape of my top 10.
Mhm.
It may
It's
change.
slightly changed mine, I think.
It won't change. Sorry, it won't change the landscape of my top 5. It will change the landscape of my top 10 songs. It will definitely change the landscape of my albums because
Yeah, it's the albums for me.
I
think.
can't, and that's why I call it the Taylor
Yeah.
Swift time capsule, is because that's who you are at that moment.
Yeah.
Unlike with
Yeah.
Zodiac's, where
Yeah.
you do evolve by the grace and glory of the
Yeah.
higher powers. People can change. It's just it takes a while. And when you do the songs, you outgrow stuff.
I'm actually curious about songs. I need to do this.
Like I've outgrown most of Speak Now, except Long Live.
Yeah, Long Live has always stayed on my like top.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true. I still love Haunted.
Anyway, speaking of things you outgrow, I think this is the fashion.
Oh yeah, Kristin should lead this part.
Kristin, if you do not mind, let's end on a light palette cleanser of. It's just nice to see.
I like how
things.
this picture came back up.
Yeah, this is my favorite image from the Speak Now original CD booklet. So I was like, this has to be our little intermission photo.
Is this her band? Is that her guitarist?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, they're in her band.
That's her guitarist and her bassist, aren't they? Or are there two guitarists?
And the girls in her band too. All 3 of them are.
So funny.
Good.
It's so funny.
Anyway, please,
Okay.
take us through.
Kristin, did you wear an outfit like this? Because I swear to God, I had a period where I wore an outfit exactly like what she's wearing in this video. Or in this photo.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, I was about to say it. Like, oh, that seems like it's
even with I think it's pumps, right? She's wearing pumps in this one.
No, it's a stiletto.
She's wearing like the Dorsey, like open toed.
Yeah,
like,
the one that was popular in this era, right?
Oh, is that stiletto?
Exactly. She actually she looks like a Barbie doll in this photo.
Oh yes, it's so vibrantly pink, and I love it.
Me too.
Speak Now, Barbie.
Yes.
This Barbie is shining like fireworks over your sad, empty town.
Can we just acknowledge how great it is that they chose to put the groom in a shirt that is also pink?
That is so true.
Right?
That's great.
Isn't that great? Isn't that just so cool to, like, fitting the song?
I feel like she's also posed like a Barbie doll. Like that's not a natural pose.
Again, I will die on that hill. This Barbie is shining like fireworks over
your sad, empty town.
That's what this Barbie is.
The only thing that would make this photo better is if we had a snotty family dressed in pastel.
That is true, though.
I kind of wish we could see that.
Like
more.
we only see like the mom, maybe that's a mom,
and it's like cream, not really.
Yeah, it's cream. It's not pastels. So
yeah,
it would be hilarious.
Anyway,
please,
moving on.
Here we are.
So this is all photos that were in the original CD booklet from Speak Now. We had, as we talked about, like in the top left, that's the album cover, and that dress was actually red, and it was photoshopped to be purple, which I think was the best choice. I think purple fits this album so well.
I agree. There's a lot of fantasy fairy tale imagery, and I think the purple is like super well suited to that.
I feel like
you guys can guess which 2 images are my favorite.
Billowy yellow.
No.
Oh, okay.
I would guess the bottom right hand corner.
Right on my nope, not even.
Really? Oh, okay. Or the haunted.
You have to think of it in the context. Yes, you have to think of it in the context like which songs were my favorite.
Okay, well then
there's
definitely
pictures that are literally from those 2 songs. I think
the haunted dress for sure.
Yeah, for sure, because it's like the dramatic, tragic. I'm running through the forest.
How great expectations!
Yeah, and this one.
Also, major Twilight vibes.
Yes.
So dark and
it's so moody.
To
this day, I can't believe I actually read all of Twilight. Oh, I can't say that anymore because I haven't read Midnight Sun. Anyway.
I haven't read Midnight Sun either.
I haven't read Midnight Sun either. I did see a really funny album cover the other day. It was Midnight's, and it said Midnight Sun, and it had Edward in Taylor's pose on it. And I was like, this is amazing.
All right, fair. No, that's good.
No, but I like the contrast in all of these images though, because there's like the happier vibes, like the fairy tale happy vibes, and then there's like the darker ones.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it's each
also think it's interesting, like the one in the top right corner when she has the straightened hair, because I feel like this was like the time of like Hot Tools hair straighteners.
Yes, 100%. I also had my hair like straightened all the time.
But isn't it giving red a little bit?
Yes.
Right? And
Really.
even the red dress was almost kind of like Red's like waiting to break out of her spirit. And they're like, no, she very Mary Poppins.
Like, it does feel like there is a lot in this period that is a little murky. And again, like I said earlier, I feel like Speak Now is very coming of age. And I think that we see some remnants of Fearless in some of the street fashion. And then we also see the seeds for Red, which we'll get to that slide later. But yeah, I feel like Speak Now is I'm figuring out who I am.
Yeah, it's really an in-between between Fearless and Red for me.
Not Scott Borchetta pulling a Mary Poppins and going, no, not yet.
Yes.
Anyway, sorry. I just wanted to.
Okay, so Alexa, did you want to say what your other favorite outfit was on here?
The Story of Us one.
Oh, okay.
Braid, like her hair, like to the side.
That braid, though.
It's so pretty.
I love her side braid.
Me too.
Has anybody ever appreciated like Taylor's voluminous hair?
I love it.
I love Taylor's hair. I would argue that I love her hair than more than her hair now, though it's sort of back to its like almost volume, but not quite.
I think it was like it's this era and then the Folklore Evermore era that I like her
God, there we go. That's the
I love her hair those eras.
Okay, so these are Taylor's version images. I love the image in the middle where she's on the floor with the ballet slippers.
I love it.
And I just love all of the poofy purple and like this, like the one top right. Now this is a dress shaped like a pastry.
Actually, yes. Yeah, I really love that she ran with the purple in the Taylor's version.
It's so gorgeous. And I like that she brought in the lighter purple too. Like it's a softer side, I think.
Yes. Because I feel like it, I mean, you can speak to this more, Kristin, but like the shade of purple also affects the kind of vibe you're getting from the photo.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's so specifically different in that deep purple to that very pale one.
Yeah. And we just talked about her hair. So
love it.
Top left is the Speak Now album cover. And I saw like this one piece here bothers a lot of people. And I have seen it photoshopped so that this like mass here is curled and like goes along with the rest of her hair. And I do think it's funny that she left it like it is kind of messy on that one side. It's not as
that's fine, isn't it? No, people didn't like that.
I wonder if it's because it's not that she was still when they took the photo, you know? So it's kind of like weirdly positioned. I don't know. I do like that it's all her like curly hair though in this one.
Me too.
Like I love that.
I'll like find the image where someone has fixed it and sent it to you because it does look better. But yeah, I love this.
I love it. I love that it's like very dramatic, the clothing in the deep purple with the dark background, and then for the lighter background I love that it's more ballet, like it's very pastel and pretty, which I find very funny considering the lyric in Speak Now.
Yeah, I feel like it's very ethereal.
Yes. I love fantasy heroine. Give it to me.
Yeah.
How is this both Aurora and Maleficent at the same time?
Depends on who's telling the story. No, but like I feel like again, there's a grounded magic, right? There's a grounded magic to Speak Now, because even then, look at how sort of like bare the shoulders are. When fantasy heroines are usually like prim and sort of like, you know, or it's super gritty and I've got a sword, as opposed to this where it's very vulnerable, but at the same time, there's a strength to it, and you can see that defiance in her face. I love that.
I love it.
Agreed. Okay, moving on to the next slide. So
it's the tour.
Yes, these are all of Taylor's tour looks. I really love like the Fearless era outfits because of all of the glitter and fringe. And I feel like opening the show in a Fearless era dress, but it has the darker top, is like
Yep.
such a fun transition into this new era.
So subtle, so good.
Agreed.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
It has such presence on stage too.
I love it. I love that the sequence is still a thing here and the pretty dresses. But my favorite outfit actually is the iconic purple one. Because I think I just love it. For me, like when I see that, I'm like, that is Speak Now era Taylor, you know? It's like it's that purple, she has her hair up, you know. I'm just like, I love how it looks.
The halter really shows off her shoulders. It's very ModCloth.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. Actually, that is a very specific reference, but yes, I agree with you. You know what I also love, low key. I do like the dress she wears for Our Song and Mean.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Me too.
It's funny because that makes me think of Folklore. When I look at it now, it makes me think of Folklore because I'm like side braid and like the way that the dress falls too. I'm like, this looks like Folklore, and I do like that we get hints of red there.
Yeah.
Which,
I also feel like the white dress, like for because she wore that during Mean, and white gives off like the sense of innocence. It's like, you know, so she's like kind of. I love how she uses her fashion too to tell a story. I feel like people really can underestimate how much thought goes into her outfits and everything too. But everything is just so intentional.
Yeah. Isn't the Better Than Revenge look the red one?
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Okay, listen, we could do an entire thing on just the fashion choices per show. Sure. That's its own deep dive, to be painfully honest. And do not get me started on her. It's Louboutins, right? With the red.
Oh yeah, we're gonna.
Do not get me started on her Midnight's boots, girl. I cannot.
I love the Reputation. Those are actually my favorite.
Love them.
Anyway, I do really like all of the different fashion choices she has for this tour. But I've always enjoyed her choices in general for costumes.
Me too. I really like her. I said it earlier. My favorite outfit that she wore is the black sequin dress with the crystal guitar. That I think is just so gorgeous. And then I love her dress for Love Story.
Yes. It's
bottom
so
right hand corner. And even the her sitting at the piano in like the blue dress, that also like just makes me think of the Eras tour. Like it's so of like Folklore Evermore, and you know when she's doing that set, it's so I love how it just drapes so nicely, like even just on the floor, but it looks very like dreamlike.
Yes. Smoke machine.
Yeah, it's fabulous. It makes me. I think of fabulous like this whenever I read the word gossamer.
Yes.
Yes. Absolutely.
That's how I feel too. Ah, I love it. I love it.
Gorgeous.
Okay. Move on. These are all photos from different award shows and public appearances that Taylor made.
I love that there's like a very specific mix here.
Mm-hmm.
You can see like there's a lot of it that still feels like we were saying, right, coming of age. So there's a lot of it that still feels very like fearless and Speak Now coded, especially that purple one.
Yes.
Because, you know, she has the sparkle, she has the semi-neutral colors, but I do love that the red is starting to show up.
Me too.
It's killing me because I'm like, it's
happening.
Coming.
It's happening.
Even with the hair. Like,
yes.
If you look how she's doing her hair in them, it's like.
And here's the deal, right? Like, by the time an album comes out, she's technically done with that era. Now it's just have to show the whole world. So in terms of like personal, where is she at? She's done. So so it only makes sense that at around the time that she released Speak Now, the red is starting to creep out.
It's starting to come out.
Yep.
I'm personally obsessed with the Grammys dress, the one that's in, I think it's the top left.
Yes.
Yeah. I love that dress. That is like one of my favorites that she's ever worn. I'm like,
it's so beautiful.
It's so beautiful. It's so classic. And I love the train.
Gorgeous.
I love I think my two favorites. It's hard to pick one. The purple dress with the way that her hair is. Like that's such a like classic romance kind of look.
It's beautiful.
And I feel like that just like encapsulates the Speak Now era.
Yeah. Agreed. That's like the perfect Speak Now era vibe.
Yeah, and we don't see her that in purple that much anymore these days.
No. And my other favorite is the second one on the top left. That John Galliano dress is so beautiful and like so different than anything that we've seen her in. And as we said, like it's laying down the seeds for red.
I love it.
No,
so
yeah, the
much.
pressed the hair like super smooth and straightened out. The sort of like it's so good. Like the attitude.
It's so, I love it. I'm so excited because it's like transitioning.
I almost feel like Speak Now, just even from a fashion perspective, that she doesn't go back to the thing, because again, it feels like an ending to an era.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like it feels like we're closing the chapter on this, so we're done. And so now this is like we're gonna start doing new stuff. So it's so good.
Yep. Agreed.
And then we also have those on the bottom right, the second one in. That's from the VMA performance, and again, like wearing white while singing "Innocent," I think is very intentional.
I think so too. She looks quite young in that one compared to some of the other looks.
Yeah.
Which I obviously probably is intentional as well.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Me too. And then the next ones are both from promo on the Lorax.
I love it. Like, I love it. I don't know. You know what? It's more ModCloth again.
Yeah, it is.
Too, right? Especially the one on the carpet.
Yeah, the Peter Pan collar.
I've seen that silhouette.
Yeah.
I love that dress though.
Me too. It's really pretty.
Yeah. I love it.
Okay. Next slide. Now we've got street style.
I find this hair so interesting because it's so hard to distinguish it specifically.
Yeah. I feel like
this could have been picked from any era, from any number of eras.
Yeah.
Right. It's so like so non-cohesive.
Yeah. It's very transitional, which I find so interesting. So one of my personal favorites is the one where it's like got the cat face on the shirt. Because I promise you, I have literally worn that actual outfit. Like same thing where it's like huge, like animal face on the thing, very frilly skirt, the flats.
And ballet flats.
Yeah. And then this other look that she's done where it's like the beanie, the cardigan, like it's dark and more street style. Like the one I think is like it's the second one over from the top right. Like I have also worn that look multiple times.
And the bottom one, the second one on the bottom right, that one's also like that too.
Yeah. The off the shoulder look also with the sunglasses.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's hard to not think of it as red coated.
Yes, because it has the red sunglasses.
Yeah. And it looks more red. If that makes like I feel like red has a more specific aesthetic, and so does Fearless. And this is like somewhere in the murky middle of them.
Yes. And she has the braid too. So it's like so much going on.
I'm confused as to which era we're in. Like this is actually the one I found the hardest when I was like street style. I'm like, I don't know, because this kind of reminds me of Fearless. This kind of reminds me of Red, because she's transitioning out of the boho stuff a little bit and going into more like solids.
Yes.
Have you noticed that too? Like it's more solid colors or stripes or the very like classic looking outfits, more street style looking out, which is more red.
Mm-hmm.
Which
I felt like I had to keep like double checking like dates because I was like, are we sure that this is the correct era?
Because it does look like it would fit somewhere else.
Yeah. It's if not for the youthfulness in her face, like that particular part of her youth, and the actual hair, you're like, where is this from? Oh yeah, it's the same era. It's just the outfits her.
Yeah, it's very interesting because she's transitioning from the boho, like sort of like ethereal, more casual look into something more classic. Remember, this is around the time like she's starting to date Connor Kennedy. She's seeing Jake Gyllenhaal, so of course she wants to look older, right? And a little bit more put together per se.
I think my favorite look on here, and also the one that aged the best, is the top left, the second one in.
I was gonna say that's the one that I think you could still wear it now and it would look great.
She could wear that like tomorrow and people would be like, sure.
Yeah, it looks great, this one.
It's so that one also is like Ralph Lauren to me.
Yeah, actually. I was like, this is like, yes, I am dating someone who is a political, descendant.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's like the energy it gives me because I'm like, I have like the 3/4 sleeves and the longer length of this skirt, you know.
And she's also, it's all primary colors too, which is fun.
Yes.
Like her shoes are red, her skirt's yellow,
Oh,
her top
I
is
can't wait.
blue.
It's really leading into the red era because like I have a very specific, like in my mind, I know what the red era looks like to me.
Yeah.
And that sort of fits it. That's why I'm like, it's so confusing because it's really hard to tell. Like, is this not red era? Is this red era? Is this fearless era? But I love her looks. I still enjoy seeing what she's been wearing, you know?
Me too. So
Right.
much.
Mm.
And then I had to just do this for me because I thought it was really fun and I amused myself.
Oh my God, please.
The end.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Thank you for this. What a
I love
lovely
her
way.
Eras Tour Speak Now looks, even though she literally wears them only for the portion of the song, which is not even the whole song that she sings.
Again, would you like, how big would you like your skirt, Taylor? Yes.
Yes.
Gown shaped like a pastry. Let's go.
I also just had like the story of us in my head when I wrote out the end.
Good. It's so
Perfect.
good. Thank you,
Perfect.
Kristin.
It's perfect.
It's lovely.
Thank
wow,
you.
you did really make good time. Good job.
Well, not by
Great,
much.
good,
Like
good.
the last one was 5 hours and 15. So
We thought it was going to be so much shorter.
Lies.
and
It was all lies.
well, to be fair, I feel like we had more feelings about this collectively.
That's true.
And you know what? We're getting better at like the being the red, like the guy with the red strings tying everything. Because I feel like we're constantly like, and it ties to this one, and it ties to that one, which I think does make it longer. Because then we're like,
Yeah.
You girls see a lot of patterns too. So
well, it's kind of, I think what I like about doing this so regularly is that it's easier to see the patterns because we're so frequently steeped in it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, it's so top of mind that we're like, yes, like Kristin could be like, oh yeah, I just heard that in this song. And I could be like, oh, but it kind of references that song.
I mean, it's
So
almost like its own little self-study course.
I know.
In
This is a very subjective Taylor Swift deep dive course that you may take if you want to join us.
All right. On that note, so Kristin, thank you for the lovely slideshow and of course the fashion inputs. That's always super fun. And again, I'm interested. Now I want to take that class on how does she express like the stories through her clothes.
I love that. I love that Kristin can offer us
good...
that insight, honestly.
I know. I would sit through that, by the way, if you ever just take us through that.
But and that will be the one show. Kristin will just be like, look at
fashion,
this and look at
storytelling. Look at this, right? We pick
that would be a fun show too.
We'll pick our favorite songs and how she's expressed herself stylistically.
Yeah,
from a fashion
that would be really fun, actually. Yeah, that's exciting. Oh, I'm so sad that we're done with Speak Now. It feels like it was so quick, even though I know
I'll never be done with Speak Now.
I mean,
no, we're never going to be done with Speak.
Like, first of all, it's long lived, so this is never ending. It's timeless. It's also never ending. So
I feel like Speak Now. What Speak Now didn't have in like sort of like number of just sheer volume of tracks, we had in sheer volume of feels. So I think this worked.
True.
This evened out.
Because I feel like my enthusiasm for the songs I really love is like, oh my god,
yeah, and that's why it felt like it felt like a shorter run because we were just blasting through 31 songs, you know what I mean? Which
yeah, it's not even 31, I don't think.
Or thereabouts.
It's like it's less, it's like 20 something,
anyway,
I think. But anyway, again, this is the end of the Speak Now live show, but that just means we have another one coming for Red, Taylor's version, which we're going to be very long.
It's going to be, so announcements on how we're going to literally break that down, pun intended. But there will be announcements on the breakdown of how we're going to do that Red, because there's so much more to talk about, because so much more stuff has happened with Red, even if she released it before this thing. So for those of you who stuck around with us, thank you. Lovely for the comments. We're there. I was like seeing like bubbles come up and I'm like, oh my God.
I was so confused. I'll be honest.
And then I'm like, no one's chatting, and then I would realize we were on the private chat. Apparently, it was in the comments. So, thanks to the people.
Sorry about that. And if you're watching this belated, then you stuck around all the way to the ending. Thank you. Again, appreciated. For listening to us just lose our minds over Taylor Swift, as always. Can't wait till the next one.
Can't wait till next. All right. Well, Kristin, anything else?
No, just like you said, we're gonna break down Red into 2 different shows because it could potentially be 10 hours if we don't do that.
And who has that kind of time? So so we'll figure that out and then we will let everybody know.
Yeah. Okay, thanks everybody.
Bye.
Bye.